Naruto, God Rewards Hard Work, Chapter 241. Several people looked at Orochimaru in surprise. Orochimaru's eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Orochimaru slowly said, "If it is really as Naruto said, after some of my own discoveries, it is indeed true. The world is vast. The more you know, the more we seem as small as dust. You may not imagine that the world we live in now is just a sphere, just like the moon created by the legendary Six Paths sage, it is a sphere. The moon is also a sphere, but it may be a little smaller than the sphere we live in. After my theory from Naruto, the stars we see at night may be a world like ours. We are just one of the vast Hengsha particles." Orochimaru's voice was full of emotion. In just a few words, it instantly shocked several people who didn't know. Wasn't Orochimaru the same at the beginning? As if he knew the truth, his body was shaking constantly. It was exciting. It was shocking. It was incredible. This made him want to get eternal life even more. But he also realized that he couldn't do it by himself, and Naruto's magic and wisdom gave him hope. How is this possible? The real world is the universe. There are countless worlds like ours. The worldviews of several people were greatly impacted, but Sasuke knew a little bit. Following Naruto, he also learned a lot and his knowledge was also much broader. At this time, Naruto shook his head and said, "Not every star is a world like ours. Planets like ours are temporarily called the Earth. We are on the Earth, a planet with life, and in the universe, not all stars are planets with life. Life planets are very rare in the universe. But every life planet has extremely high value. I guess now you also know the reason why the ninja world is constantly at war." Naruto glanced at everyone. Tsunade held her hand and touched her chin and said, "Unreasonable allocation of resources, or benefits." "Pa. That's right." Naruto snapped his fingers and continued, "Like the Kingdom of Wind, it is located in the desert and lacks resources, even water is quite scarce. The Kingdom of Thunder is located in the hilly area, the climate is changeable, there are many thunderstorms, and the climate is bad, so the people are tough. The Kingdom of Earth has many rocks and the natural environment is not very good, but the mineral resources are still rich, much better than the Kingdom of Wind. The Kingdom of Water is an island country with rich aquatic resources but other resources are a bit lacking. And the Kingdom of Fire, thanks to the first generation of Hokage, the resources of the Kingdom of Fire are quite abundant, including mineral resources, aquatic resources, food resources, mountain forests, wild animals, and resources that can only be compared with the other ninja villages combined. This is also the reason why Konoha was attacked in the previous Ninja World Wars. Konoha's resources are really enviable." Naruto's analysis fell into the ears of several people, and they couldn't help but burst into tears. Yes, in essence, it's all because of interests and resources, and hatred is the smallest of them. Tsunade was a little emotional, but the existence of hatred made it difficult for the major countries to merge, while Umbrella did not have this problem. The benefits given by Umbrella were all over the ninja world. The footprints of Umbrella were everywhere in the ninja world. This was due to the ordinary people who joined Umbrella, who spontaneously promoted red ideas and promoted redism. Of course, such a consequence naturally attracted the attention of local rulers, so either they were lured or the inconspicuous existence was directly controlled. The rulers of the 5 major countries sneered at the power of Umbrella because of the strength of the big ninja village. However, the most important part of the reason was the benefits brought by the 7 Colors Chamber of Commerce and the long-standing concept. Even the ninja god like Hashirama Senju maintained the proper etiquette to the daimyo, and the concept of bloodline permeated this world. Therefore, the existence of the Umbrella was naturally ignored, and some people who understood how powerful the red ideology was chose to remain silent and wait and see, while the greedy were immersed in the benefits given by the Umbrella, which also formed Naruto's current situation. This is like Zhangjiao in the Three Kingdoms. Typing Dao absorbed followers and expanded its members, until later because someone informed on them, they had to start the rebellion in advance. It was not that no one had discovered something strange before, but they were waiting and watching. The current situation of the umbrella is somewhat similar, but when it breaks out, a spark can instantly burn the entire ninja world. And our future vision will definitely not be limited to the small pond of the ninja world. Our goal is to reach the sea of stars. Naruto said again, his eyes full of determination and confidence. This sentence made the people a little inexplicably excited. What a lofty goal, to use the starry sky as a hunting ground. This may be Naruto's vision. Can we really go to the starry sky? Now we haven't even unified the ninja world. At this time, Ninki suddenly spoke up and poured a basin of cold water on everyone. Naruto didn't know if it was true, but Tsunade, Orochimaru, Sasuke and others were indeed poured a basin of cold water. Naruto smiled and glanced at everyone present. He would not say that he was waiting for an opportunity. The subsequent development might exceed the imagination of several people and greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the ninja world. Although he has the strength now, he doesn't want to come out now and be picked by the Akatsuki organization in the process of conquering the ninja world and attract attention for the Akatsuki organization. What Naruto has to do is to let the Akatsuki organization attract attention first, and then directly control all the countries in the ninja world with lightning speed. At that time, Otsutsuki will become the common external pressure of the ninja world, and then with absolute strength to force, the ninja world can be unified. This is an upright conspiracy. Ninki, you seem to be confused in your practice recently. Counting our combat effectiveness, plus the small bases throughout the ninja world. And our huge basic population, and we only need one opportunity at this time. Naruto said confidently, and instantly made Neji wake up. At the same time, Tsunade was a little emotional. Umbrella did have the strength, and with the help of Konoha, there was indeed a great possibility of success. If it really succeeded, wouldn't the goal that his grandfather had been fighting for all his life be realized? Opportunity. Ninki said slowly with empty eyes. Many pictures flashed through his mind. What Naruto said seemed to be clearly placed in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. Seeing this, Naruto said, "Nothing is impossible, in the future. I will encourage you all." Chapter 242. The sun is shining brightly. Gaara just sent a message that the desert planting plan is almost complete. The trees planted will slowly change the soil of the desert. In the future, the Kingdom of Wind will have dozens of giant oases, which is of great significance to the residents of the Kingdom of Wind. In Gaara's phone call, this is thanks to Yamato's help. Yamato's wood release is really awesome. However, Yamato has been very hard during this period, but the ending is good. Yamato saw an unprecedented light from those civilians, and he was also greatly treated by the residents of the Kingdom of Wind. This experience also improved Yamato's chakra control a lot, and at the same time he had a better understanding of wood release. This comforted Yamato a little. After hanging up the phone, Naruto rushed to the training ground. Sasuke and Rock Lee have already started their daily training, and Rock Lee has not slacked off at all. Sasuke, Rock Lee. Naruto started shouting not far away. The two stopped practicing and looked at Naruto. Naruto also came to the two of them at this time and said, "Why don't you see Neji? Ninji and Tenten are out, you know." Lee nudged Naruto with his elbow, his eyebrows trembling, his eyes signaling, looking quite frivolous. Naruto smiled instantly. Everyone knew what Lee meant. Good guy, when did Lee become so witty? In the original work, Neji and Tenten seem to be a little ambiguous, but Neji's fate, I hope he can live better now. The three of them chatted together rarely, even Lee didn't practice, and as things became more and more, Naruto was getting busier and busier. Although they met more often now, it was not so easy to sit quietly. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, and soon they saw Sakura coming over. "Sasuke-kun, this is the lunch I brought, I hope you like it." Sakura hurriedly handed over a lunch box, which seemed to be carefully prepared by Sakura. Sasuke, who had a warm expression, suddenly became cold. Seeing Naruto was also there, A trace of embarrassment flashed across Sakura's face. But she still faced it bravely. She knew that if she didn't take the initiative, she would never be with Sasuke. I said, don't bother me. Sasuke frowned and said coldly. Xiaoli whispered to Naruto's ear. These days, Sakura has been bringing lunch boxes to Sasuke, but Sasuke's attitude is very cold. In Xiaoli's opinion, how could Sasuke not like such a perfect girl like Sakura? But Sakura liked Sasuke, and a friend's wife should not be bullied. Enough, you have this time, you might as well work hard on training, I don't have time to play house with you. After saying that, Sasuke turned his head coldly and left here. Only Sakura was left with disbelief, and tears were already rolling in her eyes. It made Naruto a little stunned. Naruto walked forward, and when he came to Sakura, he paused for a moment and said, Sakura, you know something about Sasuke's experience. If you really like him, then don't pester him here every day. When you become good enough, your efforts will be seen. That's all I have to say. After saying goodbye to Xiaoli, Naruto left. After Naruto left, Xiaoli started to exercise again. The intensity of the exercise made Xiao Sakura feel numb, but from Xiaoli's exercise, Xiao Sakura seemed to understand something. They are all better than her, not just in strength and talent, but in hard work and persistence. Xiaoli's strength is not weak. On the contrary, Xiaoli is very strong now, and Xiaoli's talent is known to most people. Xiao Sakura turned her head to look in the direction where Naruto left, tightly holding the bento in her hand. Perhaps she knew how to win Sasuke's attention. As soon as Naruto returned to the room, he received a message from Shisui. Naruto, our Sky City project is almost done. Relying on the technology of that batch of air ninjas, we have now expanded the scale of the warship and built a simple city model. But the biggest problem at the moment is how to draw out the dragon veins. We need your help. Shisui's voice came from the phone. I know, I'll be there right away. Naruto didn't expect his men to be so powerful and build the prototype of the Sky City so quickly. Soon Naruto teleported to Lulin through the fixed space teleportation point he had researched. At this moment, Lulin has been protected by the Umbrella Organization, and Naruto found Shisui who was in charge here. Seeing Naruto coming, Shisui was very excited and said, Naruto, you are finally here. Come on, come and see what this should be what to do. We have tried many ways, but there is no way to extract the power of the dragon vein. Shisui seemed a little anxious. How can he not be anxious? The significance of the Sky City is great, which indicates that they will be invincible in the future. This is when no one knows about the existence of the Otsutsuki. Naruto and Shisui walked towards the seal of the dragon vein. There are already dozens of people here, constantly verifying something. Extracting the dragon vein will cause the power of the dragon vein to be violent and uncontrollable. First of all, how to place the dragon vein is the problem. It's troublesome. We can't get the materials to seal the dragon vein at this stage, unless there is a way of Jinchuriki, but there are very few suitable candidates. This method doesn't work. We want to use the dragon vein as the energy source of the Sky City. There are too many problems with the way of Jinchuriki. Naruto also heard the discussion of several people and nodded. It made some sense. When Naruto and Shisui walked to the side of the crowd, everyone came back to their senses. Lord Naruto, Lord Shisui. They all said respectfully, especially when they looked at Naruto, their eyes revealed a bit of fanaticism. Wait for me to check it out. Naruto looked at the dragon vein. The power of the dragon vein was like the tailed beast, which was difficult to control. However, in the original work, Orochimaru could develop a mechanical Naruto that absorbed the Nine Tails chakra, and the mechanical umbrella that absorbed the tailed beast's chakra had long been researched. The use of dragon veins can also be absorbed and utilized. The only problem at present is how to use the dragon veins. Container. Naruto murmured. He thought of a way to find a container that can carry the power of the dragon vein and put it into the energy device of the Sky City. The plan of the Sky City was mostly completed. Now that the space ability has been developed, it can easily make the sky and the ground communicate with each other. Naruto closed his eyes, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, clapping his hands and said, "By the way, isn't a star an existence that can accommodate huge energy? Anyway, there is no way to study the power of the star. It is a waste to simply use it as a special ore to make weapons. Why not try it?" Hearing what Naruto said, Shisui was also slightly surprised. Could that strange meteorite really work? Seeing Shisui's eyes, Naruto also knew that Shisui might have some doubts, and immediately said, "Shisui, the human body can still accommodate the existence of the tailed beast, and the star is also related to chakra. The dragon vein, as an energy existence, can naturally merge with the star through the sealing technique. I have tested it and the star can carry the power of chakra." Naruto's words made Shisui very excited. After solving the last problem, is the Sky City really done? Who doesn't want to have an invincible camp? The city above the sky is so cool, and in Shisui's mind, with the Sky City, they will naturally be invincible, and install the latest chakra cannon on the Sky City. The ninja world is still under the control of the Umbrella Organization. Chapter 243. Naruto made a prompt decision and returned to the Umbrella Organization. Naruto went directly to the experimental building and happened to meet Orochimaru, who was conducting research on stars. As for Tsunade, she heard that the recent research on Hashirama cells had achieved great research results. Orochimaru had more time and was more interested in unknown things, such as stars. He felt that stars could be used for greater purposes. At this moment, seeing Naruto hurriedly walk in, she was also a little surprised. "Naruto-kun, did something happen?" Naruto immediately replied, "There is indeed something. I need stars to complete the construction of the Sky City." Sky City Plan. Orochimaru has heard of this plan. Now Orochimaru knows most of the secrets of the Umbrella Organization. Originally, these things were things that only core members could know, but judging from the current situation, can Orochimaru really leave the Umbrella Organization? This feeling of relying on the organization and having resources found by his subordinates is really great. Orochimaru also has a sound village, but how can it be compared with such a huge organization as the Umbrella Organization? What's more, Orochimaru was just fighting alone before, and he had very few researchers to use. Naruto's people have talents in various fields, including biology. Although the scientists Naruto found did not know the existence of chakra before, Naruto taught them to practice chakra just to let them better understand the energy of chakra, so as to conduct better research, but it is undeniable that Orochimaru is still one of the top biologists in the ninja world. Relatively speaking, Orochimaru is more inclined to biological genetics, while Tsunade is more inclined to biomedicine. Naruto briefly introduced Orochimaru to him, and Orochimaru's eyes lit up after listening, and he immediately said that he would go to the place where the dragon vein was with Naruto. He had briefly heard about Naruto's Sky City plan before, and now he had to put it into practice. He had gone to Lulin with Naruto before, and now he was finally going to use the power of Lulin dragon veins. He was also very curious about the power of dragon veins. In this case, let's go together. Naruto had no choice but to take Orochimaru with him. Naruto used Flying Thunder God to start the space teleportation. Shisui also saw the two people coming, and Orochimaru's face flashed a little excitement. Shisui smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Lord Orochimaru was also interested in the dragon vein." Orochimaru laughed twice and said, "Shisui-kun is still as charming as ever. It seems that he knows me very well." Shisui's mouth curled up slightly. Naruto had analyzed Orochimaru for him a long time ago, and he also understood what kind of person Orochimaru was. Naruto stopped talking nonsense and came directly to the front of the dragon vein. Naruto unsealed the seal, and an extremely powerful energy rushed into the sky. Naruto took out the star directly and began to guide the power of the dragon vein into the star. However, the dragon vein was spiritual, and Naruto felt a considerable resistance. The power of the seal was used by Naruto, and the reaction of the dragon vein also weakened. As the power of the dragon vein successfully entered the star, Naruto also showed a look of joy. He was right. The star could really serve as a carrier of the dragon vein. Sealing the dragon vein is much more difficult than sealing the tailed beast, but these problems were solved by Naruto's powerful sealing technique. The powerful energy was all sealed into the star. The star was originally an ordinary meteorite, but it has changed at this moment. It is white all over and even its size has increased a lot. Naruto can feel the powerful power contained in it, which is the crystallization of thousands of years of ninja world. The existence of natural energy mixed with chakra. The turbulent scene just now disappeared in an instant. Orochimaru walked towards Naruto curiously and looked at the star in Naruto's hand. Maybe it can't be called a star now. Maybe it's more correct to call it the dragon vein core. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "You can't have any idea about it. This dragon vein core is the key link of the Sky City plan. Shisui, I'll give this thing to you for safekeeping for the time being." Naruto carefully handed the dragon vein core to Shisui, although it was fine to hit it with a stone. A hint of disappointment flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but it was all he could do. He knew how important the Sky City project was to the Umbrella organization. "Let's go, Shisui, take us to the Sky City," Naruto said, and Shisui extended his hand to show the way for the two. "This way, please." The two followed Shisui to a place where there was a specially designed space channel. Before this, even Naruto didn't know about it. It was just the activation of the space channel. This kind of space channel can only be used by those with permission. Only people with the right to activate it can do so. Currently, only Shisui and Naruto have the authority to do so. They are bound to a unique chakra, just like human DNA. The three of them disappeared in the open space in an instant. Then, the three of them came to a place where the strong light even made people feel uncomfortable in their eyes. When the three of them got used to it, they saw the clouds floating around them, as if they were in heaven. The clouds stretched for thousands of miles, and the fairy air was floating, which made Orochimaru and Naruto a little amazed. It was also the first time for Naruto to come here. Before, it had always been left to Shisui and others. What came into view was a steel-like city with a few people walking on it. On it, Naruto sensed the powerful aura of more than 100 senior ninjas, including ninjas and warriors. There were more researchers and construction personnel. This is a city much smaller than Konoha. Because of the lack of energy, it is now the limit of what can be done. A feeling of transcending time came, and Naruto had a strange feeling. Soon someone came to receive the three people. Someone was very excited to see Naruto, and Naruto was also a little happy about this. It seems that Shisui has successfully shaped his image in the organization. "Naruto, let me introduce this war fortress to you next." Shisui's tone was a little excited. "The Sky City is our future base camp and also our war fortress. Half of the scientific research projects have been transferred here. The southeast, northwest and northeast directions are all equipped with the latest chakra-based space cannons, which can easily hit the ground of the ninja world, and we can even hit the moon. According to the combat power index standard you gave us, the power of the space-based cannon has reached the super shadow level, and one blow is enough to destroy a small town. The center is the Lord's mansion, and there are various research centers around it. At the same time, it is equipped with a large number of barriers, but it is better for you to strengthen the power of the barriers again, Naruto. In order to speed up the construction, I secretly mobilized 200,000 people to build the Sky City to achieve the current results." Shisui said a little excitedly. Naruto nodded, and he was also very satisfied with Shisui's work attitude. Chapter 244. Naruto also learned that Shisui had mobilized a large number of ninjas and civilians from all over the ninja world. It was not surprising that the speed was so fast. The power of ninjas was enough to complete many difficult construction tasks in the previous life, and the efficiency of ninjas was really too high. Moreover, Shisui actually had a Steel Shield Bloodline Genkei owner under his command, which further accelerated the construction speed of the Sky City. However, the strength of this steel shield ninja was barely enough to be a Jonin. He was still relatively young, only 14 years old. Shisui dug him out from a small family in the ninja world, and his name was Shirakawa Yi. But most people called him Yi. Shisui, you did a great job. Naruto exclaimed sincerely. Orochimaru was also envious of the scene in front of him. If there was such a base, would he still be chased around? Here he could do his favorite research with peace of mind. Moreover, floating in the sky, directly teleporting to the ground through space, it was extremely convenient. The biggest problem at present is the energy problem. The chakra energy we stored before can only support us to maintain the status quo. Shisui said slowly. Naruto also knew that the previous chakra reactor was called a reactor, but it was actually just a chakra storage device. And now the dragon vein can really be called a chakra reactor. The dragon vein can slowly absorb the natural energy in the environment. Just like the tailed beast chakra can be restored. After so many years of accumulation, the chakra of the dragon vein is second only to the chakra of the nine-tailed beast. The three walked through the crowd and walked towards the central building, and then began to walk down the stairs. After going through several verification processes again, Naruto nodded, and Shisui's protective measures were watertight. Afterwards, after another process, Naruto saw 5 or 6 researchers in white coats. After seeing Naruto and others, several people hurriedly saluted. However, several people did not know Orochimaru, so Naruto explained, "This is Orochimaru, an excellent biological scientist who is also proficient in mechanical principles." Orochimaru was very satisfied with Naruto's introduction, which showed that Naruto had recognized his technological level. Several middle-aged men bowed to Orochimaru immediately after hearing Naruto's introduction. Naruto's words showed that Orochimaru's level must be good. Here, people with strong technological strength are very respected. One of the men who looked about 50 years old, who seemed to be the leader of this group, said, "Lord Shisui, you must have solved the dragon vein problem this time." His question seemed to be an inquiry, but it was actually an affirmation. From the moment he saw Naruto, he got a positive answer. Naruto has become a myth in the umbrella. Although they are not as obsessed as some people, Naruto's own strength and scientific research ability have long been confirmed. He is young, but very versatile, and his abilities are not inferior to others, and even surpass others. Such talents, in their eyes, are indeed no different from gods. However, the ability shown by Naruto made these talented people believe that only Naruto can lead the ninja world to a better future, and they also firmly believe that the organization led by Naruto is invincible. Ha ha ha, not bad, this time the problem you were most concerned about is finally solved. Shisui was also very happy, and the Sky City could finally start the next plan. To be honest, there was a lack of energy before, and the use of space-based weapons could only be used to activate, and then the stored energy would be exhausted, and the Sky City still needed energy maintenance. Although the suspension of the Sky City does not require much energy, it does require movement. The technology that relied on the gravity chamber before has now developed anti-gravity technology. Many technical deficiencies can actually be replaced by chakra, which is also the reason why technology can advance so rapidly. Naruto took out the dragon vein core and then walked to the core device in front of him. Full of a sense of technology, surrounded by 4 pointed pillars, Naruto put the dragon vein core on it, and soon saw several mechanical pipe-like arms attached to the dragon vein core. But no energy was absorbed from it at all. The person in charge frowned, then relaxed his brows and said to Naruto, "Leader, the seal above is too strong and can't absorb any energy at all. Can you change it and build a portal?" Naruto was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the previous seal was too strong and the power of the dragon vein could not be drawn out. Naruto walked forward and pointed his hand at the core of the dragon vein. He saw a series of dark runes appearing and wrapping the core of the dragon vein. After a while, Naruto looked at the person in charge. The person in charge was called Lao Doyle. His original name was unclear. No one had called him by his original name for a long time, and it was also very few people know. Old Doyle, I have built an intelligent portal on it, which can release energy according to your needs, and I have set a threshold. Exceeding this threshold will affect the potential of the Dragon Vein core. This core can absorb external energy slowly and autonomously. Exceeding this threshold will affect its stability. Unscrupulously extracting its energy may cause it to disappear. Remember, Naruto explained that the power of the Dragon Vein core may really be called a reactor. I know, leader. Old Doyle attached great importance to Naruto's words and knew what it meant. The entire ninja world may not be able to find such a dragon vein. Even if there is, it may not have the potential of this one. Soon, 4 mechanical pipes as thick as wrists were attached to it, and visible energy was extracted. The power of the dragon vein has been tested before, and related conversion devices have been manufactured, otherwise it would not have been delayed until now. A protective umbrella base in the ninja world. Just as Naruto and others were celebrating the Sky City plan, Scorpion looked at the ultimate puppet in front of him and was also very excited. He spent all his savings to successfully build a giant puppet tens of meters high. It has never taken as long to make a puppet as this one, but the result is good after all. He touched the puppet in front of him, just like an old father looking at his child. Scorpion was full of pride. With this puppet, he would have the confidence to face the leader. If he had not had another shortcoming, his chakra might not be able to supply the giant puppet in front of him for a long time. He wanted to find the leader for a decisive battle immediately to let him know how powerful he was. I've decided, I'll call you Eternal. I will create a new era of puppets. Scorpion named the big guy in front of him Eternal, which shows his expectations for the puppet in front of him. He firmly believes in the eternal puppet technique. The puppet in front of him, Eternal, has many abilities such as energy strike device, sealing technique, flying, escaping, sailing, and transformation. He poured all his life's learning into the Eternal. Recently, he had evaded all the orders from the leader. He didn't know any information about Umbrella. While he was admiring the Eternal, he didn't know that in the distance, the dark-clad Jew was watching Scorpion. Chapter 245. You mean, Scorpion has not made any move in the Umbrella organization, and has been studying puppet technology all day long. Under the Uzumaki mask, a cold 3 Magatama Sharingan was revealed, without any emotion, as if to freeze everything in the world. Black Zetsu showed a row of jagged teeth and said, he has developed a mechanical puppet that is tens of meters high. It looks powerful, but it seems that he has not spent time to collect intelligence from the Umbrella organization. Obito has always relied on Black Zetsu for intelligence. No one in the ninja world has intelligence investigation capabilities that can surpass Black Zetsu. At present, except for the 3 main bases, the intelligence of most of the other branch bases of the Umbrella organization has been almost understood by Black Zetsu. However, except for the main bases, the Umbrella organizations of the branch bases are mostly seeking happiness for ordinary civilians in the ninja world, or some simple technological products. All the complexities are in the main base, which is also a place that Black Zetsu cannot investigate. The Umbrella organization advocates so-called science and technology. Chakra is the foundation, they have deviated from the right path. Due to Obito's lack of information about Umbrella, Obito's understanding of Umbrella is still based on the information he has learned so far. However, Obito already thinks he understands the purpose of the Umbrella organization. Umbrella intends to achieve a change of dynasty by gathering ordinary people, and then surpass the 5 major countries. Lord Madara, do we need to carry out the Moon Eye plan in advance now? Black Zetsu asked Obito, but in fact he was guiding Obito's thoughts. The emergence of the Umbrella organization made Black Zetsu feel that things were beyond his expectations. He would never allow anyone to destroy his plan. This time, it was the closest to success, and it was also the closest he had been to his mother in 1,000 years. Hearing Black Zetsu say this, Obito's thoughts were instantly drawn to this. Umbrella, a powerful organization, will indeed affect his own plan. He is also considering whether to start the Moon Eye plan in advance. According to their plan, the Moon Eye plan should be officially launched in half a year. Tell Nagato about Umbrella. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the plan must not be started in advance. The Moon Eye plan must not fail. Obito's voice was full of indifference and unquestionable. The former passion had long disappeared without a trace. Yes. Black Zetsu turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot, leaving Obito in a trance. A murmur came. Rin, I will definitely create a world with you. With you, Kakashi, and teacher, everything is the best. Black Zetsu came to the land of rain and told Nagato the news, but did not mention Scorpion. After all, in his opinion, these are all chess pieces. It would be bad if they caused internal friction among the chess pieces. Intelligence or something, is there anyone in the ninja world who can compare with him? Nagato is now also thinking about the news brought by Black Zetsu. The strength and ambition of Umbrella also interfere with his plan. And Uzumaki Naruto in the Umbrella organization is the most important part of the plan. The key point is the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Collecting tailed beasts to create the 10 tails and achieve absolute deterrence, so that the 5 major countries dare not easily start a war. Umbrella's attempt to control ordinary people to achieve the purpose of controlling the 5 major countries will also cause great casualties. In the eyes of Obito, Nagato and others, Umbrella is such an ambitious organization. Even if the rulers of the 5 major countries are stupid, even if a ruler is replaced, how can the Umbrella organization guarantee that there will be no more wars between ninja villages? But neither Obito nor he really realized what the real purpose of Umbrella is. Umbrella does not want to be above the 5 major countries, but wants to completely change the world and gather all the ninja villages of all countries. Really achieve great unification. Nagato made a decision in contemplation. Convene a meeting of the Akatsuki organization. After a day, all members of the Akatsuki organization have rushed back. Leader, what exactly are you calling us for now? I'm still busy now. Scorpion said in a calm voice. He still has to continue to improve his eternal, and nothing is more important than this matter now. Itachi's eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. He had looked for Sasuke before, but he didn't find him. At this time, Konan came in. She had fair skin, but her expression was full of coldness, like an iceberg beauty. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Obiru, our new member. He will replace Kakuzu and become the new Beidou. This is Afe, he will replace Fiden, codenamed Sante. Konan's cold voice resounded in the conference room, and Obito unexpectedly became an official member of the Akatsuki organization, while Obito in the original work was an intern. Ahem, quiet, something's going to happen next. Pain glanced at the crowd with his samsara eyes, and everyone fell silent in an instant. Under Pain's absolute majesty, they didn't dare to have any thoughts. This comes from absolute strength. The man who calls himself God has already proved his strength. Due to the uncertainty of the Umbrella organization, in order to prevent the organization's plan from being absolutely implemented, I decided to start the plan in advance. In addition, you can take a look at these materials. Pain threw down a document, turned his head and looked at the black and white Zetsu, and said, Z, you are responsible for letting the daimyo of the 5 major countries know these things, and you must expose the Umbrella organization to attract some attention for us. Quote. The documents on the table were circulated among several people, and everyone came to a conclusion that Umbrella was ambitious. Ha ha ha, with the Umbrella organization to protect us from lightning, our plan will definitely come true. Deidara was excited and excited at the same time. He wanted to let the ninja world see his art. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization had different expressions. Itachi was calm, Deidara was crazy, and Obito showed an interested look. Kisame seemed happy, while Afe was funny. Scorpion hid in the puppet with a blank expression. Nagato was confident. Let's start assigning tasks now. Deidara and Afe will team up to capture the one-tail and the seven-tail, and Obito and Scorpion will capture the three-tail and the six-tail. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame are responsible for the two-tail and the eight-tail. The rest will be taken care of by Conan and me. Nagato's voice resounded in the small meeting room, and Obito and Zetsu flashed a hint of excitement under the mask. Dismissed. Without any nonsense, Pain directly chose to disband the meeting. Members walked out of the meeting room one after another. The butterfly effect brought by Naruto made the ninja world develop in an unknown direction. The country of rain, the drizzle continued in this country, and it seemed gloomy. This country is sick. Chapter 246. Naruto. It's bad. Now the outside world is spreading information about the Umbrella Organization, and they are spreading the news that we are ambitious and want to seize power. At present, the daimyo of the 5 major countries can no longer sit still, and they have issued notices, demanding that we stop our despicable behavior and disband the evil organization Umbrella. Shisui frowned and rushed into Naruto's room, telling Naruto the whole thing. After Naruto slowly listened to the news, he crossed his hands together, and his eyes showed a gleam of wisdom. According to what Shisui said, Umbrella is now recruiting residents from various countries around the world to promote red ideas. The red ideas were suppressed in the past, but now they can't be suppressed at all. The news of the Umbrella Organization can spread throughout the ninja world so quickly. It is estimated that only the old cunning Black Zetsu can do it. I'm afraid he can't sit still after seeing the development of Umbrella. Could it be that he wants to launch the Moon Eye plan in advance? As Naruto thought about it, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this explanation was the most reasonable. However, it was only a few months in advance, which was no big deal. Did he want to attract attention to the Umbrella Organization by releasing the matter of the Umbrella Organization? I have to say that this is a good plan. In this case, let's take advantage of his intention and see who is better. Immediately, Naruto said, "Start the round table meeting, and the Dawn plan can begin." Hearing Naruto say this, Shisui flashed an excited look and said, "Yes." The Dawn plan is the plan that Naruto, Shisui and others discussed and finally targeted the ninja world, implying that the darkness is about to pass and the dawn is about to come. Shisui walked out of Naruto's room, and the entire Umbrella Organization started like a running machine. Not long after, everyone who received the top meeting order had gathered in the snow country. Even Jiraiya, who was traveling outside, rushed back, which shows how important this matter is. Because before coming, several people were told that the war was coming. At this moment, in the conference room, Naruto sat in the main seat, next to Shisui and Sasuke, and Orochimaru also chose to join the Umbrella Organization. After all, after staying in Umbrella for a while, well, it's really good. Various resources can be used at will, and the huge population of Umbrella will provide help. And the strength of Umbrella has already surpassed the entire ninja world. Tsunade, Zabuza, Yu, and Izumi are all here. At the same time, Shikamaru is here, and Shikamaru is now playing the role of an apprentice military advisor. Okay, let's discuss the challenges facing the organization next. Naruto pointed his finger and signaled to start. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Tsunade couldn't wait to say, with a serious expression, "Naruto, now the daimyo of the Land of Fire has begun to put pressure on me, asking us to wipe out the Umbrella Organization. At the same time, the 5 major countries have formed an alliance. This time we are likely to face the joint encirclement of the 5 major countries." As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Zabuza said, "News came from the Hidden Mist Village, and the Land of Water also issued a notice. Now most of our industries in the Land of Water have been banned, and the Hidden Mist Village has also chosen to withdraw from cooperation with us." Yu was also helpless and said, "The Hidden Cloud Village has issued a notice, saying that they will attack us. The Hidden Rock Village is the same." Quick voice came from Quan, and he was frugal with words. Not only that, at the same time, there are also news from some small countries, and those nobles are ready to support the 5 major countries. Shisui said slowly, and he had calmed down at this moment. Naruto waved his hand and said, those nobles should be worried that we will attack them. Our existence has threatened the interests of those nobles. The 5 major countries belong to the same interest group, and they even have intermarriages with each other. When an external enemy appears, they will unite. 5 major countries, no, it should be said that the 4 major countries. In the Wind Country, Gaara's prestige has now surpassed that of the Wind Country. At the same time, we have won the hearts of the people of the Wind Country, and there is a large air base of ours in the Wind Country. The Wind Country can be counted as part of our camp. Since the enemy has already shown his sword, then we will directly include the Wind Country in our territory. A strong momentum emerged from Naruto's body. Good. Zabuza's mind was shaken, and a sense of ambition rose from his heart. Then I will announce the battle plan. Tsunade is responsible for winning over Konoha ninjas, and try to gather more than half of them. Zabuza is responsible for the mobilization of the Water Country, Yu is responsible for the Kumogakure, and leads the martial arts corps, and Izumi leads the ninja team to implement the assassination plan. Orochimaru is responsible for the sky-air battlefield. I authorize you to mobilize all air forces. Sasuke and you, Neji, each of you leads a squadron. At the same time, always pay attention to the Akatsuki organization. Our intelligence may be released by the Akatsuki organization. Recently, the Akatsuki organization will definitely have a huge action. When the time comes, expose all the actions of the Akatsuki organization. As for the 5 major countries, let some people lead those warriors in reserve to capture the daimyo's palace and distribute all the guns. Naruto is going to attack both ninjas and ordinary people at the same time. The army of the daimyo can be suppressed with only guns. For those reservists who have practiced martial arts for a year, ordinary guns can burst out with powerful power in their hands. As Naruto's order was issued, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It was really that the power of the umbrella was too terrifying now. The power of chakra guns and chakra armor was enough to make the umbrella burst out with powerful power. There was also the existence of the martial arts army formation, and the ninja troops could also work together to use terrifying ninjutsu. At the same time, it also had the power of sky strikes. How many people in the ninja world can fly now? This battle must win. Must win. Must win. The voices of several people resounded in the conference room. After leaving the conference room, everyone began to mobilize urgently. And Orochimaru, who had not spoken a word throughout the whole process, sighed at this moment. The new era may really have arrived. Is the ninja era coming to an end? Orochimaru thought of what Naruto had told him, that the ninja realm is not the end, and when we rule the ninja realm in the future, the Sea of Stars will be our journey. And at that time, Naruto had told him that when we can step out of the ninja realm and head for the starry sky, that may be the beginning. Towards the starry sky. This is also what Orochimaru yearns for, and the plan to go to the starry sky is called the Starry Sky Plan. It is precisely because of the Starry Sky Plan mentioned by Naruto that Orochimaru abandoned all distractions and chose to truly join the ranks of the Umbrella Organization. Chapter 247. Since the war order was issued, Umbrella has launched a huge mobilization. In the Snow Country, Umbrella Base, Xiaoli, Ziluo and Chen Baojun are ready, and the strong martial arts team shows an iron-blooded temperament. Xiaoli and Ziluo are very excited, but Chen Baojun's face is a bit complicated, as the war coming again. After many wars, he understands that this war must be fought. If he wins, the ninja world can usher in a long-term peace. At that time, the ninja world will be unified. Without the major ninja villages, the possibility of war will be minimal. Let the old man be passionate again. Chen Baojun is excited, and the huge blood power in his body makes him have the vigor of a young man. Not only the warriors, but also the ninjas are full of momentum. They have always been in a competitive relationship with the warriors led by Xiaoli and others. Therefore, this time, it is not only a foreign war, but also a duel between them. The sets of chakra armor accumulated by Umbrella were distributed, and they were shining in the sunlight. The team was neat and magnificent. Not far away, a team of Hyuga ninjas held unique chakra sniper guns in their hands. They are snipers of Umbrella, specializing in battlefield assassinations. Their hands tightly grasp the guns in their hands, and it can be seen that they cherish them very much. Not far away, you can also see a huge chakra cannon, with a steel-like color, which looks like a giant beast that can devour people. Only those who know him know how powerful they are. However, the chakra cannon will not be used easily. Naruto's main purpose is to defeat the ninja coalition and gather talents. If they are all blown away by the chakra cannon in the end, then there is no point. At this time, Orochimaru also came to the Kingdom of Wind. Here, Orochimaru met Gaara, and Gaara also officially announced his departure from the Kingdom of Wind. Obviously, he has gambled everything. Jiraiya is also here. Jiraiya is fascinated by the feeling of flying a fighter plane, so Naruto arranged him to be the captain of a brigade, and this time he served as the deputy commander of Orochimaru. And Gaara formed a team alone and joined the Umbrella. Zabuza also led a part of the ninjas to the land of water. He was responsible for blocking the hidden mist. Since the combat effectiveness here was slightly weaker, Naruto sent Shisui, the strongest person in the organization, here. Shisui can move freely. On the other hand, Tsunade suddenly received bad news. The Shimura family, the Sarutobi family and other original Konoha F4 families all rebelled and turned to the land of fire and joined the daimyo. And surprisingly, the number of ninjas from the four families combined exceeded 10,000. And they were led by Asuma Sarutobi. Fortunately, the other ninjas of Konoha did not turn to the land of fire. After this incident, Konoha's strength was weakened again, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Apart from other things, Might Guy and the cheered-up Kakashi are two cage-level combat forces. As for Sasuke and Neji, Naruto asked them to lead a team to fight, and at the same time, Kurama Yakumo was the battlefield killer. Naruto planned to let her stay in the battle with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. After all, among the 5 major countries, Iwagakure and Kumogakure must not be ignored. They need to be wary of their tailed beasts. At the same time, Naruto also needs to be wary of Obito and Black Zetsu. Naruto's side is ready except for the East Wind, but now the 5 major countries are a little uneasy. Konoha and Sand Village have turned against them, making them realize that this will be an unprecedented war. Kumogakure Village, Paradise Island. At this moment, the figure of the Raikage appeared in Paradise Island, and he was surrounded by gravel. His body was covered with dense scars. Since he was captured by Naruto last time, he has been training like hell every day. He trained himself in a way that was almost torturing himself. At the same time, for further training, he asked Killer Bee to cooperate with him to fight the 8 tails. Not only that, he also used his body to resist the tailed beast ball. He almost died, but the benefit he got was that Raikage Eye's current strength was extremely terrifying, and it was almost beyond the scope of the cage level. Even Killer Bee was trembling with his ruthlessness. And everything the Raikage did was to avenge Uzumaki Naruto. Only with almost cruel training could he defeat Uzumaki Naruto and avenge his previous shame. At this time, Raikage's secretary Mabui came not far from where Raikage was training, and said in a crisp voice, "Lord Raikage, the troops can set off." Mabui looked at the Raikage training in the distance. She used to be able to give orders to the Raikage and express her dissatisfaction, but now the Raikage was filled with a violent aura. It made her heart tremble. She knew that defeating Uzumaki Naruto had become Raikage's obsession, so Raikage was in terms of cultivation, he was almost crazy. During this period, he modified the lightning chakra armor and used a nearly crazy cultivation method to resist the power of lightning. Now his body is so strong that he even surpasses his father, the 3rd Raikage. The Raikage stopped practicing with red eyes. The next moment, he appeared beside Mabui. Feeling the violent breath of the Raikage, She was trembling and dared not say anything. The Reikage only said one word, "Go." At this moment, the Land of Earth, the daimyo of the Land of Earth was relatively cheerful, and the support for the hidden rock village was in place. At the same time, he was also jealous of the huge financial resources of the umbrella. It can be said that this is not only an action against the umbrella, but also a fuse. The wealth of the umbrella is really terrible. The dignitaries in the ninja world want to tear a piece of flesh from the umbrella. Want to collect the industry of the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce under their own name. At this moment, Akatsuki was so happy that they were going crazy. According to White Zetsu's intelligence, the 5 major countries and several other major ninja villages were serious and would deal with the umbrella organization at all costs. The capture of the tailed beast can be carried out. Paine's voice slowly echoed in the small room. At the umbrella station, Naruto stood at the top, looking at the densely packed people below, and immediately said, "If we win this battle, there will be no more wars in the ninja world, and your family will no longer face the harm of ninjas. This time, our enemy will be the entire ninja world. Are you confident?" Naruto's voice reached everyone's ears under the blessing of chakra. These words were not only said to them, but also to many people. Yes. Yes. We will definitely win. The rumbling sound came, and Naruto could clearly see their state, and everyone was full of vigor. Okay, no more nonsense. On the battlefield, merit speaks, and after victory, you will enjoy the best treatment, because this is what you have earned with your lives. Let's go. Naruto didn't say too much, but his words made the people below burst into greater enthusiasm. It's not just for peace. Everyone present is also a human being, and they must have their own desires. Naruto will not disappoint his subordinates. They must be the best treated group of people. The huge flow of people moved quickly, and after a moment, they disappeared from the sight of ordinary people. They are all the families of these expeditionaries. Some are ordinary people in the snow country, and some are members of scientific research. At this moment, they all have one thing in mind. Must win. Chapter 248. The ninja world is now in a state of complete panic, especially ordinary people. This battle affects the entire ninja world, far exceeding the previous ninja wars. However, what most ordinary people did not expect was that Umbrella had sent some soldiers to their area, plus some ordinary people with guns. Ordinary people were not affected too much in this battle. The Umbrella organization only needs to protect the villagers near the war route, while those in other remote areas are curious about who will win or lose in this war. However, most people look forward to the victory of the Umbrella organization from the bottom of their hearts. In recent years, most people have received the favor of Umbrella or the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. The quality of life has been greatly improved. In the temporary combat department, Nara Shikaku served as the chief military advisor of the entire army, and Naruto served as the commander-in-chief of the entire army. At this moment on the sand table, according to intelligence, the ninja coalition has attacked in 3 directions. 3 red arrows mark the direction of their attack. The Land of Water attacked from the water, led by Meiturumi. The Land of Lightning is led by the Reikage, who can't wait to take revenge on Naruto. The Land of Earth is led by the Tsuchikage Onoki. Naruto pointed at the map and said, "They will probably reach the Fire Land battlefield in half a day. We need to stop them in the Fire Land. We manage the Snow Land with great difficulty. We will never allow anyone to destroy it." Zabuza. Here. Zabuza took a step forward. Then Naruto announced, "You are responsible for blocking the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Fire, and make sure the enemy lands before fighting. The geographical location of the Land of Earth is relatively troublesome. We will mobilize troops to bypass the Land of Earth and come to the Land of Fire to block the Hidden Cloud village. At that time, Onoki will definitely return to defend. But Onoki, the shrewd guy, will definitely meet up with the Hidden Cloud village. The Reikage is a reckless man, and he will definitely come to avenge the last arrow. Considering the existence of Mabui, He can bear it for the sake of the hidden cloud village, but he will definitely come to fight us. Onoki is different. He will definitely not meet us first. He will definitely fight us after meeting Kumogakure. So we just need to concentrate our forces to fight Kumogakure. There is one more thing. The Shimura and Sarutobi families have already joined the Iwagakure village. In this case, let's completely cripple it. At the same time, let Orochimaru mobilize the air force and attack first. Naruto's arrangement made Nara Shikaku nod secretly. He couldn't understand why Naruto was so skilled in arranging troops when he had never experienced war. Maybe this is genius. Everyone had no objection to Naruto's arrangement. Because of the existence of mobile phones, communication between each other was extremely convenient, but there were also many ways for ninjas to communicate with each other. Orochimaru soon received a message from the headquarters, "Air strike. Let me see this new way of fighting." Orochimaru suddenly showed a wicked smile, and his pale face was obviously a little inexplicably handsome under the sunlight. Notify Jiraiya and ask him to lead a team of ninjas to set up defenses 500 miles northeast. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's order was about to be executed. Jiraiya received the order, put on goggles, posed a few poses in a very showy way, took out his camera, took an unforgettable photo of himself, and resolutely boarded the fighter plane. From the moment he turned around, the playful expression on his face disappeared, and what followed was solemnity and solemnity. And Shisui and Zabuza had already set off, and Tsunade also started to act, and Kakashi looked thoughtful. He looked at Might Guy beside him and said, "Akai, do you think this war is right or wrong?" Might Guy was a little surprised, then he showed his white teeth to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, there is no right or wrong. Shaoli told me that if war can bring happiness to the people, then a certain amount of bloodshed is necessary. He said that the red thing said that the blood-red spirit of the ancestors will be passed on to the descendants and will last forever. This is youth. I also long for the moment of blooming red light. Kakashi, my best friend, let's see who kills more people this time." Might Guy's words made Kakashi stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Might Guy to say such a thing. He smiled lightly, and the haze of war disappeared immediately. Maybe the war will disappear after this time. The old guy of the Shimura family dared to betray Konoha. Thesi will definitely make you look good this time. Tsunade appeared at the front, with a face full of anger, and directly smashed a huge rock beside her. Kakashi swallowed his saliva. Lady Tsunade has become more and more violent since she learned martial arts. Who can withstand such a punch? Kakashi looked at Might Guy on the side, and saw Might Guy looking at Tsunade and laughing. Lady Tsunade also understands the meaning of youth. Quote, Tsunade, relying on the physique of the Senju clan, was one step ahead of Shaoli and others, and was the second person after Naruto to complete the martial arts body training. At the same time, Tsunade gave birth to her own martial arts supernatural power. What surprised Tsunade was that the martial arts supernatural power she awakened was called strange power. As the name suggests, Tsunade's current strength is terrifyingly strong. If it were before, Tsunade's strength was not too strong among the cage level, but it was not weak either. However, it was not outstanding among the top few people. After all, Tsunade's main job is a medical ninja. And now, Tsunade has reached the peak of the cage level. One-handed strange power, it can definitely shock everyone. However, no one knows about this except her and Naruto. The Umbrella Organization is taking action, and the Akatsuki Organization is not idle either. After the Kurigakure left, they have quietly come to the place where the three-tailed beast was released. After the death of the fourth Mizukage, the three-tailed beast was released. Now the people of the Akatsuki Organization first set their sights on the three-tailed beast, which is the easiest to capture. Under the powerful attack of the Akatsuki Organization, the three-tailed beast with a single method was quickly defeated. Okay, we have taken down the three-tailed beast, and there are only 6 left. The speaker was Obiru, who formed a team with Scorpion, and he was also very interested in Obiru. Obiru used more than 3 blood limits in the process of capturing the three-tailed beast, and the fighting power displayed by Scorpion also shocked Obiru. Sure enough, this organization is unfathomable. Scorpion's mechanical arms and strange puppets also made Obiru fearful. Similarly, Scorpion also had a fearful thought about Obiru. Let's go, it's time to find the six-tailed beast. Scorpion was silent, and Obiru took the initiative to speak, seeing Scorpion's fighting power. Obiru was not sure of defeating Scorpion, and thought to himself that in the process of capturing the tailed beast, he must master a new blood limit again. And Scorpion's thought was, haha, under my eternal, anyone is a chicken and a dog. However, Scorpion regarded the eternal as an absolute trump card, which could not be used easily. Chapter 249. Soon, Shisui and others came to the edge of the land of fire near the land of water. This place is about 100 kilometers away from the land of water. This distance is not long for ninjas, but it prevents these mist ninjas from using the power of the sea. There are many mist ninjas, so fighting near the sea will be extremely convenient. Although Naruto is sure to win, there is no need to increase the loss. Shisui and Zabuza hid in a forest. They even heard the sound of cicadas. The birds were scared away by them, and the area was quiet in an instant. They did not hide their whereabouts. After all, with their fighting power, fighting the land of water is like playing. Shisui, the ninjas in the sky sent a message that the mist ninjas are almost on the land. Should we ambush them? Zabuza squatted on the tree trunk and looked at Shisui, with an extremely excited look on his face. Although he was in charge of this operation, given their identities, anyone could command. On the contrary, he hoped to fight on the battlefield. Shisui shook his head and said slowly, there is no need for this. Our ambush may cause them great casualties, but these people may be our subjects in the future. We are here to win the war, not to create killings. We just need to defeat them. After listening to Shisui's words, Zabuza nodded secretly. Shisui's overall view has indeed surpassed him. In this operation, Zabuza also brought Bai as a medical staff. After all, Bai doesn't like killing, and with their combat power, they can already crush the Kurigakure. Prepare for battle. Shisui held a dogtail grass in his mouth, and a rare blush flashed across his face. Obviously, he was not calm. The distance of 100 miles was almost fleeting. On the side of Mei Terumi, he was also quickly approaching the location of Shisui and others. In fact, this time, she didn't want to be an enemy of Umbrella, but Umbrella's ambition was too big, so she had to lead the team to fight, and she had a bad premonition. The route they chose for this action was completely random. How could she have thought that their every move had been clearly seen by the planes in the sky? Just as everyone was moving quickly, a scout from Kurigakure suddenly reported. Lord Terumi Mei, a large number of chakra units were detected in front, about 15 kilometers away from here. What did you say? Terumi Mei couldn't believe it. The large number of chakra units in front must be Umbrella responsible for resisting their existence, but how did Umbrella know the location of herself and others? Terumi Mei raised her eyebrows. Since she couldn't avoid it, she would see the strength of the opponent. Terumi Mei knew that the Umbrella organization would definitely not send all its combat power to her, and the Land of Earth was the closest to the Umbrella organization. Maybe they had already started a war. In fact, her guess was not wrong. The Umbrella organization did collide with the Land of Earth ninjas, but the Cloud ninjas were also here. At this moment, on a plain, there were densely packed ninjas. The Reikage could no longer hold back his desire for revenge. Onoki looked at the Reikage with scars all over his body, and then looked at his temperament that had almost transformed. He thought that the old man Reikage had really changed a lot. It seemed that the last experience was a blessing in disguise for him. At this moment, in the tent, the two sat together to discuss countermeasures. The Umbrella troops were blatantly stationed not far from them. Not attacking at the moment, it was obvious that they were allowed to attack. This contemptuous attitude made them very angry, but now was not the time to act on impulse. HMPH, aren't the Sarutobi and Shimura families here too? Why not let them take the lead? It's not that easy to get the position of Hokage. The Raikage slapped the table directly. He was hot-tempered and wanted to take revenge on the umbrella organization immediately. His own strength had increased greatly, which was why he was so brave. Tsuchikage Onoki looked at the Raikage strangely. Although it was a bit immoral to do so, he would not feel sorry for the death of many people from the Sarutobi and Shimura families. He was also surprised that the Sarutobi and other families could actually come up with so many ninjas. It seemed that the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the family a lot of resources when he was in power. They promised to return the position of Hokage to the Sarutobi family after the victory of this war. The daimyo of the Land of Fire also supported the Sarutobi family. In his opinion, the Sarutobi and other families had already become the daimyo's lackeys. The reason why they helped them ascend to the position of Hokage was mainly because the Sarutobi and Shimura families promised them to give them 10% of Konoha every year. The profits of the two ninja villages are handed over, and the two ninja villages together account for 20%. Don't underestimate only 20%, this is a billion-level money. Moreover, they also harvested an iron mine each, and at the same time, their merchants enjoyed many benefits in Konoha and even the Land of Fire. It's a big profit. Ha ha ha, Lord Raikage has a good idea, it seems that I underestimated you. Onoki laughed. Kaka, kaka. A clear sound rang out, and Onoki twisted his waist instantly, and the expression on his face froze instantly. This made Raikage despise Onoki even more, but the most powerful thing about the Tsuchikage is his combat experience and the most powerful dust escape bloodline elimination in the ninja world. Soon, the two ordered the Sarutobi and Shimura families to go to fight, but the people of the F4 family are not stupid, this is to let them be the vanguard. A middle-aged ninja from the Sarutobi family, he is the current patriarch of the Sarutobi family. When he thought of the supreme position of the Hokage, he gritted his teeth and led his people to attack the umbrella base directly. Naruto quickly got the information. When he saw that the people attacking them were from the Sarutobi and Shimura families, Naruto smiled. Since it was them, there was no scruple in fighting. Attack, beat them to doubt their lives. Naruto immediately gave orders. Facing these ninjas, there was no need to use strategies. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly, a large area of shuriken instantly covered the battlefield. In order to enhance the strength of his family, the current patriarch of Sarutobi had to say that he was a ruthless man and had some ability. He opened some ninjutsu for the tribe to learn, and the overall strength was greatly enhanced. But all these were in vain. Facing the overwhelming shuriken and fire escape ninjutsu, the umbrella directly spread a huge earth wall to intercept most of the ninjutsu and hidden weapons. Water escape ninjutsu, prepare. One captain after another came out to command, forming a sharp contrast with the chaotic Sarutobi family ninjas. One after another, the water jets directly annihilated the fire escape. However, the opponent was not a fool. Seeing that the attack did not work, he used the fire escape ninjutsu again. At this time, the Shimura family also took action. Fire escape ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Wind escape ninjutsu, Great Breakthrough. The wind helped the fire, and the fire surged. The entire center of the battlefield was instantly covered by flames. Chapter 250. The smell of burning flames filled the air, but no one paid attention to this. Endless water escape appeared from the umbrella camp like a strait. Rushed to the sea of fire, and in an instant, a puffing sound appeared. This was the sound of the flame being extinguished. After a moment of stalemate, water vapor surged and covered the battlefield, but soon, a strong hurricane cut the water flow like a blade. Naruto looked at the battlefield. He knew that it was the people of the Shimura family who took action. It should be said that the people of the Shimura family's research on wind escape is among the top among many ninjas. But it seems that his wind escape attainments are also very good. Naruto gave orders again and launched an attack directly. At this time, fighting chakra with the opponent, isn't it a brain disease? Although it is not impossible with their foundation, it is not a waste of good equipment on their bodies. Soon, the two parties met together. As soon as they came into contact, the people of the Sarutobi family changed their faces. Why is the opponent's combat power so strong? Ha ha ha, brothers, let's kill to our heart's content. On the umbrella side, wearing powerful chakra armor, the feeling of a continuous surge of power makes people intoxicated. Chakra armor can not only increase the user's chakra, but also enhance the user's strength, and can also resist some attacks. With this, everyone has the ability to kill enemies above their level. Damn it! What kind of armor are they wearing? It really feels like most of my ninjutsu are blocked by that armor. For a while, the battlefield was filled with murderous aura, and blood slowly flowed out. Naruto's eyes were solemn. All this blood was necessary. Only by breaking and then building, can the ninja world usher in a new life. You can't save the ninja world by just talking. Facing the powerful force of the umbrella, the ninja coalition couldn't sit still at this time. The news has been passed to the rear. The Raikage was extremely angry at this moment and smashed the table directly. Waste. They didn't even find out the strength of the umbrella organization. I'm going to fight myself. Raikage couldn't sit still anymore. The gap between the two sides made him angry, but more importantly, he thought that the Sarutobi family and others were just waste. If the Sarutobi families knew about this, they would definitely cry out for injustice. It's not that they are too weak, but that the enemy is too strong. Be patient, wait and see. Unoki said rationally, frowning. Although he didn't have the ideas of the Raikage, the combat effectiveness of the umbrella organization was beyond his imagination. At this moment, there were wailing sounds on the battlefield. The gap was revealed at this time. Sarutobi, Shimura, and the people of the Mitomen Utane family were beaten back step by step. Shimura Dairo, are you okay? A ninja from the Sarutobi family exclaimed. His friend suddenly fell down. He hurried to check the situation and found that a blood hole appeared on his friend's forehead at some point. What kind of hidden weapon was this? Just as he was surprised, a palpitation came to his mind. He rolled to the side and avoided the sudden attack. He only saw a flash of light. Just as he was thinking, several rays of light pierced him directly, and blood flowed out along the position where the light appeared. His eyes were wide open, and he obviously died with his eyes open. 10 kilometers away from here, a figure couldn't help but curl up his mouth slightly, holding a big sniper in his hand, with a proud face. He is Hinata Gen, he is the sniper god, and the most critical shot just now was fired by him. Humph, if you want to compete with me for the title of sniper god, you are still far away. Hinata Gen said confidently. In this battle, they decided to re-elect a sniper god. After all, there are many excellent snipers now. Even Hinata Gen felt the pressure. However, for the title of the first sniper god, Hinata Gen desperately trained sniper skills in order to be able to keep his title of sniper god. He used to be just an ordinary person, but now he is very successful. Most people look up to him, even the former branch Jonins respect him, all because of his record of killing more than a dozen Jonins. In this world, strength is respected. No matter what method he uses to kill Jonin, as long as he succeeds, he deserves respect. After all, not everyone can play with guns well. For some people, using a gun is not as good as using the shuriken in their own hands. Soon, the overwhelmed Sarutobi and other families received the order to retreat temporarily. They were relieved. If the order to retreat was not issued, they might have evacuated themselves. Seeing that the order to retreat had been issued, they hurriedly left the battlefield. At this time, Naruto suddenly issued an order prohibiting pursuit. Tsunade and others were puzzled, why not pursue the victory attack? Naruto explained, don't chase after a desperate enemy. We must let the 5 major countries see my fighting power. Only by making them afraid can we take over the territory more easily. Only by letting the civilians see our strength will they protect us more, because we have brought them tangible benefits. Moreover, This operation is also a training exercise. If the vanguard takes all the battles, what will happen to the brothers behind? Don't worry, the next ones are the big ones. Tsunade and others nodded, and instantly understood Naruto's plan. This war is different from the past. In the past, it was enough to defeat the enemy, but this time, all aspects must be considered. It's really a bargain for those traitors. Tsunade snorted coldly. Seeing that the umbrella did not pursue them, the crowd flashed a trace of relief, but returned to the camp and was greeted with the ridicule of the Thunder Shadow. Haha, your strength is so poor that you can't even find out the truth of the umbrella. The Thunder Shadow snorted coldly. At this time, Asuma Sarutobi couldn't help it and roared, HMPH. Lord Raikage is so powerful. You should know that we are backed by the Lord of the Land of Fire, not your lackeys of Kumogakure. I don't know who was captured alive by the Umbrella Organization. Sarutobi Asuma's sarcastic tone immediately made the Raikage furious. He stood up directly, and a powerful chakra energy burst out, and a powerful momentum rose up. Onoki frowned slightly. It seems that the Raikage has indeed turned a disaster into a blessing. He has been reborn and his strength has been greatly improved. HMPH. You are just a group of stray dogs. Don't think that you are still the famous nobles of Konoha. You Sarutobi are no longer Hokage. The Raikage said in a gloomy voice. Seeing this, Onoki came out to persuade them, saying, don't be so angry. You haven't even fought the enemy yet, but you're already fighting among yourself. If it gets out, what will others think? You should put the overall situation first. His words eased the atmosphere slightly, and Sarutobi Asuma took advantage of the situation to back off. The violent aura of the Raikage made him regret saying that. After all, that was the reverse scale in the Raikage's heart. Why did he expose his shortcomings when he was fine? Who can see that the Raikage is almost driven crazy by his protective umbrella? Chapter 251. HMPH. I won't bother with you. Right now, the most important thing is how to defeat the Umbrella Organization. After saying that, Sarutobi Asuma walked out of the tent, leaving the Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders looking at each other in bewilderment, not daring to speak. Now that the two clans are declining, the two old foxes can see the situation clearly. They are at the mercy of others. Now they can only hope to defeat the Umbrella Organization and take back the position of Hokage, and then they will have the hope of making a comeback. Even stronger. Onoki and Raikage ignored the two. Although this action was an alliance, they no longer took the size of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans seriously. In other words, they are no longer on the same level. I will attack directly. What can the Umbrella Organization do to me? But Uzumaki Naruto does have some strength. He is also a perfect Jinchuriki like bee. When the time comes, your dust release and my strength will definitely be able to defeat it. As for the others, they are just chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning. The Raikage seemed very confident. His improvement in strength made him a little inflated. However, he was still very afraid of Naruto's strength. If Onoki's dust release was there to support him, he felt that he would have a very good chance. At the same time, Bee and Darui's strength was not weak either. On Onoki's side, there was also a tailed beast Jinchuriki, as well as a group of masters. He still looked down on Umbrella. At the same time, Kurigakure was on the way. When the time came, as long as they surrounded it, Umbrella would definitely die. On Naruto's side, Kakashi, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, and all the clan leaders of Konoha were there. At this moment, Nara Shikaku analyzed. Soon, the ninja coalition will definitely attack. They should test our strength. At the same time, there are many masters at the level of Jonin on the other side. We can use our advantages to extend the battle line. At the same time, use a team of 1,000 ninjas to block the strong men on the opposite side. At the same time, use air power to attack, and Hyuga ninjas to assassinate. As he spoke, Nara Shikaku felt strange. Well, he had never fought such a rich battle. He was so strong, so what strategy was there? He just pushed forward. In summary, you just listen to it. Fight however you want. After all, I can't figure out how we will lose. Chikaku spread his hands and said helplessly. Such Versailles words were greeted with a burst of laughter from everyone. Although their number is not as good as that of the Ninja Coalition, their quality is not inferior at all. At the same time, their tactics and equipment completely crushed the Ninja Coalition. Most of the equipment of the Ninja Coalition is made by folk methods, while they have already achieved industrialization, and the output is not at the same level. However, Naruto has long looked down on cold weapons, and only equipment made of special metals can barely catch his eye. Compared with ordinary equipment, extraordinary ninja tools like the Six Paths ninja tools are what he expects, but he currently does not know how to forge extraordinary ninja tools. Report to Lord Naruto, there is enemy information from 20 miles ahead. There is a huge chakra reaction. At this time, the scout came to report, and Naruto smiled. High-end combat power is coming. Notify Orochimaru. Let's have an air baptism first. Yes. Orochimaru received the news quickly. They had been hiding not far from here before, and now they took off directly. Finally here. Orochimaru licked his lips and showed an excited look. Notify Jiraiya, that idiot, to launch a 5-fold indiscriminate bombing on the local area. One order after another was issued in an orderly manner. The ninja army was on the march, and they didn't know that they were about to face a disaster. When the ninja army arrived at a place 10 kilometers away from Naruto and others, the air force of Orochimaru and others also arrived above their heads. They began to drop bombs continuously downwards. This kind of bomb was much more powerful than the detonating tag. Is there something falling from the sky? At this time, the Raikage and others looked at the thing falling from the sky strangely, but there was no chakra reaction. They didn't react for a while. Onoki looked at the thing in the sky, frowned, this must be the means of the umbrella, and immediately shouted, hurry up, don't let him fall. But it was too late, and soon a huge explosion sounded. Boom, 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 boom. Ah, what is this? Is this a new type of detonating tag? Soon screams rang out, and there were explosions everywhere. If Deidara saw this scene, he would definitely say that art is explosion. However, some people were injured, and some people reacted quickly. A series of earth escapes floated above their heads to block the attack of the explosion, but then the sound of bomb explosions rang out again and again. From time to time, some people were killed by bombs or their earth escape was broken. Some people directly used lightning escape to detonate the attack in advance to avoid damage. Quick, quick, leave this area. Raikage said hurriedly, and Onoki looked up at the sky, where there were groups of black shadows. He hurriedly condensed the dust escape and aimed at the fighter plane in the sky. A white light flashed, and Jiraiya hurriedly shouted, this is the bloodline elimination, get out of the way. But some people still didn't have time to dodge, the speed of the dust escape was too fast. Our goal has been achieved, the wind is tight and the call is coming. Jiraiya hurriedly led the team to evacuate. Now the latest weapons suitable for fighter planes are still under development, and the most powerful ones are these bombs. It is said that there is something called a missile, and I don't know when it will be developed. There is also a mushroom bomb, but why does the mushroom bomb sound so unreliable? Is it really so powerful? Below, Onoki directly destroyed the 2 fighter planes and directly restored them to atomic state. Soon, the shadow in the sky disappeared. He had no choice but to stop the attack. At this time, his face was solemn, and the contempt he had for time disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the Raikage was furious. The genin of their village suffered heavy losses. The ninjas of Iwagakure were fine, most of them were proficient in earth escape, but as for their Kumogakure, they had already suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for the genin of their village who saved some of them, the casualties would have continued to increase. The bomb attack was nothing for the genin, but it was undoubtedly a death sentence for the genin. At this moment, the ninjas of Sarutobi and Shimura were gloating. They were in the back and suffered the least damage. Who asked them to be cannon fodder before? However, they also developed a fear of the Umbrella Organization. What kind of weapon is this? It looks a bit like explosive escape. Onoki frowned secretly, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder. His nose twitched slightly. This was gunpowder, but how could gunpowder be so powerful? At this moment, the application of gunpowder in the ninja world is still at a relatively basic stage. At most it is slightly stronger than the detonating talisman. Chapter 252. Damn it! Attack! Reikage roared, and shot out lightning and rushed forward, followed by a large number of ninjas, who began to jump forward. Onoki flew over directly using the super light heavy rock technique. Everyone also knew that they had to fight hand to hand with the opponent, otherwise they would be bombed again. This feeling of passive defense was really bad. On Naruto's side, he also felt a lot of chakra reactions coming towards them. Prepare for battle. The ninjas behind him drew their blades. In less than 2 minutes, they saw ninjas rushing towards them like waves. Kill them. The two sides soon came into contact with each other, with the clanging of swords, the bang of physical skills, and the violent explosion caused by ninjutsu. Thunder release. Ground walking. The cloud-hidden ninja used lightning to attack the umbrella ninja along the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a bullet pierced his heart. Well done. Fire style. Great dragon fire technique. The flames turned into a fire dragon, instantly engulfing 3 Kumogakur ninjas. At this time, thunder spread across the battlefield and floated in the air, as if the lightning had been given life. The thunder continued to cover several members of the umbrella, and screams rang out instantly. Be careful, it's storm-style ninja Darui. At this time, someone recognized the attack just now. The power of thunder and lightning can change its form at will, which is the symbol of storm-style ninja. Such thunder and lightning has great power and mobility. It can launch lightning attacks like lasers. Storm style. Encouragement locking. With a flash of lightning, the ninjas around him were instantly knocked out. Kakashi, who was not far away, frowned when he saw this scene. He used Chidori to pierce a rock ninja directly. After using the earth flow wall with a dog head to save a ninja of his own side, he went straight to Darui. Just when Darui wanted to continue the murder, a javelin formed by lightning directly pierced in front of Darui, making him pause. The successor of the famous Black Thunder, I have long wanted to meet you. Kakashi's voice came. Darui turned his head and said, it turned out to be the copy ninja Kakashi. I have heard of your name for a long time. You are an outsider, and you can use the Sharingan blood limit to this extent, which is enough to prove your talent. Darui said in a calm voice. No need to say more nonsense. Kakashi showed his Sharingan and took the knife behind him in his hand. The next moment, the two disappeared directly from the spot, and the two swords collided with each other. Darui is also a master of swordsmanship. Ah! Bang! 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 The two swords collided, and then lightning appeared on Darui's sword. Kakashi was not to be outdone and jumped back. White Fang sword technique man slash. A bright white slash appeared and directly knocked Darui back. I didn't expect that the famous Kakashi's swordsmanship was so superb. Darui praised. He was also a little surprised at Kakashi's strength. According to the information he knew, Kakashi's strength was mainly in the Sharingan and many ninjutsu, and his ultimate move was the lightning release ninjutsu. I didn't expect the swordsmanship to be so superb. He remembered Kakashi's other identity, the son of Konoha White Fang. It seems that you have picked up the White Fang swordsmanship again. Darui said slowly. But in front of my lightning release and black thunder, everything is vulnerable. Darui said proudly. Facing Kakashi, who is also known as a genius ninja, he also has his own pride. Kakashi was silent, and one of his Sharingan slowly turned, obviously thinking about something. And such scenes happened everywhere in this plane. The Reikage skin went straight to Naruto at this moment, and the lightning on his body was rampant. Naruto and Tsunade saw this, and Tsunade slowly said, it seems that the Reikage has changed a lot, and his momentum is much stronger than before. Not surprising, it seems that his lightning release armor has changed. Naruto smiled lightly and didn't care at all. Uzumaki Naruto brat, give me your life. The Reikage roared across the sea of people, and his powerful strength was unstoppable. As Naruto took a step forward, Tsunade placed a pair of delicate white hands in front of Naruto and said, "You are the commander of an army, so leave the Reikage to me. I also want to test my current strength." The Reikage turned into a residual image at this moment, charging recklessly on the battlefield, and Tsunade went straight to meet him. On the way that the Reikage must pass, she went straight to punch out. "Looking for death," Reikage said disdainfully, and then punched out directly. The ground under the feet of the two people instantly collapsed and turned into a huge circle. Seeing this, the people around them directly moved away from the two people, leaving space for the two to fight. The moment the two people collided, their faces changed slightly. Both were shocked by the amazing strength of the other party. Reikage's face changed slightly. You know, he is not the same as he used to be. His strength is not inferior to his father, or perhaps his endurance is not as good. At this moment, fighting with Tsunade, the other party was not at all inferior. Humph, I didn't expect you to have such strength. You are worthy of being the granddaughter of the first generation of Hokage. Although Reikage was shocked by Tsunade's strength, he was also very confident in his own strength. Although Tsunade's strength is strong, he is not just strong in strength. Wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning, he punched out again, and Tsunade was not to be outdone. Strange power. Powerful force gathered in the hands, and the two collided again. A stronger force expanded the ground under their feet again. Tsunade felt a little numb in her hands. Fortunately, her body was strong now. She was completely trained by martial arts. Her body was like steel and iron, indestructible. Tenshou Jiao. Tsunade roared and jumped directly into the sky. After a flip, her sandal-wearing feet slammed directly at the Reikage. The Reikage could even feel the opponent's fierce wind. It was no less powerful than the wind escape. He raised his arm, and his veins bulged. Boom! A huge collision sounded. Ah! The rock shattered and was directly shaken up by the huge force. In the collision just now, the Reikage actually suffered a little loss. Suddenly, lightning appeared on the Reikage's body, like armor wrapped around the Reikage. His hair stood up, and a sharp momentum slowly rose. Tsunade saw the Reikage's expression and knew that he was serious. At the same time, she quietly activated her magical powers. Her clothes fluttered slowly without wind, and her black hair fluttered. Similarly, an extremely powerful aura surged from her body. The two looked at each other, as if there was an invisible collision of thunder and lightning. Aura can even affect reality. Chapter 253. The momentum of the collision between Tsunade and Reikage was shocking, and he unconsciously left the range of the two people's battle. At this moment, Might Guy, who saw this scene, couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is youth. Konoha's great whirlwind." He casually swept away several cloud ninjas beside him, forming a residual shadow that shuttled through the battlefield. He has achieved success in martial arts. Now, without opening the 8 gates, his strength is at the level of quasi-shadow. Opening the 8 gates is even a headache for Kakashi. His strength quickly attracted the attention of some people. Several ninjas from Cloud and Rock Village stared at him separately. It's Might Guy, known as the Blue Beast of Konoha, whose strength is so strong. Several people looked at each other and immediately attacked Might Guy, a total of 4 elite Jonin. If it were in the past, I'm afraid it would take several 8 gates to solve it. Now, Might Guy looked at the people surrounding him and couldn't help but flash an excited look. On the battlefield, not only Might Guy shined, but Sasuke, Neji and others also performed well, and were also targeted by some masters from Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Those guys are very powerful, we must kill them, otherwise there may be several cage-level strongmen in a few years. A group of Kumogakure ninjas saw Sasuke's excellent lightning ninjutsu and immediately surrounded him. Sasuke! Ninji shouted, and Sasuke looked at him expressionlessly, as if saying that these little shrimps didn't need help. Ninji also shook his head and smiled. You know, they are not wuxia aimon, and their combat effectiveness is increasing day by day. Ninji directly launched several attacks, and all the people who were hit had their hearts shattered by the terrifying chakra and died directly. His current strength is no less than that of Hyuga Hiyashi. He was originally extremely talented, and after various trainings, his strength is close to cage level. Shaoli has now fully demonstrated his martial arts strength. Compared to Akai's attack based on his own physical fitness, he prefers to attack with the power of chi and blood. The power of chi and blood is like a weapon, an extension of the body. This means that Shaoli has the means of long-range attack, and his strong physical fitness often allows him to kill the opponent before the ninja has made a seal. And the most important thing is that there are many ninjas from the Hyuga family in the umbrella organization who are sniping. This makes them always alert to the attacks around them when they approach, and at the same time they have to be wary of the means from their opponents. Damn, what kind of hidden weapon is this? The chakra guns of the umbrella are extremely lethal to the ninjas at the level of Genin and Chunin. Although they are numerous, the strange armor on the ninjas of the umbrella allows them to fight 3 or more at once. There are also hidden weapons in the dark. The cooperation between each other is also tacit. At this moment, Killer Bee looked serious, and the 8 tails in his body slowly said, "Bye, the opponent's methods are very complicated. This battle may be very difficult." Bai's face was ugly at the moment. He also knew the hidden meaning of the 8 tails. That is, their chances of winning this war may not be high. Lend me your power, Niyugi. Kurabi took a deep breath, and then a red energy gradually covered his body. He and the 8 tails have long been in sync. He has been recognized by the 8 tails and is currently the most proficient in the use of the tailed beast chakra besides Naruto. A black energy appeared in front of him. He planned to use the tailed beast ball to open the situation and gain an opportunity for this battle. Naturally, someone noticed his change. At this moment, Naruto looked around. The clan leaders of various tribes went to deal with the masters of Kumogakure and Iwagakure, and Orochimaru also began to fight Onoki, but he was still suppressed by the experienced Onoki. At present, he was the only one who could stop Killer Bee. Naruto smiled, handed all the information to Nara Shikaku, and then jumped down from a hillside. The battle on Naruto's side fell into a stalemate, while Zabuza's battle with Kurigakure was much clearer, and the rhythm of the battle had already fallen steadily into the hands of Shisui and others. Although Kurigakure has recovered some of its strength, the damage caused by the blood mist policy is still too great. In addition to Obito's harm, Kurigakure now only has one cage-level strongman, Mei Terumi. Although the number of ninjas is higher than that of the Umbrella Group, Zabuza and Shisui still don't take it seriously. Mei Terumi looked at Shisui at this moment, and her originally calm and indifferent expression had long been serious. Shisui once used Kurigakure to become famous, which naturally made these ninjas very afraid, and even many of them fought with Uchiha Shisui. Hehe, it seems Mizukage-sama, your idea may fail. We can't fail. Shisui looked at Mei Terumi opposite. A woman who could do this was a genius. Unfortunately, she made the wrong choice. Umbrella was not something they could deal with. Haha, brother Shisui, there is no way. After all, Kurigakure is not controlled by me alone. Besides, even if I don't fight this battle, will your umbrella organization spare us in the end? Mei Terumi said meaningfully. Shisui smiled. He didn't expect Mei Terumi to see it so clearly. Indeed, the war between them is no longer a simple war between the organizations of a village, but a class struggle. If Kurigakure doesn't resist, it will be swallowed up by the umbrella organization sooner or later. In this case, why not eradicate it before the umbrella is fully grown? But she underestimated the umbrella. Not only her, but the 5 major countries all despise the umbrella, but now the umbrella has personally slapped the faces of the 5 major countries. I thought it was incredible that the umbrella was comparable to one of the 5 major countries, but I didn't expect that the umbrella had the strength to sweep the ninja world. Surrender. If you surrender, you can still enjoy good treatment. Is it really appropriate for this corrupt country? The upper class is addicted to pleasure, and you must know the lives of ordinary people. Maybe you think that they don't belong to their own village, and they will die if they die. The nobles such as the high-level officials of the water country don't care at all. Those ordinary people are just pariahs in their eyes. Shisli's words were like a sharp knife stabbing directly into her heart. Shisli was right. Facing the displaced civilians, she also felt sorry for them, but she couldn't save the entire water country. She could only take care of Kurigakure. The battle between villages is extremely narrow. No one likes war. So for long-term peace, we need to establish a new regime. The ninja world is too small, but there are too many countries. Shisli's voice suddenly became high, and then he said again, this world is backward. Only we can lead the world to progress. As long as we unify the ninja world, we will usher in long-term peace. Naruto-kun said that there is no permanent peace, but there is long-term peace. So, please forgive me, for long-term peace, we must win. Shisli's voice became indifferent. Suddenly, Shisli turned into dozens of phantoms, screaming, and some of them even had no time to scream. Their eyes went black, and they died directly. Chapter 254. In just a moment, more than a dozen ninjas around Terumi-Mei lost their lives. Such a scene made Terumi-Mei very angry. There was a slight smell of blood in the air. This was not the ocean, but fortunately there was no lack of water vapor around. In a short period of time, dozens of water escape mixed with various hidden weapons flew towards Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you 2,000 people can really defeat us? Terumi-Mei had a cold face. The number of people from Umbrella this time was about 2,000, while they had more than 10,000. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Let's see if you can win this war. You will understand that only the winner is qualified to write history. Your wolfish ambition is doomed to fail. Terumi-Mei said in a cold voice. The ambition of Umbrella was too terrifying and too bold. Ha ha ha, the times have changed. Although simple individuals have the ability to change the situation, it is definitely not us. Let you see the power of unity. Form a formation. As Shisui gave the order, Zabuza behind him took everyone into action. They were outnumbered. Although the equipment on their bodies was strong enough, it would definitely be a tragic battle if they relied on the equipment. So he immediately activated the martial arts army formation and the chakra army formation. This kind of power is enough to determine the outcome and change the situation on both sides. As the power of everyone was connected, a strong momentum also emanated. What kind of secret technique is this? Mei Terumi frowned in horror. In her eyes, the power of Zabuza and others seemed to have merged. Water escape super large water dragon bullet technique. 1,000-meter-long water escape dragon appeared above everyone's head, and some people in the hidden mist showed a look of horror. Even some people were directly shocked and had lost their fighting spirit. What is this? Is this really something a ninja can use? Demons, they are demons, they have gained the power of demons. Damn it, how can we defeat such a force? They are no longer human. Some Kurigakure ninjas said helplessly. After seeing this natural disaster-like power, they didn't even have the thought of resisting. Hey, cheer up, we Kurigakure ninjas never give up easily. Chojuro shouted loudly. Although he was also shocked by the opponent's power, his ninja way did not allow him to surrender without even fighting. Beside him, Ching opened his Byakugan, and he clearly saw that the power of the thousands of people on the opposite side was concentrated together. It is equivalent to using super chakra to create super strong ninjutsu. The opponent's technique is shocking, but it is not unsolvable. The opponent's actions must be consistent. If you launch attacks from all directions, you may not be able to defeat the opponent's formation. Mei Terumi looked complicated and said, is this your trump card? Ming Terumi, it's not that we don't have a chance of winning. The opponent's power is condensed together, but the actions must be uniform. As long as we break through separately, we may not have no chance of winning. Ching said on the side. Mei Terumi shook her head and said, it's not that easy, Ching. They seem to be easy to break through, but in fact, such secret techniques can definitely be unified and switched freely. It's not so easy to crack. Based on Mei Terumi's experience, this kind of attack method of the opponent can only be broken by absolute power, but did they have such power? Mei Terumi showed a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. He looked at Shisui. Perhaps their confidence came from this. No wonder they dared to stop them with 2,000 people. But surrendering is not my style. Fight them. Yes, fight them. Fight them for the hidden mist village. Some people began to cheer up and showed a look of fearlessness. Terumi Mei looked at the people around her. She looked at Shisui and said loudly, if we lose, please treat the hidden mist village well. The villagers are innocent. Shisui looked at Terumi Mei unexpectedly. He didn't expect that she would not surrender in the face of such a powerful force, and she even cared about ordinary villagers. This made Shisui feel a little good about her. But for Naruto's plan, all this is necessary. He immediately said, this is natural. Our organization does not have so many rules and regulations. We are an organization of the people. You can rest assured that they can definitely live a better life than before. He turned his head to look at Zabuza, and Zabuza understood immediately. Then Shisui looked at Terumi Mei, and they both understood what each other meant. Behind Shisui hung a huge water dragon, just like a god watching the battlefield. Mei Terumi took the lead, otherwise she was afraid that she would lose the courage to act if time was delayed. Dissolution release. Skillful mist technique. Mei Terumi blew out a stream of boiling mist from her mouth. Shisui's eyes condensed, and said, defense. The mist enveloped the umbrella people, and even the water dragon condensed by Zabuza slowly dissipated under corrosion. According to Naruto, their purpose is to deter and conquer, and he can't bear to see his former partners turn into dry bones. The future must be brilliant, and if his hometown can also witness the arrival of glory together, it will undoubtedly be the best thing. Bai! Zabuza shouted. Bai quickly formed a seal, and in an instant, an ice crystal like a sky curtain directly wrapped them in it. This is Bai's magic mirror ice crystal, the ice crystal shield, which has extremely strong defensive capabilities and extremely cold temperatures, just restraining Mei Terumi. High temperature and low cold, with the blessing of chakra, Mei Terumi is far more than everyone's opponent, even the blood limit can't hurt her. Dissolving style. Dissolving monster technique. The solution like the ocean directly enveloped Shisui and others. Shisui's scarlet Sharingan slowly turned, and then turned into a phantom and disappeared on the spot. The place where he just stood was already corroded. Bai made a seal again, and the powerful ice-style blood limit, with the blessing of chakra, actually froze the highly corrosive solution directly. How is this possible? In the horrified eyes of Mei Terumi, Shisui's phantom body was all over the place. For so many years, he had already positioned his ability. Without the ability of the Mangekyo, he studied his ability of instant body to a terrifying degree. When it is true, it is false, and when it is false, it is true. Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. A huge thunder water dragon appeared, mixed with water attribute chakra and thunder attribute chakra. In the original work, the Mizukage and the Thunderkage jointly performed this ninjutsu. The huge Thunder Shadow Dragon Bullet attacked the Kurigakure ninja, and Shisui also attacked Terumi Mei. In a short while, Terumi Mei's body was covered with dense and tiny wounds. Has this guy actually combined illusion, instant body and swordsmanship? What a scary guy. Terumi Mei took a deep breath, quickly formed a seal, and a powerful water dragon appeared. Shisui looked at everything in front of him coldly, clenched the knife in his hand, and then slashed directly, the secret of swordsmanship, the instant god slash. Terumi Mei's water dragon bullet was directly slashed. Most of the Kurigakure ninjas were knocked to the ground, and only a very small number of foolish people faced the Thunderwater Dragon bullet and died. Terumi May saw this. The corners of her mouth were bitter. They were completely trying to stop a car with their arms, and at the same time, they also understood the other party's intentions. Surrender. A new era is coming. Shisui came behind Mai Terumi without knowing when, and placed the sword on her fair neck. What power did you use just now? Mai Terumi asked, puzzled. That is a power called intention. Shisui explained slowly that Naruto had said that if he could understand intention, then he might be able to enter the realm of Super Shadow. Chapter 255. Mai Terumi was shocked, and had no idea what Shisui meant. What is intention? Mai Terumi asked again. Shisui looked at her strangely. Is she so curious? But Shisui slowly explained. This is a kind of comprehension of skills, which is difficult to explain and higher than the secret. Having said that, Shisui did not say anything more. He only touched the surface of intention. After losing the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was less dependent on the power of the Sharingan and specialized in swordsmanship. Instead, he understood something different from it. From his conversation with Naruto, he learned that it was a kind of power called artistic conception. What he touched could perhaps be called sword intention. What surprised him was that Naruto had already touched that power. Such Naruto made him feel as unfathomable as the ocean. Naruto was extremely mysterious, and no one knew what his current power was. According to Shisui, the power displayed by Naruto might be less than 1/10. Perhaps he has already rivaled Hashirama Senju, who is known as the god of ninja. And Naruto is younger than the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara when they were famous. This means that Naruto is destined to surpass these two mountains of the ninja world in the future and create a new legend. Shisui directly used the sealing technique to temporarily seal the power of Terumi Mai. Then he directly captured most of the Kurigakure ninjas. Terumi Mai also found that most of the attacked Kurigakure ninjas were paralyzed by the power of lightning and fainted. And a few people were killed. For this result, she felt a pang in her heart. But this seems to be the best ending. Otherwise, Umbrella can definitely cause greater damage. They can obviously choose the simplest way. Why use this thankless way? Ha. Terumi Mai sneered. She was already a captive. Why should she think so much? The flames of the Ninja World War began to spread, and at this moment, the mechanized troops of Umbrella had arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. A man who looked to be in his 30s was smiling at the capital of the Fire Nation in front of him. He was Keisha, Inari's stepfather. Now he has made some achievements in martial arts, and more importantly, his leadership. He performed well in the Wave Nation and has now become an important person leading ordinary people. Now, he is responsible for launching one of the troops to attack the capital of the Fire Nation. Not only does he have thousands of gun troops, but he also sent many people on airplanes. Naruto also considered making the best use of everything. In this world, it is impossible for everyone to control extraordinary powers. And there are more ordinary people, and some people are not talented because of their strong strength. For example, Keisha, his leadership ability is very good, so Naruto put him in this group of people who are not very talented and have learned martial arts a little as the commander. After learning chakra and martial arts a little, with the help of extraordinary powers, their individual combat capabilities are comparable to the special forces in the previous life, or even surpass them. Equipped with firearms, it is enough to cause crushing damage to the Land of Fire, and even with the assistance of explosives, airplanes, etc., it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. And what they have to be careful of is the guardian ninjas around the daimyo, that is, the 12 warriors. This is the security force of the daimyo. Everyone is a jonin. Except for the big country, the small ninja village can't shake its foundation at all. There are many elite jonin among them. And all of these, Umbrella has already had countermeasures. And when the army attacked, the daimyo, who was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, had already changed his face. What do you traitors want to do? Do you want to violate the policy set by the first generation of Hokage? How can you come to attack the land of fire? Ninjas cannot be involved in national wars. The daimyo is still arguing. In his mind, ninjas can only fight ninjas, so how can they directly attack the country? Using power that does not belong to ordinary people, Umbrella is naturally over the line. Haha, ridiculous, are you still stuck in your old thinking? No one will give you fairness in war. You are a bunch of world borers. Keisha said disdainfully. Over the years, he has already seen the ugly faces of the so-called rulers. Although there are many friendly nobles, most of them are still cannibalizing the people, plundering the people's fat and blood, and getting rich. Guardian Daimyo Sama. Di-Lu, one of the 12 guardians, stood up and said that Hidan and Kakuzu are now in the Umbrella organization, and Di-Lu's life trajectory has changed. Di-Lu is a monk of the Fire Temple, with the inheritance of the Fire Temple, and his strength is comparable to Asuma. At this time, a girl stood up. It was Kurama Yakumo. Not only her, but also several people were sent from other places. Considering the existence of the Guardian Ninja, it is inevitable that other countries have their own means. At present, the main thing is to break through the 5 major countries. The daimyo of Wind Country has been controlled by the ninjas sent by Gaara. The guards in the capital of Fire Country are all vulnerable to the attack of guns and explosives, even if there are some samurai. Faced with dense ammunition, they finally followed their companions. What kind of strange ninja tool is this? Run away, we can't defeat them at all. Protect the daimyo to retreat. We must condemn the other party for not following the rules, and we must summon ninjas to surround and kill them. The guards of Fire Country were in chaos, and their resistance was vulnerable to the steel torrent of the Umbrella, and the situation was desperate. At this moment, Di-Lu transformed into a giant Buddha to resist the bullet attacks from all directions, constantly protecting the daimyo's retreat, and at the same time, other 12 guardians attacked the Umbrella. As for these Jonin-level ninjas, Kurama Yakumo naturally didn't watch. According to Naruto's order, she needed to take action against these guys who could threaten the Umbrella members. He quietly activated the blood limit, and in the horrified eyes of the crowd, some of the guardian ninjas turned into charcoal out of thin air, some were struck by lightning, and some began to kill each other. Lord Kurama has taken action. Everyone can kill with confidence. Break through the land of fire and liberate the world. Keisha is very good at mobilizing the atmosphere, and the morale soared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, only Di-Lu was left. Di-Lu sighed and murmured, "Have the times changed?" However, even though he knew that it was difficult to win, Di-Lu still decided to fight. The opponent's thing similar to the detonating talisman, the hidden weapon that could shoot projectiles, the strange big iron bird flying in the sky, and the girl with the blood limit. Everything hinted to him that the situation was over. His eyes instantly became resolute. Even though the situation was hopeless, he still chose to take action. This was his duty. Chapter 256. Di-Lu put his hands together, and his chakra cooperated with the secret technique of the Fire Temple. Dozens of golden fists emerged, and a Mingwang Dharma image covered the daimyo's body. Come and meet, 1,000 hands kill. Protecting the daimyo, the front of Di-Lu's body blocked all the attacks around him, and the pairs of fists were like tail flames, and no attack could get in. Protect the daimyo and retreat. Di-Lu roared, and the 2 ninjas beside the daimyo drove his fat body to leave behind Di-Lu. As for his princess, she could no longer care about her. The dozens of ninjas in front of Di-Lu couldn't break through Di-Lu's defense for a while. This ninjutsu was the secret technique of the Fire Temple, which was both offensive and defensive. It also had the ability to automatically search for the enemy. In the original work, it caused great trouble to Kakuzu as soon as it was used. Kurama Yakumo did not make a move, but stared at Di-Lu not far away, as if to observe the flaws of Di-Lu's move. Without the blood limit, Kurama Yakumo is only slightly stronger than an ordinary chunin. Jilu is not an ordinary ninja, and it is not so easy to kill. It is better to observe his weaknesses and consume his chakra. The ninja that Jalu knocked out was not a big deal, relying on the chakra armor. As for some apprentice ninjas and warriors who used guns, they watched from afar. The core force of the umbrella has already gone to resist the ninja coalition. They are just a group of people who have just come into contact with chakra and martial arts, or some people with low talent. This time, with the help of guns, explosives, etc. Facing a ninja like Jalu, it still requires professionals to take action. Jalu looked at the daimyo and others who were far away and breathed a sigh of relief. He had already told them to take the daimyo to the fire temple. The fire temple has its own protective barrier, which is difficult for ordinary people to break. After this incident, the umbrella organization will be completely annihilated in the United Ninja Village. In this ninja war, the umbrella organization took the world's disapproval and openly launched an attack on the country, which is unimaginable to everyone. In the minds of celebrities, there is no idea that ninjas cannot attack daimyo. This is rare in the ninja world. Influenced by Chinese thought, Naruto thinks this is extremely normal. After all, war is a tricky way. Among the natives of the ninja world, this is extremely shocking. When they first knew it, they were also surprised. Under the long-term influence of red thought, Naruto's words have long been regarded as truth. Attacking the daimyo is just a surprise. When Orochimaru established the Sound Village, he also got the approval of the daimyo, not only for manpower, but also for research funds, but he never thought of attacking the daimyo and controlling the country. This is why Naruto's thoughts are different from those of the people in the ninja world. However, the people in the ninja world are not fools. They know the impact of Naruto's thoughts on the ninja world, and they have this action. But the most important thing is the huge wealth of the umbrella. As long as the wealth of the umbrella is swallowed, the strength of all ninja villages can be multiplied several times. This is also the reason why the war broke out before. After the two ninjas drove the daimyo away, the daimyo was already frightened. No one has ever been so bold to attack the daimyo directly. This is undoubtedly a violation of the invisible rules of the ninja world. Such behavior will not be ignored by any daimyo. He must escape and seek help from other daimyo. Even if it is the previous ninja war, he does not care. He is the daimyo, high above. Even if he loses the war, it's just compensation of some materials and money. Other daimyo may be poor, such as the daimyo of the Wind Country, but he is definitely not poor, not to mention that poverty is only relative. Billions of daimyo of the Wind Country can definitely come up. In addition to the importance of the power of the shadow, although the shadow is under the jurisdiction of the daimyo on the surface, in fact, the shadow is comparable to the daimyo. To some extent, the power of the shadow is more important. Because the shadow has power, or military power. Sometimes fists are more important. The daimyo is special in the ninja world, but in Naruto's opinion, it's just that. Even if it's a fight between ninjas, in Naruto's opinion, it's just a fight between villages, although this village is a little bigger. Protect me, as long as you escort me to the fire temple, you can get countless treasures. On the way to evacuate, the two ninjas who protected the daimyo also met a group of samurai who were preparing to evacuate. These samurai left the Iron Country and came here, aren't they just for wealth? They won't stick to their bushido. Hearing the words of the daimyo, they decided to protect the daimyo to the fire temple. With the help of the buildings in the palace, guns are just a piece of cake for them. As long as they are careful, they can avoid the attack of bullets. They don't need to be like a child. Bullets are fast, they just need to be faster than those who use guns. 5 samurai immediately protected the daimyo, 2 of them were Chunin level samurai and 3 were elite genin level samurai. Brothers, fight, aren't we fighting for wealth and glory? But, you have to live to enjoy it. One of them said. Humph, isn't what happened just now a proof? We are completely tied to the daimyo, so why not fight for wealth? As soon as these words came out, several people present decided to fight immediately. Quickly protect the daimyo and leave. At this moment, Di Lu's sighed, after all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Chakra is gradually consumed. On the side of the people sent by the umbrella, 2 ninjas were injured in the internal organs by Dilu's move of hitting the cow from a distance, and were seriously injured and died. The warriors were fine, and their powerful speed made Dilu quite afraid. Suddenly, Dilu felt that the scene in front of him had changed, and the world had changed. The familiar scene appeared in front of him, and he seemed to have returned to the time before he became a guardian ninja. The master's instructions were still in his ears, as well as his original intention at that time. At the beginning, he wanted the daimyo to take back the ninja authority and let the country take over the military power, but the development of the ninja village for so many years was not something that a small ninja of the Jonin level could interfere with. At this time, D suddenly put his hands together, and a golden Buddha shone on him. Kurama Yakumo in the dark was surprised, and he felt the illusion space swaying. In the illusion, Kurama Yakumo appeared, and Dilu slowly opened his eyes and said slowly, "Is it the donor's blood limit? Someone from the legendary Kurama family?" Dilu said sadly, "If you do this, the world will fall into chaos." The Buddha said that one flower is a world, one leaf is a Bodhi, and I will remain unmoved. You have been bewitched by the devil. Today, I will exorcise the devil and send you to the pure land of bliss. In Kurama Yakumo's surprised eyes, Dilu's body burst into golden light, and the next moment, he actually broke away from her illusion space directly. In reality, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Dilu's mouth, and Kurama Yakumo also came to Dilu. At this time, Kurama Yakumo discovered the abnormality of Dilu. The secret technique practiced by this monk can resist her illusion, but it is not so easy to break away from the control of the 5 senses. Unexpectedly, he was so resolute that he burned his vitality directly. Kurama Yakumo hurriedly retreated, swinging his hands quickly, and thunder danced in the sky immediately. His ability is similar to Sai's, both of them are painting, but hers is a little slower. The people around her also knew it and blocked her. Thunders kept falling from the sky, but they were all blocked by the golden Buddha Dharma summoned by Dilu. Dilu was completely crazy, desperately burning his vitality into chakra, and his combat power increased greatly in a short period of time. The thunders from the sky were still falling, and a hole was opened in the human wall in front of Kurama Yakumo. Countless fist shadows hit Kurama Yakumo, Yakumo painted, and a shield appeared in front of him. The attack was blocked, and Dilu became more crazy, squeezing his life madly. This is to exchange one life for another. Madman. Kurama Yakumo cursed secretly. He practiced martial arts himself, and at this moment, with the help of his teammates, he kept dodging Dilu's attacks. At this time, the golden Buddha on Dilu's head made a crackling sound, and he couldn't hold on after all. In his desperate eyes, he was directly killed by the lightning that fell from the sky. Chapter 257. The demise of the land boosted the morale of the umbrella people, and some people excitedly occupied the territories belonging to the daimyo. The capital of the Fire Country was directly cleansed, and the family of the Fire Country daimyo has been detained. Among the umbrella, the young people are now very excited. They have contributed to world peace. Only under the leadership of Lord Naruto can the world usher in peace and people can live a happy life. Many of them are living better and better. Not only do they have high-yield grains, but they are sometimes subsidized by the umbrella. Umbrella sometimes allows villagers to work in lieu of relief, build roads, and farm. Some people have received shares from the umbrella organization, started a business, and even received protection from the umbrella, and no longer have to live a precarious life. And Lord Naruto is not stingy at all and taught them how to gain power. People with good talents can not only obtain more resources, but their families can also get great benefits, and even go to the legendary umbrella headquarters to work for Lord Naruto. Those who are not so talented like them can also enter various departments and hold important positions through hard work. Naruto is not worried that the method of radiating strength will affect his rule. On the contrary, Naruto is more looking forward to the emergence of outstanding talents. After all, no matter how evil some people are, he is always the most evil one. This is also the reason why Umbrella has a large number of talents, but because the time is still short, the number of Umbrella's power has not exceeded the number of major countries in the ninja world. At the same time, it is also because Naruto prohibits people under the age of 12 from participating in the war, even if they have reached the combat power. After all, the genius who grows up is the genius. Otherwise, with the support of the entire ninja world, wouldn't it be very easy to get talents? With the defeat of the land, everyone soon took down the daimyo castle. However, the daimyo was still sent to the fire temple. The fire temple has the power of the barrier, and there is no way to take the daimyo for the time being. Clean up the battlefield. Kurama Yakumo said softly, turned and left. The moment she turned around, Kurama Yakumo showed a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, but it was quickly wiped off by her. The life-burning attack of Delu also caused her considerable injuries. Fortunately, the most difficult country, the Land of Fire, was finally taken down. She did not disappoint Naruto's trust. At this moment, on Naruto's side, the battle between Tsunade and the Raikage has entered a white-hot stage. Even many ninjas stopped to watch the fight between the two. That kind of power is shocking. I didn't expect Tsunade to reach this point now. Naruto smiled slightly, blinked his eyes, and then looked at the fight between the two. In Naruto's body, the soul of Minato Namikaze also sighed. Yes, with such a terrifying power, I can only remain invincible. It is probably impossible to defeat the two people on the field unless I enter the Sage mode. Hearing Minato Namikaze say this, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Then he said slowly, that being said, they are not at the same level as you, Dad. Tsunade is already over 50 years old. If you hadn't died, and your strength had improved for another 10 years, it would not be a problem to surpass them. Naruto didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. After all, he knew the talent of Minato Namikaze, a very strong talent, and his own personal charm. In the original work, he was able to impress the Nine Tails and enter the Sage mode in seconds. If he hadn't died too early, it wouldn't be difficult to upgrade the Rasengan in the future. He could definitely become a top-level Cage-level warrior. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that I'm dead, otherwise I would like to see the power of your martial arts. Minato Namikaze laughed, and there was no helplessness in his tone as a dead man. Instead, he showed interest in the martial arts developed by Naruto, because as far as he knew, that martial arts could make people live longer and even achieve human evolution. Don't worry, Dad, I will revive you in the future. Naruto said seriously. Minato Namikaze in the soul state smiled lightly and said happily, I don't ask for resurrection, if I can see your mother again, it's enough. While speaking, Minato Namikaze thought of the red figure again, and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Naruto was a little silent, recalling the gentle words when he just crossed over. After a few breaths, he said, there will be this day, not only you, but I will also revive with my mother. Ha ha ha, it's enough for you to have this heart, resurrection or something, does this illusory thing really exist? Minato Namikaze smiled happily, feeling happy about what Naruto said. Naruto smiled inwardly, resurrection. Of course. Buddha didn't say it, the whole battlefield was like a leisurely stroll for him. Even facing Killer Bee's attack, he was extremely relaxed. At this time, Tsunade, the violent feeling of the fight between the flesh and the flesh had reached him. The Raikage's hair stood up, and the blue chakra mode, after his improvement, the lightning chakra mode has turned into dark blue. The power is also stronger. He turned into a flash of lightning and punched Tsunade, and Tsunade didn't dodge at all. Boom! The ground collapsed instantly. Tsunade flew backwards. Even with her current physique, she felt numb at the mouth of the tiger, but this also stimulated her ferocity. If I don't show my power, you think I'm a sick cat. Tsunade roared, and the yin seal was instantly opened, and black stripes appeared on her body. At the same time, he urged the strange power and hit the Raikage with a punch. Ha ha ha, come on. The Reikage was also crazy, fighting as if he didn't care about his life. Puff. But then, the moment he collided with Tsunade, he flew out like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of his mouth. A huge explosion sounded, rocks broke, and smoke filled the air. Even Tsunade was a little surprised, her power shouldn't be able to produce such an effect. Then, she found that it seemed that her magical power had undergone a transformation. Is this what Naruto said about the advancement of magical power? Naruto told her that the birth of magical power is not always in that state. With the proficiency of martial arts magical power, the magical power can burst out with greater power. If Tsunade's previous magical power was in the primary stage, then now it is in the intermediate stage. If it reaches the top stage, it may not be impossible to fight against super shadow level strongmen. If you exceed the top level, then only the magical power will be transformed, just like Naruto, who evolved into the immortal magical power through super speed regeneration. But Naruto's ability is the result of hard work. After ordinary people reach the top level, it is impossible for their magical power to evolve without special opportunities. Ha 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 ha, is this all you can do? Tsunade laughed and chased after the victory. The Reikage had just stood up with difficulty, and Tsunade kicked him out again. The Reikage flew 100 meters directly and hit a small hill heavily. It sank directly into it, and there were cracks all around. Such a change also made the surrounding Kumobukuro look drastically different. Chapter 258. Tsunade was very happy at this moment, and the powerful force seemed to make all the cells in her body excited. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the faces of the surrounding Kumobukuro suddenly changed. At this time, Killer Bee, who was fighting with Naruto, directly left Naruto and rushed towards the direction of drowning the Reikage. There was no human figure within 100 meters of the place where Tsunade and the Reikage fought. The ground cracked and the Reikage was completely buried. Brother. Killer Bee partially transformed into a tailed beast, transformed into tentacles, moved the stones that buried the Reikage, and looked for the figure of the Reikage. His face was full of anxiety. Bye, don't worry, I can feel that the Reikage is still alive. The Eight Tails comforted, but Killer Bee was unmoved and desperately turned the stones. Boom. Suddenly, a rumbling sound broke out 1 meter away from him, stones flew, and the figure of the Reikage appeared. Killer Bee happily hurried forward. Brother, are you okay? Looking at Killer Bee's concerned expression, the Reikage's face also relaxed, and he coughed slightly and spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine. Small wounds can be clearly seen on his body, but he can still stand up under Tsunade's terrifying power. You can imagine how strong his body is now. The Reikage looked straight at Tsunade. What was Tsunade's sudden burst of strange power? Why did she have such a strong power? All of this made him feel unfamiliar with the world. Damn it. Ah. The Reikage instantly entered a rampage state, and the deep blue lightning wrapped him up. He instantly disappeared from Killer Bee and attacked Tsunade. Tsunade smiled disdainfully, and there was a faint blood power wrapped around her fist. The lightning attacks of the Reikage were all intercepted by the blood power. The reason why the Reikage's combat power is so strong is that in addition to his own strong power, he also has the swiftness and paralysis of thunder. However, for Tsunade who has mastered the power of chi and blood, the attack attached by the Reikage can't cause decisive damage at all. The only way between the two is to compete with real hard power. Tsunade once again urged the martial arts magic, and the fists of the two collided heavily again, forming a hurricane that spread outward. Such an attack, any ninja below the level of Kage would probably die instantly if hit by a punch. In a breath, the Reikage flew out again, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Brother. Kurabi's face changed instantly. After catching the body of the Reikage, the Reikage had already fallen into a coma. The blood at the corner of his mouth made Kurabi completely crazy. Bye, calm down. The voice of the eight-tailed Ushiki sounded in Kurabi's sealed space. But Killer Bee couldn't calm down anymore. Seeing Tsunade's eyes were red, he said coldly, I can't calm down. I will make her pay the price. Bue Ghost, help me. Killer Bee's voice sounded, making the eight-tailed Bue Ghost a little helpless. He had to try his best to cooperate with Killer Bee, and powerful chakra emerged from Killer Bee. Seeing this, Tsunade took a step forward and wanted to continue fighting. At this time, Naruto jumped directly in front of her and said, Tsunade, you take a rest first, leave him to me. Tsunade thought about it and nodded. Naruto's strength was far stronger than hers, not to mention that the battle with the Raikage had consumed most of her physical strength and chakra. Fighting against the eight-tailed Jinchuriki may not win. Then Tsunade jumped to the side and watched Naruto fight. Killer Bee yelled, get out of here. Naruto raised his mouth slightly, and said slowly, if you want me to get out of here, it depends on your strength. Do you think my strength is only this? Instantly, a layer of golden light covered Naruto's whole body. The strange light made Killer Bee frown. He knew that this was the Nine Tails chakra mode, or the complete Jinchuriki. Facing such a strong enemy, he did not dare to be arrogant. He directly entered the complete state, and his body was also covered with a special light. Obviously, he also entered the Eight Tails chakra mode. This is not shown in the original work. In fact, the tailed beast chakra mode is possessed by every tailed beast. As long as you are a perfect Jinchuriki, you can do it. A red light burst out from Killer Bee's body and rushed towards Naruto. The powerful speed directly caused dust to appear behind him. The two collided with each other. Every time Naruto punched, with the power of the Nine Tails, he could even enlarge his fist or create a pair of huge Nine Tails palms. As for Killer Bee, not only can he attack himself, but he can also create several octopus tentacles from behind to attack Naruto. Rasengan. Naruto fired a Rasengan and directly broke one of the Eight Tails tentacles. Naruto looked at the scene in front of him was a little funny. Killer Bee's appearance reminded him of Dr. Octopus. It must be said that Killer Bee in this state is very powerful. But that's all. The eight-tailed Gyuki and Killer Bee cooperated to attack Naruto. Killer Bee took down the long sword behind him and swung the two swords at Naruto with one hand. The speed was as fast as lightning in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Naruto's eyes, it seemed to be slowed down 10 times. With one punch and one kick, Killer Bee's attack was blocked. Is your strength limited to this? Naruto chuckled. Such an attitude fell into Killer Bee's eyes, which was completely looked down upon. Hey, yo, check now, arrogant boy. Killer Bee and the eight-tailed are now almost in sync, and Killer Bee's thoughts were instantly captured by the eight-tailed. The eight-tailed suddenly turned into a tailed beast, and its body instantly expanded, becoming as tall as a building with dozens of floors. Oh, has the tailed beast turned? Naruto looked at the eight-tailed Gyuki indifferently. Ha ha ha, this guy Gyuki, he certainly can't imagine how powerful you are. The voice of the nine-tailed tails sounded in Naruto's consciousness space. In fact, with Naruto's current strength, he doesn't need to rely on his power at all, but Naruto did this just to cover up. Although his current strength is exaggerated, it is not too abnormal with the full support of the nine-tailed tails. The huge body of the eight-tailed tails scared the surrounding ninjas, but the following scene made everyone's heart tighten. Not good. It's the tailed beast ball. Run away. We can't stop this power. The knowledgeable ninjas suddenly tightened their hearts. Tsunade also frowned, subconsciously looked at Naruto, and saw that Naruto's expression did not change at all, and she immediately relaxed. The power of the tailed beast ball is indeed strong, and Naruto obviously has a way to deal with it. A dark spear condensed in the mouth of the eight tails, and Naruto just watched it, as if the tailed beast ball exuding a destructive aura was just an ordinary ninjutsu. Go to hell. The tailed beast ball sprayed out, and a deep gully was cut on the ground several meters away. As the tailed beast ball approached, Naruto's hair was blown back. Get out of the way! Tsunade exclaimed. But the next moment, everyone was shocked. Naruto slowly stretched out a hand, and the powerful tailed beast ball actually stopped in front of Naruto. Naruto actually intercepted the tailed beast ball with one hand. The whole audience was silent. Chapter 259. How is this possible? This is Killer Bee's tailed beast ball attack. This is impossible. How could the 8 tails tailed beast ball be blocked so easily? You know, this is the tailed beast ball. Is this still the power that a ninja should have? The ninja coalition was already in an uproar. They couldn't believe their eyes. When did the strongest attack of the tailed beasts, which were regarded as natural disasters, be so easily controlled by one person? The ninja coalition couldn't believe it, and Killer Bee couldn't believe it either. This is impossible. The power of the 9 tails is not so exaggerated. Kurabi's pupils shrank instantly, or rather, the pupils of the 8 tails shrank instantly. The 8 tails Ushiki couldn't calm down at this moment. He saw the shadows of 2 people on Naruto. How could this power appear so easily in the ninja world? In response, Naruto just smiled contemptuously, and the tailed beast ball in his hand, which contained powerful power, gradually turned into a light spot and disappeared into the air. Naruto slowly took 2 steps forward, and 8 tails and Killer Bee subconsciously took a step back. Naruto slowly opened his mouth and said, "You are just frogs at the bottom of the well. You don't know enough about what power is." Hearing Naruto's cold words, 8 tails Ushiki's memory could not help but drift slowly. In an instant, he seemed to see the figure of the old man from Naruto. In an instant, black things like chains surged out of Naruto's body, and mysterious runes were faintly surging on them. The chains wrapped around the body of 8 tails, and the mysterious power surging on it was the power of the sealing technique. The sealing technique has reached its peak in Naruto. It can be said that Naruto's current attainments in the sealing technique are already the best in the ninja world. Only the power of the 6 paths can suppress Naruto. The sealing technique gradually suppressed the 8 tails and compressed the 8 tails back into Killer Bee's body. Naruto appeared next to Killer Bee in an instant. Before Killer Bee made any movement, Naruto placed one hand on Killer Bee's body. A flash of light appeared, and Killer Bee's chakra was instantly sealed. Naruto also cut off the chakra connection between him and the 8-tailed Gyuki. Then Naruto slashed Killer Bee's neck with a knife, and Killer Bee fainted instantly. Naruto threw Killer Bee behind him, next to Tsunade, who immediately asked 2 ninjas to control Killer Bee. This scene fell into the eyes of Kumogakure and others, and immediately caused these people to riot. "Quick, rescue Lord Killer Bee." A group of people left their opponents behind and rushed towards Killer Bee. But how could the people of the Umbrella Organization let these people break through the defense line so easily? They were stopped one after another. At this time, they noticed the scene around them. The people of the Umbrella Organization had gained an absolute upper hand at some point, and the companions around them gradually fell down. On the Iwagakure side, the Tsuchikage was directly entangled by 2 people, who turned out to be Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Jiraiya didn't know when he would meet Orochimaru, and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumogakure was targeted by Might Guy, and the fight was back and forth at this moment. The major families of Konoha and Neji and others faced the masters of the Ninja Coalition. They didn't know that at this moment, their losses with the Umbrella Organization had reached 7-1, 7 of them and 1 of the Umbrella Organization. Even so, the injury of the Raikage and the capture of Killer Bee still aroused their murderous spirit. The fight began to be desperate. At this moment, Orochimaru was suppressed by the Tsuchikage Onoki. Although Onoki was old and in peak condition, he had extremely sophisticated combat experience, and his own blood inheritance elimination dust escape made Orochimaru very afraid. So he fell into a disadvantage, but with the joining of Jiraiya, the battle situation between them was reversed, and the Tsuchikage fell into a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, Onoki, now the world is for the young. When you get old, just go to the Pure Land. Orochimaru mocked wantonly, but Onoki was not moved at all. Hee, when I was fighting on the battlefield, you didn't even know where to play in the mud. Onoki was not weak at all, and immediately counterattacked. You young man are really young. Onoki's words were full of meaning, and Orochimaru just smiled like a venomous snake, which made people feel cold. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. How could Onoki, an old guy, understand his ambitions? How can living a long life compare to his eternal life? Although he didn't have eternal life, he had seen the dawn. You guys, just fight, why say some inexplicable words? Jiraiya was unhappy, looking at the two like a guy of big and small foxes. He himself hates such behavior. The third generation is like this, Onoki is like this, and even Orochimaru is like this. Dust release, original realm peeling technique. Onoki flew into the air, shouted softly, put his hands together and opened them. A ray of light was born from the palm of his hand, a square appeared, and a circular light was emitted from the middle of the square. Then Orochimaru and Jiraiya seemed to have seen something terrifying, and the two of them disappeared directly. What was shocking next was that the ground where the two had stood before turned into an unfathomable, empty and deep black hole. Although it was not the first time they had seen such a scene, the two were still shocked. This is the existence that transcends the bloodline limit, and the bloodline eliminates the dust release, possessing the ability to turn matter into atomic state. In the original work, even Susanoo could not withstand the attack of the dust release, which is definitely one of the most lethal moves in the ninja world. Onoki frowned slightly. The two people in front of him were really difficult to deal with. They were as slippery as loaches in the face of the attack of dust release. He didn't dare to use too much dust release. Although dust release was powerful, it still consumed a lot of chakra. He had to seize the opportunity to see if he could kill with one blow. As long as he hit once, he dared to guarantee that no one could remain intact under his attack. But dust release also had shortcomings, that is, the launch time and straight line attack. Otherwise, if dust release was so powerful, Onoki would have unified the ninja world long ago. Onoki also had his difficulties. The two people in front of him were younger than him and their abilities were at their peak. If he regained his youth, he would not take even two people seriously. Jiraiya, be careful. If you are hit by this guy's dust release, you will be dead. Orochimaru chuckled, but he couldn't deal with Jiraiya. How could this mean that Jiraiya was not capable and would be killed if he was not careful? Immediately, Jiraiya mocked, "You'd better be careful of yourself. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Myoboku Mountain." Jiraiya laughed loudly. The quarrel with Orochimaru reminded him of the past, and he had the illusion that the old Orochimaru had returned. Chapter 260. The battle situation has already tilted to the Umbrella Organization, but in the distant Snow Country, a good thing is happening. In the laboratory, Naruto has made great progress in the research of Hashirama cells. An old man with a slightly white beard, who looks to be in his 50s or 60s, wears a pair of glasses on his right eye, connected by a thin chain. At this moment, he is excitedly looking at the culture dish in front of him, which combines the cells of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, there is no rejection at all, which shows that their research has finally succeeded. Previously, under the leadership of Tsunade and Orochimaru, the research on Hashirama cells was about to succeed, but due to the war, the experiment was handed over to their subordinates. Naruto couldn't just let Tsunade and Orochimaru do the research. He collected scientists from all over the ninja world, and almost most of the famous scientists were included in his pocket. In this ninja world that doesn't pay much attention to scientists at present, he easily recruited these people. Just the concepts proposed by Naruto made these scientists excited. With ninjas in power, there is very little soil for science, and how many people care about these things? According to intelligence, Kumogakure has not yet manufactured chakra cannons. In Naruto's opinion, Kumogakure's chakra cannons should have been adopted after the Fourth Ninja World War, after witnessing the unmatched power. And Umbrella can be said to have not yet shown most of its power, the power of the military formation, the war machine of the Sky City, and the powerful chakra cannons. If Naruto wants, he can directly use the chakra cannons from the sky to hit any ninja village. However, If all the ninja villages are destroyed and many talents disappear, this is not his original intention. In his heart, the future ninja world is his back garden for obtaining talents. In other words, the ninja world is his territory. Talents are also his. Insignificant battles are just a waste of manpower. After all, in the future, he will need the help of most people to step into the starry sky. It can be said that there are no real bad guys in the ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are not absolutely bad guys. After all, one is for unification and the other is for saving his mother. Of course, there is an exception, and it is the kind of bad existence that is pus-filled, that is Danzo. The success of the experiment of Hashirama cells made these experimenters excited. The completely fused and successful Hashirama cells exuded powerful vitality, which was more perfect than the Hashirama cells used by Obito. This means that as long as this kind of cell is used, the side effects of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo can be said to be close to zero. The reason why Obito's Mangekyo ability is so awesome is that it can be used infinitely, right? If it is used completely as a flat attack, it would probably be blinded long ago. The success of the experiment of Hashirama cells means that Naruto can start to open the Mangekyo Sharingan for Sasuke. The reason why he was not in a hurry to open the Mangekyo Sharingan for Sasuke before, in addition to Sasuke's age, was that his mental strength was still a little short. Now with this perfect Hashirama cell, Sasuke will be able to maximize the benefits. On the battlefield. At this moment, Naruto still didn't know about the success of Hashirama's cells, otherwise he would be very excited. Hashirama's cells are not only for Sasuke, but can also re-stimulate Shisui's pupil power and generate the Mangekyo Sharingan again. Before, Shisui's eyes were not his own, although they were of the same origin, but they were still a little bit different. The Hashirama cells fused with Uchiha's cells are enough to make the dormant Sharingan revitalize. Shisui, Izumi, and Uchiha, you may not be able to take this opportunity to go further, and you may even be able to use this opportunity to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu's talent is a little worse than the two of them, and the same is true for the dozen or so people of the Uchiha family, but the new Hashirama cells are an opportunity, and at that time, they may be able to create a more terrifying Uchiha family. Senju and Uchiha are the most direct descendants of the Six Paths Sage. When the two are combined, the power of all things can be born. On the battlefield, looking at the umbrella people who were baptized by blood, Naruto knew that the goal this time had been achieved. People who have experienced war and those who have not experienced war are different. Naruto flew directly into the sky, and a vast power emerged from his body, as if he were a god. A strong sense of oppression came instantly, and people within 500 meters around him suddenly felt that their hearts were held by a hand. Naruto spoke slowly, and his voice spread across the battlefield with the blessing of chakra. Onoki, this battle, it's time to end. Naruto stretched out a hand forward and looked down at everyone in a condescending manner. Naruto roared. Umbrella members, retreat. Hearing Naruto's order, the umbrella people were slightly stunned, and then retreated directly. Although they didn't know why Naruto said that, they were trained to obey orders. At this moment, it was well tested at this time. The umbrella people did not have any doubts and retreated directly. Even Orochimaru withdrew, and Onoki frowned. What did the other party want to do? The next moment, Naruto used practical actions to tell him what he wanted to do. A strong hurricane emerged from Naruto's hand, instantly blowing most of the ninjas away, and even the ground was blown away, with flying sand and rocks, making it difficult to open your eyes. Even Onoki had to fly down from the sky and try his best to resist with this strong wind. Seeing this force that seemed like a natural disaster, his heart was shocked. Only then did he realize that Uzumaki Naruto had not used his full strength before. At this moment, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He was silent. He could use such a great power of wind escape. Uzumaki Naruto has obviously exceeded the scope of Shadow. Is there another ninja god in the ninja world? No, it's the Shira of the ninja world. No wonder he has such confidence. The disaster of the ninja world has come. With a chill in his heart, he immediately thought of the seriousness of the matter. What he didn't know was that Uzumaki Naruto was much bolder than he thought. Naruto had already sent a team to start conquering the 5 major countries. He was afraid that he would only know it when he returned. He immediately shouted, "Ninja Coalition, retreat!" The densely packed ninjas began to evacuate. The surrounding geography has changed since the battle. There are traces of earth escape, charred land, wet ground, and traces of various ninjutsu. There are also various hidden weapons such as shurikens. And corpses all over the ground. The blood spilled on the ground, which looked miserable and tragic. Under the afterglow of the sun, it was solemn and silent. Tsunade looked at Naruto, as if wondering why he didn't leave the other party behind. Naruto didn't answer Tsunade immediately, but kicked the unconscious Raikage to the two-tailed Yukido. When they were fighting before, the Raikage was intercepted by him. The people of Kumogakure retreated, and left sparsely with the main force. If we don't return the Raikage to them, the people of Kumogakure will not evacuate. If they are determined to die, then our people will also suffer a lot of casualties. Our goal has been achieved, and there is no need to fight. The ninja coalition has fallen apart. After this, we can completely target their ninja villages separately. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. Besides, the Akatsuki organization may have already started to act. Naruto instantly exuded a domineering aura, which shocked Tsunade. Naruto, God rewards hard work. Chapter 261. Naruto's aura has been accumulating day by day, becoming more and more heavy and terrifying. The aura of a superior and the confidence brought by strength are enough to change Naruto's temperament. Compared with a few years ago, Naruto now has a royal style. In the eyes of those close to him, Naruto's strength is increasing day by day, but his temperament is not very obvious. In the eyes of others, Naruto is an absolute leader who influences the world. Tsunade frowned and murmured softly, "Akatsuki organization." During the time of Umbrella, Tsunade also understood what kind of existence Akatsuki organization is. With nearly 10 cage-level strongmen, it is really crazy. The leader of Akatsuki organization is Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye, but on the surface it is Tendo, the leader of the 6 Paths of Pain. Naruto said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. There was an imperceptible chakra floating in the surrounding space. It was Naruto who blocked the sound. But Tsunade didn't notice it. Pain, Tendo. Tsunade was confused for a moment. Naruto had not mentioned these things to Tsunade, so he slowly told her about them while evacuating. Anyway, if he didn't tell her now, Tsunade would probably know in a few months, so it would be better to let her know now so that she could be mentally prepared. You should remember that Jiraiya took in 3 children in the Land of Rain. Naruto said slowly, as if waiting for Tsunade's answer, and Tsunade frowned slightly and then relaxed, as if she had thought of something. It's him, Nagato. No wonder I feel familiar. Tsunade clapped her hands and said immediately. Then Tsunade asked hesitantly, but why did that kid become the leader of this Akatsuki organization? And why does he have the Samsara Eye? Isn't that the eye that only the 6 Paths sage has in the legend? Hearing Tsunade's 3 consecutive questions, Naruto didn't feel annoyed, but said playfully, "Is this related to one person?" Tsunade asked curiously, "Who?" "Shimura Danzo." "What? Shimura Danzo? Why is he everywhere?" Tsunade was speechless for a moment. Why did she feel that all bad things were inseparable from the existence of Danzo? Indeed, Danzo is really bad. The Akatsuki organization was founded by Yahiko in order to bring peace to the ninja world, but because of Danzo, so. Naruto slowly told the story of the past, which made Tsunade very angry. Danzo, this guy, died cheaply at the beginning. Tsunade couldn't help but shake her hand, and she was helpless in her heart. She really couldn't complain about Danzo. This guy probably had a black heart. Let's not talk about this for now. As Akatsuki has developed to this point, We have to mention someone. Naruto pretended to be mysterious. Who? Tsunade said in surprise. Let's not talk about this. The person is definitely someone you can't imagine. But the story is very tortuous and interesting. Naruto laughed. Black Zetsu used Madara, Madara used Obito, and Obito used Nagato. It's just an infinite nesting doll. But some people say that Obito is no longer the sunny boy he used to be. He naturally has some guesses about Madara's plan. He has been on guard against Madara and doesn't want Madara to be resurrected. He just wants to create a world with Rin for himself. But Madara was resurrected later. Seeing Naruto speed up his pace, Tsunade couldn't help stamping her feet and showing a little woman's attitude. This guy knows how to keep people in suspense. He immediately said, then how do you know these things? This is one of the questions Tsunade wanted to ask the most. Naruto turned his head and said, just think that I have some kind of predictive ability, right? Precognitive ability, some kind of blood limit. Tsunade was stunned and murmured. She couldn't help but stop, and when she saw Naruto had gone far away, she hurriedly followed him. Soon, the large army began to evacuate, leaving only some people to clean up the battlefield, and the ninjas of Iwagakure and Kumogakure put the bodies of their companions into the scroll and took them away. The news of the defeat of the ninja coalition spread quickly, causing a shock. Unexpectedly, the outcome of this battle was decided in one day. Umbrella is so powerful. 3 days later. Things are still fermenting. The ninja world is now in chaos, and some small countries are immersed in fear. The news of the fall of the 5 major countries has spread throughout the ninja world. At this moment, the Raikage had already woken up. When he returned to the hidden cloud village, the news he received almost made him angry. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning was occupied by the Umbrella Organization. The daimyo was missing, and the situation of the other 4 kingdoms was similar. The daimyo of the Land of Fire hid in the Fire Temple and temporarily saved his life. How dare they? Did they know how to manage the ninja world? What is there for ordinary people to care about? The hot-tempered Raikage slapped the table immediately. What made him even more angry was that he was knocked unconscious again. It was simply a great shame. Although he said that he didn't care about ordinary people, in fact, if there was a chance for them to rule the entire ninja world, who would not be willing to do so? Did they want to be enemies with the world? They dared to kill the daimyo. Mabuyi, the secretary of the Raikage, also frowned at this moment. The concept of blood supremacy made it difficult for her to understand the crazy behavior of Umbrella. The ambition was too inflated. Even if they wanted the entire ninja world, with the strength of Umbrella, it might take more than 10 years. But how could she guess that time waits for no one? Compared with the threat of the Otsutsuki clan, the battle in the ninja world is just a game of house. At this moment, Obito also learned about the incident from Black Zetsu, and a sense of horror surged in his heart. Crazy, too crazy, the Umbrella guy is a madman. In his opinion, the Umbrella Organization's move is undoubtedly to drag the entire ninja world into the vortex of war. Even ordinary countries are involved. However, he also has a vague fear. The powerful power of the Umbrella Organization makes him feel bad. Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and his power is also transmitted. How can he collect the tailed beasts in this way? Under his mask, his brows are furrowed on his cold face. He is thinking about whether to let Uchiha Madara revive in the form of impure world reincarnation. With Uchiha Madara's power, it is not a problem to sweep across half of the ninja world. No, Uchiha Madara must not be resurrected unless it is absolutely necessary. Obito looked gloomy, looked into the distance, and murmured, "It's time for Nagato to help." On the side, the 6th-ranked Black Zetsu rolled his eyes, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. However, given his character, he must be planning something. Obito did not see this scene. Under the darkness, the light stretched the shadows of the 2 people long. Chapter 262. On the Umbrella side, Naruto increased his strength and sent personnel to take over the palaces of the 5 major countries. The reason why he has not yet moved on other small countries in the ninja world is that with the current strength, he cannot send out all his strength. Only after resolving the turmoil in the past few months can Naruto free up his hands to take over the ninja world. And by taking down the 5 major countries with the force of thunder, he can temporarily calm the turmoil with the help of the east wind of the Akatsuki organization, and then unify the ninja world with absolute power, let out the extraordinary enemy of Otsutsuki, and under pressure, unify the ninja world much easier. This is the simplest thing, but the human heart is something that is difficult to guess. Umbrella Base. Tsunade and Orochimaru, who returned to the Umbrella organization, were very excited. The perfectly fused Hashirama cells were simply a perfect work. With this experience, Orochimaru's research on the success of injecting Hashirama cells into different people can be greatly increased. Previous experiments were just betting on the extremely small probability with most people, such as Yamato. Everyone's body is slightly different, and the injection of Hashirama cells is naturally different. In the laboratory building, Naruto looked at the excited Tsunade and Orochimaru, and nodded with satisfaction. After studying for so long, he finally got the job done. Go and call Sasuke. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Naruto pointed to a ninja next to him, and then changed his words. Whoosh. Naruto disappeared directly with Flying Thunder God. With Flying Thunder God, Naruto's speed is rarely matched by anyone. Soon Naruto found Sasuke in a forest. Looking at the cold expression on Sasuke's face, Naruto knew that he had been thinking about Uchiha Itachi recently. Naruto, why are you here? Sasuke was startled. This was a very busy time. Naruto should be very busy, and this Naruto was definitely not a shadow clone. Good news. You'll know when you go. Naruto said with a smile, and then put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Then, the two disappeared in the woods again. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the experimental building. This is the experimental building. Sasuke was shocked. He knew this place. There were many important research projects of Umbrella inside, and the number of barriers was at least 3. Could it be? Sasuke was happy. He thought of what Naruto had told him before. Naruto looked at Sasuke's expression and knew what Sasuke was thinking. He nodded and said, "You were right. That thing succeeded." Sasuke was overjoyed because Naruto said that as long as that thing succeeded, he could open the Mangekyo Sharingan and help him avoid the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, and most importantly, he could finally ask Uchiha Itachi for justice. He had also heard Naruto say that the Senju and the Uchiha clan had the same roots and were common ancestors, and that Hashirama Senju was the legendary god of the ninja world who pacified the troubled times. With his power, it might not be difficult to seek revenge. Thinking of this, he showed a hint of enthusiasm and excitement in his eyes. He immediately said, "What do I need to do?" Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto looked in the direction of Orochimaru Tsunade. The two also knew that the most important thing about this matter was for Sasuke. Orochimaru immediately said with a chuckle, "It will take a day to perfectly integrate Hashirama's cells into Sasuke's body. It's not difficult. You guys come to do the specific operation. I have only one requirement, that is, it must be successful. In addition, arrange for Shisui and others." Naruto said slowly. Naruto dispersed some irrelevant people, and then Sasuke lay on an experimental bed under the guidance of Orochimaru. "Sasuke-kun, drink this thing, you will fall into a deep sleep, and when you wake up, my Hashirama cells will be completely fused." Orochimaru said with interest, which made Sasuke feel a little cold, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake. Sasuke looked at Naruto, and Naruto nodded, and Sasuke was relieved. Lying on the experimental bed, Sasuke drank what Orochimaru handed over, a glass bottle filled with green liquid, a small glass bottle about the thickness of 2 thumbs. Sasuke drank it down in one gulp, and then felt sleepy, and fell asleep with his eyes half closed. Before falling asleep, Sasuke seemed to see Orochimaru injecting something into his body with a syringe, and then he lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Naruto looked at Orochimaru who had finished injecting Sasuke, and Orochimaru slowly said, "Next, Sasuke-kun only needs 1 day to be perfect. Fusion of Hashirama's cells." Not only that, his chakra volume will probably increase significantly. He may even master the power of wood release. Wood release. This surprised Naruto a little. Even Tsunade was a little surprised, but when she thought about the research process, she didn't care much. After all, even if she mastered wood release, she couldn't reach the level of her grandfather, maybe just Yamato. During Sasuke's coma, Naruto found Yakumo Kurama. After listening to Naruto's story, Yakumo Kurama's eyes twitched. If this thing was done, Sasuke would hate her to death. But she knew that this thing was for Sasuke's good after all. It's better than paying blood in the future. Good price. This time Naruto wants Sasuke to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the current Sasuke, there are only 2 ways to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. One is Itachi's death, and the other is Naruto's death. Only in this way can Sasuke feel the extreme sadness and open the Mangekyo Sharingan. If you want to use conventional methods to help Sasuke open the Mangekyo Sharingan, only Kurama Yakumo's illusion can be so real that Sasuke will not notice it. While Sasuke is sleeping, Naruto will set up a magic circle seal to let Sasuke's perception is weakened, and this is combined with Kurama Yakumo's terrifying illusion ability. It is enough to make Sasuke mistakenly believe that it is the real world. And this has a lot of room for operation. This is the most suitable way for Sasuke to open the Mangekyo. The reason why most of the Uchiha clan have abnormal thoughts is not because they are forced to do so, because of the death of their relatives and partners. It can be said that the higher the level of the Sharingan, the easier it is to be affected. Except for a few people, most people will be affected by the Sharingan. Most people say that the Uchiha clan is an evil clan, but in fact, the Uchiha clan is the real clan of love. They understand love and understand love. When they lose it, they will become more crazy and even their thoughts will be affected. Take Uchiha Itachi for example. He was very precocious, and later he opened the Mangekyo very early. In the history of Uchiha, he was probably one of the earliest people to open the Mangekyo. During that period of time, he was deeply influenced by the 3rd generation and others, and at the same time was concerned by Shisui. Under the influence of both parties, he formed his almost twisted thoughts, which can be described in 2 words as extreme. Chapter 263. Under the constant indoctrination of the 3rd generation and others that only when everyone exists can the small family survive, Itachi was brainwashed like crazy. The disbelief of his clan members, coupled with the 3rd generation's persuasion and Shisui's support, made the young him think that he was right. Perhaps even Shisui did not discover Itachi's extreme thoughts, or there was another factor that he did not consider, that is, Sasuke. As a brother control, Itachi often makes unusual moves when it comes to Sasuke. This is the last straw that breaks the camel's back and also leads to the tragedy of Uchiha. If Naruto had not saved some of the Uchiha clan members, I am afraid that the Uchiha clan would disappear in the ninja world 100 years later, which is not surprising in the ninja world. Even the Senju was almost forgotten during the reign of the 3rd generation. It has only been a few years, and in the later period of Boruto, Uchiha has fallen to the point where even Uchiha Sarada, an Uchiha clan member, does not know about it. According to Sasuke's character, it is impossible for him to have too many children. He only has one daughter, Sarada, and his daughter will eventually get married. In the ninja world, a woman who marries a man must change her surname. Unless you are from a big family. Azumi's mother was deprived of her surname because she married out, and because she awakened her bloodline limit, she was given the Uchiha surname again, but she was only a marginal person. This is very common in the ninja world. In order to ensure the purity of the bloodline, most families marry within the family. In the experimental building, Naruto brought Kurama Yakumo to Sasuke. It was almost a day, and this was the best time to cast an illusion on Sasuke. Time passed slowly, and Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. With hazy eyes, he heard someone happily shouting that Sasuke-sama had woken up. When Sasuke was fully awake, he saw Naruto asking about his condition. Sasuke felt warm in his heart and said slowly, "I'm fine, I feel pretty good." Sasuke said happily, feeling the doubled amount of chakra in his body. He was overjoyed, and even his pupil power felt much stronger. Afterwards, Sasuke was pulled by Naruto to discuss things. Soon Naruto told him that if he wanted to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had to go through a battle before awakening. Sasuke felt strange. Why did he feel like he had forgotten something? Things progressed quickly, and soon Naruto told him that Uchiha Itachi had come to the land of rain, and his goal was Sasuke. And this was also an opportunity for him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of the hatred hidden in his heart, Sasuke quickly agreed with Naruto's statement and went to find trouble with Uchiha Itachi. Along the way, Sasuke thought of his current strength, felt the powerful chakra in his body, and added the various ninjutsu that he had practiced for a long time. A strong sense of self-confidence rose in Sasuke's heart. But now, he couldn't remember why his chakra grew so fast. But now was not the time to worry about it. Uchiha Itachi had already appeared in his sight. He slowly drew out the Kusanagi sword and began to rush towards Uchiha Itachi. Anger began to fill his mind, and the sword in his hand kept slashing at Uchiha Itachi, shouting, "Why? Tell me why. Why did you betray your family? Is the so-called village really that important?" Unlike Sasuke's anger, Uchiha Itachi was surprisingly calm and said slowly, "My stupid brother, is this your capacity? Foolish family, stupid clansmen, there is no need to exist, their only role is to be a stepping stone to measure my capacity." Sasuke was almost crazy when he heard this, and the rhythm of attacking Uchiha Itachi was messed up. He kept slashing, and seeing that his attack did not work, the power of thunder began to spread from his body. Lightning bolts hit Uchiha Itachi, but they were all easily dodged or blocked. At the same time, Sasuke also mobilized the Sharingan, and the three Magatama stared at Uchiha Itachi's figure. At this time, Uchiha Itachi showed a sarcastic look. "My stupid brother, don't you know that three Magatama hitting the Mangekyo is a joke?" Uchiha Itachi's mocking voice came. This made Sasuke calm down, and he said coldly, "If you only rely on the Mangekyo Sharingan, then you will probably lose to me today." Sasuke's voice suddenly rose, and he roared, "My stupid brother, you know nothing about power. Lightning release, a super railgun." Sasuke didn't know when a coin appeared in his hand. Sasuke threw the coin in his hand, accompanied by a force of lightning, and the speed of the super railgun was extremely fast. The faster the speed, the faster the super railgun. The attack of the electromagnetic gun was even more powerful. The next moment, a giant rose from the ground. The bright red giant stood in front of Itachi. Boom! Sasuke's attack collided with Susanoo's body. There was a violent explosion, and smoke and dust rose up. When the smoke dissipated, there was a hole in Susanoo's chest, but the attack seemed to be blocked. Sasuke's heart sank. No, it was blocked, or it was not completely blocked. Sasuke saw the blood at the corner of Itachi's mouth with a startling glance. Sasuke suddenly smiled, and Itachi's indifferent expression made Sasuke angry. "My stupid brother, is your strength limited here?" Itachi's voice came from a distance. On a tree, Itachi's figure turned into a flock of crows and gathered into a human form again. "Oh, is that your partner? If I kill him, will you awaken the same eyes as mine? Only then will you be qualified to become my food." Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who was watching the battle from a distance, then at Itachi, and sneered. Did he think Naruto was a soft persimmon? Itachi turned into a crow and rushed towards Naruto at high speed, and Naruto instantly used the wind style, Rasengan. The powerful wind style hit the crows, and a powerful chakra burst out instantly. Itachi Uchiha was directly knocked out. Sasuke sneered and thought to himself that it was true. Suddenly he heard a voice, "Be careful." Sasuke was instantly surprised. As soon as he turned around, he saw the figure of Uchiha Itachi coming at him at high speed, holding a kunai in his hand, but now he could no longer dodge. He could only watch Itachi stab him, and in his mind he was thinking, who was that figure just now? He closed his eyes helplessly, and the next moment, there was no pain, but a bit of warmth in his hands. When he opened his eyes, Naruto was standing in front of him, blood gushing out of his mouth, a kunai stuck in his chest, straight into his heart, blood dripping down and falling on his hands, warm. Sasuke was full of disbelief, his pupils dilated instantly, the three Magatama quickly rotated, slowly merged into a hexagram. Naruto's body collapsed to the ground. Sasuke hurriedly hugged Naruto's figure, tears instantly flowed, his expression was dull. Then a roar appeared. No. He put his hand on Naruto's chest, trying to stop the bleeding, but he didn't notice that Uchiha Itachi's figure was actually blurred. If you die, what use do I have for this Mangekyo? Wake up, I won't take revenge. Sasuke roared, tears couldn't stop flowing. Chapter 264. Sasuke's tears flowed down his cheeks, and the Mangekyo oscillated violently. Under the strong fluctuation of the Mangekyo pupil power, the whole world was broken like a mirror. The figure of Naruto in his arms gradually faded, and the world turned into nothingness under Sasuke's confused gaze. Next, he felt that the world was dark, and then he felt the light again. He opened his eyes, with tears hanging in the corners of his eyes, and the Mangekyo was revealed, which made Orochimaru marvel. Naruto on the side looked at Sasuke with surprise. His plan really succeeded. And when Kurama Yakumo saw Sasuke's appearance, he felt a little guilty for some reason. Sasuke looked confused, with tears hanging in the corners of his eyes, and was still in a trance. Obviously, Naruto had died in Itachi's hands and blocked the fatal attack for him. Why? Before he could figure it out, the memory in his mind suddenly made him react. He seemed to be receiving an injection of Hashirama's cells. The previous experience seemed to have a sense of illusion. When he saw Kurama Yakumo, he seemed to understand something. Gnashed his teeth and said, "Uzumaki Naruto." He stood up suddenly, his physical fitness was more than twice as strong as before, and punched out. Naruto flew out in an instant and hit the wall heavily. At this time, Sasuke suddenly became worried. Naruto stood up with a smile, and he knew that Sasuke would definitely be dissatisfied. Everything Sasuke had experienced before was a script arranged by him and implemented by Kurama Yakumo. Itachi was very important to Sasuke, and he was also very important to Sasuke. For this reason, when both of them were present, it was easier to arouse Sasuke's emotional fluctuations. Seeing that Naruto was fine, Sasuke was relieved, but instantly became angry again. "You guy, next time, I will definitely kill you," Sasuke said with a cold face, and glared at Kurama Yakumo after speaking. Naruto's death was a huge blow to her, or in other words, not only Sasuke, but Naruto's death was a huge blow to anyone in their group. Anyone can die, except Naruto. Tisk tisk, Hinata will probably be jealous with this look. Tsunade, who was standing by, had a playful expression, but was greeted with Naruto's eye roll. "Okay, it's my fault. It's an emergency. Haven't you always wanted revenge? The Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul. This is the only way to awaken it. Unless you are willing to spend decades of hard work to awaken the Mangekyo," Naruto said slowly, based on his research and the secret scroll left by the second-generation Hokage. Sharingan will produce an attributed mental power after being stimulated by negative emotions, and Sharingan will have a peculiar chakra that promotes the evolution of Sharingan. Of course, there is another way, which is what he said above: hard work, spending time to hone mental power, feel emotions, or feel life. It will be a natural process to complete the promotion of the Mangekyo, but at that time, whether you can survive is still a problem. If you don't break through for a long time, it will only drag down your potential and stop at the level of Kage. How's the harvest? Naruto asked again. Hearing what Naruto said, Sasuke put aside the previous question and turned his attention to his own changes. He was surprised to find that his chakra amount had doubled. Most importantly, his cells were highly active, containing strong vitality, and even his physical fitness had improved. The important thing was that his surging pupil power had now reached the level of Kage, and he was considered to be standing among the top strong men in the ninja world. My chakra, mental strength and physical fitness have all improved. In the future, the amount of chakra I can extract will be 4 or 5 times more than before. The most important thing is the ability of the Mangekyo. Sasuke said concisely, and Naruto nodded secretly. He was not surprised that the perfect Hashirama cells could have such an effect. According to Sasuke, he should have awakened the sage body, and his endurance was greatly improved. It was considered to have raised Sasuke's upper limit. What ability did you awaken? Naruto asked curiously again. It stands to reason that the Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul, so everyone's awakened abilities are different. After all, there is no identical life. Even a tree, each leaf on the tree is different, at most they are similar. Sasuke glanced at the people present, all of whom were trustworthy, except that he was a little scared of Orochimaru, and felt that this legendary 3 ninjas was a little abnormal. However, since Naruto asked this, it must be that the people present were trustworthy. Intelligence is very important in the ninja world, and eye techniques are Sasuke's trump card. Sasuke slowly said, my awakened abilities. One is Kagutsuchi, and the other is Amaterasu. Kagutsuchi has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and can control the flames of Amaterasu's form changes, and Amaterasu is known as the strongest physical attack. At this point, Naruto nodded, just like the original. But what Sasuke said next surprised him. At the same time, my Amaterasu has a second form, which can be transformed into blue flames, known as the strongest healing fire. Sasuke said coldly, seemingly calm, but a smile inadvertently hung on the corner of his mouth. What? How is this possible? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Sasuke thought that Naruto thought his ability was too strong and couldn't help but feel a little complacent. Naruto looked at the people around him and knew that his reaction was a bit too much. Sasuke's eye technique has changed compared to the original work. It is almost the same, but different at the same time. Blue Flame, the strongest healing technique. One eye technique with 2 forms. After being shocked, Naruto regained his composure. After all, the Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul, which has a lot to do with Sasuke's mentality at the time. Obito felt that it was a false world because of Rin's death, so he awakened Kamui. And Shisui wanted to solve the troubles of the village and the family, so he awakened Koto Amatsukami. Itachi longed to control everything and hoped to have enough power to change the situation. So he awakened Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Sasuke's unexpected awakening of the blue flame may be due to his psychology at the time. He longed to control the powerful force and defeat Uchiha Itachi. At the same time, because he was eager to recover Naruto's injuries, the blue flame was born. Naruto was amazed. With the existence of the blue flame, Sasuke's survivability would probably be greatly improved. Since it can be ranked alongside the black flame, which is known as the strongest physical attack, the healing ability should be far above the Palm Immortal technique, and may be comparable to his previous super speed regeneration. He didn't think it could be comparable to his own immortal power. After all, healing is healing, and immortality is immortality. There is a big gap between the two. Moreover, being able to achieve the effect of super speed regeneration is already amazing. Yes, with such an ability, you are the top in the ninja world. Naruto smiled and patted Sasuke's shoulder. With the ability of the blue flame, it is almost impossible for Sasuke to lose a hand like in the original work. Chapter 265. After listening to Sasuke's introduction, Tsunade secretly smacked her lips and called him abnormal. Sasuke's awakened eye technique is like a martial arts supernatural power. In this way, she has accumulated and practiced for decades to get a martial arts supernatural power, but Sasuke now has 2 or 3, which is simply abnormal. It is worthy of being a Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, and he looked at Sasuke as if he was looking at a rare treasure. But soon he met Naruto's sharp eyes, and immediately put away his little thoughts in his heart. Sasuke's ability is indeed enviable, but the guy in front of him is even more unbearable to offend. This guy is probably comparable to Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. Naruto was happy for Sasuke in his heart. With Sasuke's current strength, he is already much stronger. Sasuke's current foundation is much stronger than the original. Kurama Yakumo on the side was also very surprised. With such a powerful ability, I am afraid that her illusion space can no longer control Sasuke. Is this the legendary and famous Mangekyo Sharingan? It is indeed extremely powerful, but my bloodline limit is also not bad, Kurama Yakumo said secretly, and a great motivation surged in his heart. Sasuke couldn't help but clench his fists. He finally had the ability to avenge Uchiha Itachi. Although he already knew everything, he would never forgive Uchiha Itachi's behavior. The family would not forgive him either. Things went smoothly for Naruto, but Gaara encountered trouble. After the demise of the royal family of the Kingdom of Wind, Gaara invited Ebizo out of the mountain again and was responsible for temporarily managing the Kingdom of Wind. And from the current situation, Gaara is already a protective umbrella, which makes Chiyo and Ebizo not know what to say. Gaara's prestige is unprecedentedly high. There are many talents recruited, and most of the ninja families in the village are related to the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce. With the defeat of the ninja coalition, Umbrella's strength is the best in the ninja world, and it intends to get involved in the ninja world. Under desperation, Chiyo and Ebizo no longer care. And with Gaara's deliberate revelation, they have seen the strength of Umbrella. Since they can't resist, just lie down and enjoy it. The Wind Country is relatively poor, so Naruto still spent a lot of money to transform the Wind Country. The Wind Country is now undergoing huge changes every day. Relying on oil, the Wind Country can be said to still have huge financial resources, although Naruto will take most of them away. But as Umbrella developed something like cars, it was welcomed by many wealthy people. It soon replaced the existence of horse-drawn carriages. There are many cars in industrially developed areas. Now that Umbrella has conquered the 5 major countries, there are naturally people who resist, but those people are not ninjas, and the small ninja villages dare not touch the tiger whiskers of Umbrella. For some nobles, Naruto did not choose to target them, but protected their rights and interests. Some of them were wooed, and some were suppressed. They also accepted the change of ownership of the kingdom. As for those who did not accept it, they had already gone down to accompany those who were loyal to the kingdom. What followed was that the Industrial Revolution began to transform the backward areas crazily, and the first thing to be carried out was road construction. Naruto was rich and powerful, so he directly used Earth Escape ninjas to build roads, and then paved the road surface with cement. As long as the cement was prepared, the Earth Escape ninjas directly controlled the cement to be laid on the road surface, and then flattened it, and finally the Fire Escape ninjas quickly dried it. A brand new cement road surface was built. This speed made the flower growers in the previous life shake their heads. The Wind Country is a desert country, and road construction is more troublesome. Gaara is currently supervising the repair of the road surface. With the joint efforts of ninjas and ordinary people, the Wind Country also quickly built an asphalt road. But at this time, 2 uninvited guests came. It was Deidara who was responsible for capturing the One-Tail and Obito who was dressed as Afe. Deidara did not attack without thinking. He launched the attack after investigating Gaara's whereabouts in the past few days. There were only a few hundred people in this place, and the others were also repairing the road. It was the best time to attack. Ha ha ha, you Deidara are here. Art is explosion. Didera rode on his clay bird and laughed loudly. There were 2 mouths growing in the center of his palms. After being chewed and swallowed by the mouths, the special clay formed an explosive clay that could make a huge explosion. Didera kept scattering C1 bombs, and the dense C1 bombs were scattered, and violent explosions occurred. Boom, 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 boom. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The sand village quickly took action, and Gaara used magnetic escape to fly into the sky, while waving his hand to lift up a large piece of sand to defend against the attack of the C1 bombs. Seeing that the real master finally came out, Didera laughed excitedly and controlled the clay bird to fly quickly towards Gaara. Soon, Didera summoned the C2 flying dragon again, jumped onto the descendant of the C2 flying dragon, and the clay bird was controlled to rush towards Gaara, followed by a violent explosion. A cloud of smoke formed to wrap around Gaara, and when the smoke dissipated, a cloud of sand appeared in Didera's sight. Didera did not intend to deal with Gaara like this. Controlling the C2 flying dragon to spit out clay bombs to hit Gaara, a rumbling sound was heard, but all were blocked by Gaara. Oh, you have some ability, but can you block it next? Didera controlled the dragon to open its mouth, and hundreds of mine bombs poured out in an instant. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion caused the smoke to cover Gaara, and the sand in the sky could be vaguely seen. Didera opened his hands, and white clay kept falling out of his palms. A humanoid creature formed and ran towards Gaara. Gaara used sand to resist the attack, but the clay creature seemed to be like water, drilling out from the gap in the sand, and then a ray of light appeared. Gaara frowned. Bang! The sound of the explosion sounded, sparks scattered, and smoke rose. Gaara was blown away directly. Deep gullies were drawn under Gaara's feet, and when Gaara raised his head, sand was faintly falling around his eyes. Gaara just used the sand armor to avoid Didera's attack. Looking at Gaara's appearance, Didera continued to laugh, as if experimenting with his own explosive ability, constantly using various clays to create violent explosions. C2 Flying Dragon Guided Missile. The C2 series is Didera's most commonly used ninjutsu, which is more powerful than C1. It can control the flying dragon to spit out bombs. It is a huge bomb in itself and also acts as a launcher. A flying pig-like bomb is ejected from the dragon's mouth, causing a strong explosion. In the original work, this move is so powerful that even Sasuke has to activate the Heaven's Curse seal form to block it, and he can't block it many times. Gaara used sand to block it, but every time he blocked it, it would consume a lot of Gaara's chakra. Chapter 266. Gaara looked at Didera calmly. After a brief fight, Gaara roughly understood Didera's ability. With powerful explosive power and hundreds of bombs, it is estimated that a small country can be easily destroyed. Bombs made of clay have a fast launch speed and air control ability. It is difficult for a Jonin to resist, but if the damage is only this, then I will definitely not lose. Gaara quickly analyzed some information about Didera. Desert funeral. Gaara made a seal with one hand, and the sand swarmed up as if it had vitality. All the bombs scattered by Didera were wrapped in sand. Bang bang bang. A few dull explosions sounded, and the sand was broken a little, but it was harmless. The sand continued to fly towards Didera. Seeing this, Didera hurriedly controlled the flying dragon to fly away. Sprinkled some spider-like C1 bombs, made seals with both hands, and a burst of sound, and a burst of fire appeared in an instant. After dodging Gaara's attack, Didera threw out C2 bombs again, trying to continue to consume Gaara's chakra. Gaara snorted coldly, quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the sand formed a huge palm to grab Didera. A hand several dozen meters long instantly covered the sunlight above Didera, and the bombs thrown by Didera had no effect on this giant palm. Didera directly used a huge amount of bombs to offset Gaara's attack. Damn, let's see how you can block this move. Didera gritted his teeth, flew into the sky, and a large amount of white liquid like clay spurted out of his mouth. C3/18. A figure that looked a little fat, hundreds of meters long, flew down from the sky, and Gaara's eyes changed slightly. This was Deidara's extremely lethal attack, with the power to easily destroy a town, and a super explosion with an attack range of more than 1 mile. Gaara quickly gathered sand and covered the sky, as if to cover it. Such a large amount of sand has spread out of the sky within a radius of 1 mile. Art is explosion, Deidara shouted excitedly. Violent explosions and flames appeared, and Gaara's chakra was extracted in large quantities, like a canopy protecting the ninjas and civilians below. Damn it, I want to help Gaara-sama. The ninjas below shouted. Don't worry, the enemy in front of us is not a threat, just leave it to me. Organize the people to evacuate. Gaara's voice sounded, making the sand ninjas below feel ashamed. When the enemy appeared, they couldn't even help a little. It was really shameful. Ha ha ha, with such a large area of sand, how much chakra do you have? Deidara was proud and laughed. Chakra, I don't lack it now. Gaara murmured, with a smile on his face. His body is mixed with the unique chakra of the one-tailed Shukaku. With the supply of Shukaku, he has already stood at the top of the ninja world in terms of chakra. If it was Gaara in the original work, Shukaku would not lend chakra to the current Gaara at all, but now it is different. Naruto promised to restore Shukaku's freedom in the future. He will certainly not sit and watch Gaara get into trouble. Gaara, who has already felt Deidara's strength, showed a sarcastic smile. If this is all you have, then stay here. An inexplicable breath appeared on Gaara's body, and the surrounding sand trembled slightly. A lot of sand containing iron appeared around Gaara. This is sand iron, which has a very high iron content. Magnetic release super railgun. Some fine lightning burst out from Gaara's body, and a destructive momentum emerged from Gaara's body. It makes people palpitate. Afe, or Obito, who was watching the show from a distance, looked condensed. He felt that this scene seemed a little familiar. The iron sand in front of Gaara was rendered with a layer of silver-white brilliance. Then, Gaara pushed all the iron sand in front of him out, and several brilliant electric lights appeared, spinning and circling in the blink of an eye, and arrived in front of Deidara. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Deidara was horrified and jumped off the flying dragon in an instant, barely avoiding Gaara's attack, but the flying dragon was destroyed into ashes in the blink of an eye. It is conceivable how much damage the attack caused. It's not over yet, Gaara murmured, and the brilliant white light instantly turned back and split into 5 small beams of light attack. Deidara's heart trembled, and he hurriedly ran forward. A series of light exploded next to Deidara, and a pit appeared on the ground in an instant, and the area around the pit turned into scorched earth. Deidara flew out, sleeves the coin was already half broken. He looked at Gaara with lingering fear. How could such an attack be possible? If he hadn't used the substitute technique to escape just now, he wouldn't have killed a cuff. I'm afraid he lost a hand. Afe, who was not far from here, no longer had that funny temperament, but was deep, and his face was even worse. He felt that this attack was a bit like the attack of Uchiha Sasuke, except that the coin was replaced by iron sand, but Gaara's attack seemed more flexible. Uchiha Sasuke's attack was a straight line, while Gaara could divide and control the direction, which was even more difficult than Uchiha Sasuke's attack. In fact, the reason why Gaara was able to use the railgun like this was thanks to Gaara's magnetic escape ability, which allowed him to better control the attack. It's just that the power was lost a lot after the rotation, and the attack power was a little reduced. Deidara, who was almost injured by Gaara, had a gloomy face. He was actually injured by a kid like Gaara, even though he was only a few years older than Gaara. C4 Garuda. His face sank, and a large amount of white liquid clay gushed out of his mouth in an instant. Then, under Gaara's gaze, he slowly expanded into a human figure. It was exactly the appearance of Deidara, but he was just a little fatter. Seeing this, Gaara was not afraid at all, and controlled the sand to form the same huge figure. In the past, he would never have such a fancy skill, but with the support of Shukaku's chakra, it was different. He could afford such a skill that consumed chakra. The two giants began to fight each other, punching each other, and each punch was a bang, which amazed ordinary ninjas. Deidara smiled wantonly, and the giant Deidara disappeared directly like flying ash. Deidara sneered. This is the true ability of C4 Garuda. In the original work, he used this trick on Sasuke, turning the clay bomb into dust invisible to the naked eye, which was sucked into the body with breathing and finally exploded inside the body. The body of a ninja is not strong. If it explodes directly inside the body, I am afraid that all the internal organs will suffer great damage. In the original work, Sasuke can be said to have restrained him a little, with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan and Sasuke's lightning release. Chapter 267. With such ability, even some super shadows can be defeated. In essence, although the super shadows are much stronger, their bodies are not much stronger, and they still cannot withstand the damage of the bomb exploding in their bodies. However, super shadows have many abilities to resist many attacks, but there are no more than 10 people in the ninja world who can break Deidara's move. Even some lightning ninjas are useless if they cannot observe the dense dust bombs. But Gaara happens to be one of them who can break this move. As soon as the dust approached Gaara, the magnetic field condensed around Gaara discovered the existence of these dust-level dust. The magnetic field can allow him to capture objects the size of cells, even every electron. Not to mention these dust, using the principle of magneto-electricity, a tiny flash of electricity flashed. Deidara's dust bomb was instantly ineffective. The moment the dust bomb failed, Deidara's face changed instantly, and he shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. How did you find C4 Garuda?" Looking at Deidara who lost his composure, Gaara said disdainfully, "Your ninjutsu is indeed good. Almost no one can resist the dust-level attack, but I have a magnetic field, which can help me sense the subtle changes. I found your bomb when it entered my 10-meter range. It seems that you have run out of tricks. Then stay here." Desert funeral. Instantly, the surrounding sand rioted, involving a range of several kilometers, which immediately changed Deidara's face. Deidara no longer expected to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki, he wanted to leave here. He hasn't taken revenge on Uchiha Itachi yet. He wants to show Uchiha Itachi his art. That bastard who disdained his art. He turned his head and shouted to Afei, "Afei, run away." But he was dumbfounded. Afei had already run away. "Fuck, Afei, you guy, when did you run so fast?" Deidara's face was black, but he was relieved. His impression of Afei was still that funny. He was an interesting person. He seemed to agree with his art, but he didn't think he had any strength. He summoned a flying dragon and wanted to fly away, but how could Gaara give him a chance? Mobilizing several kilometers of sand was already his limit. In the original book, he could mobilize 1 kilometer of sand. Now he was stronger and could mobilize sand within a radius of 3 miles at will, but it was also his limit. As soon as Deidara flew up, he immediately hit Deidara with sand iron containing lightning power. The flying dragon that was hit instantly lost its effect, and Deidara fell from the air. The sand wrapped around him in a ring. Damn it. He released the flying dragon again, trying to fly out, but was still hit down by Gaara, and even he was almost hit. He tried again, this time with a much smaller flying bird, but was still hit by Gaara, and his face instantly turned black. It seemed that he could not escape. The closer the sand got, the darker Deidara's face became. He carefully thought about whether he could break the situation, but he obviously underestimated this one-tailed Jinchuriki, whose ninjutsu attainments were terrifying, and even chakra. I'm afraid he has already obtained some of the one-tail's chakra. Otherwise, such a terrifying scale of ninjutsu, plus the previous battle, would definitely not be used. Looking at his relaxed look, chakra was obviously not lacking. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't think of how to escape from such a situation. Are we going to use that trick? That's for that conceited guy Uchiha Itachi. Deidara frowned, but after thinking for a moment, he directly tore off the Akatsuki organization's clothes on his body, revealing his angular body. Surprisingly, his chest was stitched up, which looked a bit weird. Gaara stretched out a hand, and the sand floated up, covering Deidara. As long as Gaara made a move, the sand could bury Deidara instantly. But Gaara did not kill him immediately, but said, "What is your purpose?" This is what Gaara is more curious about. After all, they can't attack him for no reason. Naruto knows their details, but Gaara doesn't know. Or it can be said that almost no one in the ninja world knows the purpose of the organization. Ha ha ha, do you want to know? Next life. I didn't expect that Deidara would be defeated by a little devil. Deidara seemed to have let go of life and death, and a crazy look appeared on his face. Just when he wanted to untie the string on his chest, a voice came from behind him. "Ah. Senior AH. Are you okay?" The voice of Obito, who was wearing a mask and disguised as Afe, came. Deidara turned his head and opened his mouth in surprise. "Afe, didn't you leave? Why are you here? Now you are going to be buried with me." Deidara didn't have time to think about why Afe suddenly appeared here. Maybe in his mind, Afe used a special earth escape ninjutsu. He has decided to show his ultimate art. Buried. How is it possible? I am here to save my senior. Afe's funny voice sounded, leaving Deidara speechless. It was already this time, and Deidara's impression of Afe was still stuck in the past. "Senior, stop talking nonsense, don't resist." Afe put his hand on Deidara's shoulder, and then a circle of ripples appeared. In fact, Obito could put him into the Kamui space even if he didn't cooperate, but he just cooperated faster. At the moment the ripples appeared, Gaara thought it was not good, and instantly clenched his fists, and the sand surged, making a roar. The sand collided and instantly rushed into the sky, and the sky began to rain yellow sand. Gaara's face was a little ugly, because in his perception, the two people escaped. In another part of the desert, the figures of Deidara and Afe appeared. Deidara was still a little scared. The overwhelming sand would smash him into meat paste, and he wouldn't even be able to leave a complete corpse. He was still scared after escaping the disaster. Suddenly he looked at Afe and said, "Afe, you just used space ninjutsu. Afe, why didn't you use it earlier if you have such ability?" "I was scared to death." Because he was facing away from Obito, he did not see the Sharingan under Obito's mask, but thought that Obito used space ninjutsu. Deidara suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the leader, the one who selected people really had special abilities. Obito looked at Deidara. He didn't want to be exposed, but the power of the umbrella was too threatening at present, and the organization could not lose any more people at present. "I didn't expect that the One-Tail Jinchuriki actually controlled part of the power of the One-Tail." Obito's expression under the mask was particularly gloomy. Chapter 268. A steady stream of water flows. Under a mountain, green grass stretches to the sky. Naruto is sitting cross-legged on the ground, and there is no one around. Spiritual power +5. Spiritual power +5. Primary meditation proficiency +3. After a while, Naruto opened his eyes and murmured, "Relying on the ability of God's way to reward hard work, my spiritual power has finally grown significantly. It is worthy of being a meditation method, a real spiritual practice technique." Naruto stood up with a smile. Although his spiritual power has been improving all the time, compared with the Uchiha clan, his step-by-step growth seems a bit slow. When will he grow to the spiritual power of the 6 paths level? Now Naruto relies on the ability of Heaven's Way Pain to create a method of spiritual power practice, meditation. Although there is meditation in the ninja world, it is different from this meditation. The meditation method created by Naruto visualizes his own existence in his mind. Only by visualizing a complete human form can it be considered an entry. After all, the training of ninjas is too monotonous. Naruto's goal is to be immortal. It is obviously impossible to transcend by relying on the training methods of the ninja world. After all, the existence of ninjutsu only comes from the Otsutsuki clan. In the future, he will definitely fight against the Otsutsuki. It is obviously a bit funny to use other people's things to fight against others. In addition to the gains in mental power, Naruto has also made remarkable progress in the exploration of fairy arts. Naruto successfully used fairy arts to create a magic circle. Instead of chakra barriers, the defensive magic circle created by fairy runes is more than 5 times stronger than the conventional barrier. Enough to defend against the attack of super shadows. The previous barrier was able to defend against the attack of the shadow level, which forced Naruto to set up multiple barriers, which was a thankless task. Now, 1 or 2 fairy barriers can solve the worries. Naruto turned and left here. Compared with the boring and monotonous training room, he prefers this environment close to nature. It seems to cleanse the soul and make people feel comfortable. Castle in the sky. The current castle in the sky has expanded a bit. The continuous supply of dragon vein energy has allowed the castle in the sky to expand unscrupulously. No one in the entire ninja world knows that there is such a war fortress in the sky. At the same time, in order to prevent the Otsutsuki clan on the moon from discovering it, Naruto also built multiple hidden barriers. It can be said that he is extremely careful. It is difficult for super shadow level beings to discover the existence of the castle in the sky, and perhaps only the existence of the 6 paths sage level can discover it. The reincarnation eye may also discover it, but the reincarnation eye monitors the ninja world, and even if it occasionally scans the castle in the sky, it will be blocked by the hidden barrier. Unless it can be scanned multiple times. After all, the power of the reincarnation eye also belongs to the level of the 6 paths, but who would scan the sky every day for nothing? I don't know when Naruto's figure appeared above the castle in the sky. People passing by for inspection have long been accustomed to it. During this period, Naruto often appears here. Check the construction of the Sky City. At the beginning, people often came to Naruto to ask about his well-being, as if they had seen an idol. In fact, Naruto is now the idol of the Umbrella people, because he is proficient in astronomy and geography, poetry, science and manufacturing, etc. Thanks to Naruto's strong mental power, all the things he had forgotten in his previous life are now clearly in his mind. Coupled with the ability of God rewarding hard work, Naruto's abilities in all aspects have been increasing. Think about how he was a beggar in the forest, trying hard to survive in the intrigue of Konoha, and now he has become a behemoth. Naruto walked through the corridor of the room and came to the center of the Sky City, where some of the most advanced old scholars in the ninja world live, as well as scientific talents with strong talents. The scientists of the Sky Ninja Village were also here, 2/3 of the scientists of the Umbrella were here, and some were in the experimental building of the Snow Country. Naruto came to a room with a decent area, where some scientific researchers in white coats came and went. At this time, Naruto saw a slightly petite figure. Naruto took a few steps forward and said slowly, "Xiao Yi, you are here too." Xiao Yi, that is, the steel-style bloodline ninja Baichuan Yi, heard someone calling him, turned his head quickly, and when he saw the figure, he ran over happily. "Brother Naruto, you are here." Baichuan Yi looked at Naruto excitedly. "Well, how is Xiao Yi doing recently?" Naruto smiled and touched Baichuan Yi's head. "Brother Naruto, I am not a child anymore. By the way, Brother Naruto, can I go downstairs to play? I'm so bored." Baichuan Yi said helplessly. "Xiao Yi, it's not fun down there. Wait till you're done with this period of time." Naruto said with a smile. Now Baichuan Yi is very important to the entire Sky City. In addition, this period of time is a time of trouble. Although Baichuan Yi's strength is comparable to that of a Jonin in this situation is like cannon fodder and can't splash the slightest wave. Ha ha ha, Lord Naruto, Xiao Yi's performance is very eye-catching. At this time, a heroic figure came, sounding full of energy. It was old Doyle, who slowly said, "Xiao Yi's ability has given us great help, and at the same time, his knowledge of mechanical manufacturing has also improved a lot. Xiao Yi can easily solve the problem of steel shaping, which helps us save a lot of time." Grandpa Doyle, I don't want to learn those boring knowledge anymore. Can I go down and play for a while? Bai Chuanyi curled his lips and said. Xiao Yi, do you know that after you learn this knowledge, it will help you master the ability of steel release? Have you mastered steel release a lot now? Naruto said with a smile, which made Bai Chuanyi think about it. It seems that after learning that knowledge, the mastery of his own bloodline limit has indeed improved a lot. You have to know that sometimes knowledge is more important than ability. Naruto looked at Shirakawa Yi and said. Shisui's protection for Shirakawa Yi was too good, or the steel-style ninja was too precious, and Naruto protected him very well. Now 1/3 of the construction of the Sky City is related to Shirakawa Yi. Shirakawa Yi can use his own ability to produce a large amount of steel, not pure iron, but steel. With the ability of Naruto and others, Shirakawa Yi naturally does not need to go out to fight and kill. A resource-based talent is very precious. Compared to fighting and killing, Shirakawa Yi can create more benefits in the construction of the Sky City. With Shirakawa Yi, it is equivalent to having an endless iron ore. Not only can Shirakawa Yi solve certain things using steel now, but he can also solve it. For Shirakawa Yi, the people of the entire Sky City treat him as a treasure and like him very much. At the same time, his potential is also huge, even above Kimimaro. Chapter 269. Oh, was Gaara attacked? Naruto, who was in the snow country at the moment, also received news from the sand village, but fortunately Gaara repelled the enemy and was not captured by the enemy. Naruto was relieved about this. If he could be captured now, it would be his fault. However, this incident also brought Naruto new thoughts. The capture of Gaara failed, and the Akatsuki organization would definitely target it. And the one tail in Gaara's body is crucial. After all, if you want to reproduce the 10-tail, you have to start according to the number of tails. The first one to be absorbed by the outer path demon statue is the one tail. It can be said that the one tail is the most critical link. Without the one tail, the other tailed beasts can't be used for the time being. It seems that we have to build a space transmission device next to Gaara. Naruto murmured. Then, Naruto began to think about the next move of the Akatsuki organization. Obito must be unwilling, and he might even encourage Nagato to take action. Nagato's combat power should not be underestimated. Naruto crossed his hands and leaned on the table. Suddenly, he had an idea, a very good idea. Isn't the ultimate goal of Nagato to capture the tailed beast for world peace? If he lets Nagato see the hope of peace, maybe he can turn Nagato into his side. You know, Akatsuki is full of talents. If even the leader becomes his own, then it is not impossible to recruit Akatsuki. The people of Akatsuki gathered together for various reasons. As long as everyone has a goal, they will follow anyone. Of course, some people are hindered by Nagato's strength, but does Naruto have no strength? From the perspective of blood, Nagato is also a member of the Uzumaki clan, and there is also affection to talk about. Naruto's future research on resurrection cannot be separated from the Samsara Eye. Isn't it because of Yahiko's death that Nagato has become what he is now? Moreover, Yahiko's body was made into Tendo pain by Nagato. With the body, half of the factors for resurrection are there, and the boundary of death in the ninja world is not very clear. The Pure Land is under the control of the Six Paths Sage. For people at the Six Paths level, resurrection may not be a difficult task. Since this idea came up, Naruto's eyes have become brighter and brighter. It is possible to incite Nagato to rebel, so it is not impossible for the Black Zetsu boss. Black Zetsu's goal is to rescue his mother, and Keigaya's goal is to resist the Otsutsuki clan, so there is the matter of creating white Zetsu soldiers, which led to being sealed by the Six Paths Sage, the filial son. Similarly, his goal is to resist the Otsutsuki clan. As long as he can convince Keigaya Otsutsuki, then his camp will have an additional Six Paths level combat power. You know, there is still an old six lurking in the ninja world, and he has been hiding until the Boruto period. He has a feeling that the accumulation of these years will allow him to break through the 6 paths level soon. It is an independent breakthrough, not the power borrowed from the 6 paths sage like Naruto in the original work. As long as he reaches the 6 paths level, with his superb combat experience and various means, he is not a bronze consciousness like Kagaya. However, Naruto would not look at Kagaya from the perspective of the original novel. After all, she was a ruthless person who could sneak attack Ashiki Otsutsuki. Without the ability to suppress Kagaya Otsutsuki, Naruto would not release Kagaya. Otherwise, it would probably be a suicidal act. Without equal strength, how could Kagaya Otsutsuki, a person from the starry sky, look down on the natives of a planet? If it were him, he would not be in an equal position with a group of ants. Just as Naruto was thinking, Obito, who returned to the Akatsuki organization, was talking to Nagato about what happened. Naruto Uzumaki is a variable. His strength has greatly hindered our plan. Now even the one-tail Jinchuriki has gained power from the one tail. If this continues, let alone collecting the tailed beasts to achieve world peace, I'm afraid we can't even deal with the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Now, we only need to get rid of Naruto Uzumaki, so that the umbrella organization will be in chaos. At that time, the 5 major countries will definitely take this opportunity to attack, and then our chance has come. Obito's voice came from the air, and his fiery red robe swayed slowly in the breeze. At this moment, Obito met Nagato's real body. Nagato, who was as thin as ribs, sat in a wheelchair with dull hair, but his circles of round eyes exuded a powerful aura. Deidara is really a waste if he can't even deal with the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Nagato said, slightly dissatisfied, frowning. Why don't you take action? Hearing Nagato's questioning voice, Obito frowned slightly, with the slightest bit of displeasure, then said, I can't be exposed now. If the news that I'm still alive spreads, I'm afraid it will arouse the vigilance of the 5 major countries. Make a decision early. Can't let the 9 tails Jinchuriki grow up. Before Nagato could speak, Obito used Kamui to leave. After Obito left, Nagato showed a disdainful smile. Do you really think you are Uchiha Madara? A villain who hides his head and shows his tail. Konan walked behind Nagato, rubbed Nagato's shoulders, and said slowly, although he is not Uchiha Madara, he must be related to Uchiha Madara. It is very likely that he is a backup left by Uchiha Madara. I know, I haven't heard that Uchiha Madara has spatial ability. With Uchiha Madara's pride, it is impossible for him to hide his head and show his tail like this. Since he wants to use us, then we can use him. Nagato said faintly, with a serious expression. But he is right, Uzumaki Naruto is indeed a danger, his power is too terrifying. But no matter how powerful he is no match for God. When speaking, Nagato exuded a powerful aura that made people afraid. Uzumaki Naruto, let me do it myself. Nagato clenched his fists. Although the power transmitted by Uzumaki Naruto was strong, the Samsara Eye gave him unparalleled confidence. Nagato, your body. Konan said a little worriedly. Ahem, it's okay, just a 9 tails Jinchuriki. Nagato's voice resounded in this small space, leaving only the lonely figures of the 2. Konan sighed and stopped talking, but looked at Nagato worriedly. He knew that Nagato had deviated from their original intention, and cooperating with the masked man was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Konan's eyes sparkled. She couldn't help but look at the detonating tags in her sleeves. If things got really bad, then don't blame me. To her, Nagato was her only relative. Chapter 270. In the Land of Thunder, Thunder Canyon. This is a place for cultivation in the Land of Thunder. At this moment, Thunder Canyon has undergone tremendous changes. The landforms of the Land of Thunder are peculiar, and there are countless places like this type of canyon. The terrain is undulating and belongs to the hilly area. This place is different from the Turtle Island where Kurabi cultivates. Few people come here to cultivate. This area is the territory of the two-tailed wooden man. At this moment, this quiet and peaceful place has been broken by the previous silence. The wet site even has the smell of gunpowder from the flames, and the air is filled with a little heat. It seems that there are two worlds of ice and fire, and now there are two strangers in this place. Black background and red clouds, a man who looks weird, with a shark face. The other person has an indifferent face, short black hair, and two tear grooves on his face. These two people are Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, who are on a mission. In front of them, there was a person half kneeling, panting, staring at the two people in front of him. It was the Two Tails Yukito. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi hadn't made a move yet, but she couldn't resist it. Kisami's ability restrained her quite a bit, and Kisami's big sword Samahata was still swallowing up the Two Tails chakra. She was also shocked by Kisami's incredibly huge chakra. Kisame, hurry up, Kumogakure may have noticed something unusual. Itachi's voice sounded slowly, which made Yukito's heart condense. Kisame slowly tied Samahata behind him, and then disappeared from Yukito's sight in an instant. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong wind appeared from her side. She secretly thought it was not good, but her tired body made it difficult for her to dodge the attack. Bang! Yukito flew out directly, and a big foot appeared. It was Kisame who kicked Yukito out with one kick. Yukito's body rolled over several times, and when he stopped, blood had seeped from the corner of his mouth. She slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The voice of Nibi Matabi rang in her heart. Yukito, run. As long as you can hold on for a minute, someone will come. Nibi Matabi's voice was full of worry. Compared with others, Yukito was someone she recognized, but even if Yukito had her chakra, he couldn't beat the strange shark man in front of him. Not only did he have a huge amount of chakra, but Samahata was constantly absorbing chakra. What made her even more afraid was the young man with Sharingan next to Kisame. Suddenly, Itachi raised his head, looked into the distance, and said slowly, Kisame, someone is coming. After saying that, Itachi's three Magatama suddenly turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan, stared at Yukito, and slowly uttered two words, Tsukuyomi. Blood flowed down both sides of his cheeks, Itachi covered his eyes lightly, and Yukito collapsed directly to the ground and fainted. Kisame hurriedly jumped to Itachi's side and said, Mr. Itachi, are you okay? Kisame looked at Itachi worriedly, and a few traces of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. I'm fine. Itachi wiped off the bloodstains. For Sasuke, I will not die. Sasuke, my time is running out. This sentence slowly crossed Itachi's mind. Kisame carried Yukito on his shoulders, and the two slowly left. A minute later, a group of Anbu wearing animal masks appeared. There are traces of fierce fighting, and there is a lot of chakra around. Report to Lord Raikage quickly. Lord Yukito is in trouble. The leading Anbu touched the ground, and the voice came out from under the mask. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, several people turned into shadows and disappeared. In the office of the Raikage smashed the table in front of him after hearing the news, but at this moment Mabui's attention was not on the table smashed by the Raikage, but on the missing Yukito. Who on earth could kidnap Yukito in such a short time? What is their purpose? Mabui hugged her chest with one hand and supported it with the other hand. Her majesty, which was almost comparable to Tsunade, became more obvious under her actions. Lord Raikage, according to intelligence, Jinchuriki have been attacked in various parts of the ninja world. Even Kazekage Gaara was attacked, but the other party did not succeed. In addition to Yukito, the 3 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails were attacked by a mysterious person and fell into the hands of a mysterious person. The 4 tails was also saved by Onoki. Mabui quickly spoke the information he had obtained. Their goal is the tailed beast. The rough Raikage frowned and said, now a large number of such powerful people have emerged in the ninja world, and their goal is still the tailed beast, and they don't seem to care about the 5 great nations at all. Has Uzumaki Naruto been attacked? As if he remembered something, Raikage Ying asked hurriedly. The 9 tails Jinchuriki was not attacked. The other party should be afraid of his strength, so he did not attack. Ma Bui spoke slowly, fulfilling her duties as a secretary conscientiously. Although he is a secretary, he holds the top power in Kumogakure, and she has the right to mobilize the Anbu. Damn it, why is that little brat Uzumaki Naruto okay? Reikage said angrily again. No one in the office spoke, and Ma Bui sighed in her heart when she saw the appearance of Reikage. She knew that Uzumaki Naruto had become the inner demon of Reikage. As long as it was about Uzumaki Naruto, Reikage would always be restless. Reikage looked ugly. Since the last defeat, he returned to Kumogakure and entered the crazy hell training again. But how can strength be improved so easily? He seemed to be stuck in a bottleneck, and there was no progress during this period. Before, he did have some room for growth, but now, his strength has reached the top level of Kage. If he wants to reach the next level, it is almost impossible without a chance encounter. Contact Onoki and Mizukage Terumi to discuss countermeasures together. Reikage roared. Kumogakure and Iwagakure have a grudge, but now they have to join forces again. However, for Terumi, he still brought the word Mizukage. Yes, Lord Reikage. Mabui nodded and walked out of the office slowly. Wait a minute, change a new desk for me. Just when Mabui walked to the door, the Reikage suddenly spoke. Mabui was stunned. After saying yes, he walked out and closed the door. The actions of the Akatsuki organization stirred up the water in the ninja world that had just been quiet. At this moment, Nagato and Konan were heading in one direction, which was the direction of the Snow Country. Nagato had decided to capture Uzumaki Naruto easily. Except for Uzumaki Naruto, everyone else was vulnerable. Naruto didn't know that Nagato was heading towards the Snow Country. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, his strength was already the best in the ninja world. Chapter 271. In the quiet office, Shisui slowly looked at the reports submitted from various places. The construction in various places was in full swing. The Fire Country has already built asphalt roads on a large scale. Good transportation has made the sales of cars even more popular. With the comparison, the original slow carriages have gradually been replaced by cars. After all, if you don't enjoy good things, you are mentally ill. Moreover, the Fire Country has changed its owner, although there are still some remnants of forces wandering in the darkness of the country. But it is harmless, small fish and shrimps, and can't shake Naruto's rule at all. Facing these nobles of the Fire Country, Naruto only gave them, do you choose guns and cannons, or assist the operation of the country with peace of mind? Those who know the times have long turned to Naruto's side. Although their own interests have been slightly damaged, they are fortunate to survive. Shisui looked at the situation in various places. On the contrary, the progress of the Fire Country was a bit slow, because the Fire Country daimyo was still alive and had been guarded by the monks of the Fire Temple. His existence made some people in the Fire Country do some small actions in secret. The best construction was the Wind Country, which built a large number of factories relying on oil, and also built various road conditions. The number of oases increased greatly, and the umbrella had a high prestige in ruling here. Except for a few nobles in the Wind Country, most civilians were not interested in who ruled them. They would support whoever could make them live a good life. And Ebizo also managed the Wind Country in an orderly manner. What is important is the development policy of the umbrella organization. As long as it is implemented, there will be gains. Naruto also fought for the mass line to gain the hearts of most people. After all, ninjas also have families. If you don't support the umbrella, then your family's good life will end. No one wants to go back to the poor life they once had. Under the leadership of the umbrella organization, there is nothing bad. Life is rich. The construction of factories requires workers, which creates many jobs and solves many family problems. Not all people are capable of doing business, and this part is arranged in factories. There are also a large number of textile companies that have been established. There is also the construction of umbrella in various places of the 5 major countries. Now that the 5 major countries have fallen into the hands of the Umbrella Organization, the big ninja villages dare not speak out and often send small groups of ninjas to harass. Among them, the Thunder Country is the worst, but due to Naruto's power, they dare not go too far. At this time, the sound of an alarm suddenly sounded next to Shisui. Shisui pressed a button, and a thing with a screen display rose from under the table. There were several light sources on it, showing that it was a huge chakra unit. On the right side of the screen, it was the reconnaissance unit reporting that a huge chakra unit was coming towards the Umbrella headquarters. Now that the Umbrella Organization has almost fully entered the information age, Shisui frowned slightly. Now that the Umbrella is in full swing, who dares to find trouble with the Umbrella Organization at this time? Could it be? Shisui thought of a possibility. It seems that only the Akatsuki Organization dares to deal with them at this time. Next to Shisui was a member of the Uchiha family. He said slowly, "Brother Shisui, do you want to report this to Lord Naruto?" Shisui waved his hand and said, "Not for now. If Naruto has to deal with everything, then what do we need? Gather a team and block the enemy outside." Yes. This ninja from the Uchiha family has long lost his former youthfulness. He is now an elite ninja at the level of Jonin, named Uchiha-zan. Shisui changed into a combat uniform and looked at the assembled team. There was no outstanding strength, but they were all at the level of Jonin, with a total of 20 people. "Let's go," Shisui said without any nonsense, and then everyone suddenly turned into black shadows and disappeared. 20 miles away from the Umbrella Organization, Nagato had found a hiding place, and Pain Six Paths was heading forward. At this time, Nagato suddenly opened his eyes and said to Konan beside him, "Someone is coming from the opposite side, it's Uchiha Shisui." "Hey, you only brought 20 people with you, am I underestimated?" Nagato snorted coldly, seeming a little angry, but his tone showed his indifference. At this moment, Shisui didn't know that he was about to face the big boss of the Akatsuki Organization. Soon, Shisui arrived at the destination, and what caught his eyes were several people wearing black clothes with red clouds, who seemed to be members of the Akatsuki Organization. What shocked Shisui the most was that the eyes of the people in front of him were all samsara eyes. His heart was suddenly filled with suddenly trembled. Suddenly remembered what Naruto said to him, that the samsara eye has the ability to create the Six Paths identity. Could this be the Six Paths clones created by the samsara eye? After all, if there are 6 people who control the samsara eye, this is almost impossible. After figuring out the key, his heart calmed down immediately. But there was no contempt in his heart. Because Naruto once said that the leader of the Akatsuki Organization has a strength far beyond the level of Kage. Shisui did not disbelieve it, because the samsara eye explained everything. The leading Tendao showed an extremely indifferent expression, as if the gods in the sky looked down on the ants on earth. Shisui drew out the sword, and a sharp meaning appeared on his body. At this time, in the Umbrella Organization, Izumi also learned that Shisui had hastily taken a few people to meet the enemy. Izumi snorted, "Brother Shisui didn't even inform me. What if something goes wrong? A lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength." However, Izumi also knew that Shisui had recently injected the perfect Hashirama cells, and he must have wanted to fight. His Mangekyo had reappeared, but his pupil technique could not be used for the time being. He was the same. The power of the perfect Hashirama cells made him no longer at risk of blindness. She had also felt it before, and had been suppressing the power of using pupil techniques. And now, she has no risk of blindness, and she has few opponents in the Kage level. At this time, on Shisui's side, the long sword that Shisui drew out made Tendo Pain frown. He actually felt a threat from the sword. The two sides looked at each other quietly, and Shisui observed the other side's flaws. 2 minutes passed, and Shisui did not move at all, and was quietly observing. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Shisui's forehead. The other side looked unconcerned, as if he was not worried about his attack at all. There was no way, Shisui could only take the initiative, and the other side brought him great pressure. He was afraid that if he didn't take action, their momentum would be completely suppressed. The whole person turned into countless figures and rushed towards Pain. The sword light in the middle was bright, and there was a sense of splitting the sky. Facing Shisui's attack, Tiandao slowly uttered a few words, Shinra Tensai. His eyes were full of indifference, and countless illusory figures disappeared in an instant. The surrounding ground seemed to be pushed out by some force, and was directly forced back by the powerful force. Chapter 272. Hand over the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Pain's voice sounded, as if the person in front of him was just a small minion, looking down on everything. Shisui suffered a small loss, and the Scarlet 3 Magatama appeared in his eye sockets, and turned into dozens of clones to attack again. The 20 Jonins around him were not idle either, and they used ninjutsu to attack the rest of Pain. You want me to hand over Naruto? It's just a foolish dream, take my sword. Shisui slashed with a sword, and there was a 3-foot blade light. When he slashed down with a sword, it seemed that the sky and the earth changed color. Even Pain's face became serious. Several people jumped away in a hurry, and a deep gully was cut on the ground. Fire style. Great dragon fire technique. Then Shisui formed a seal with one hand again, and a huge fire dragon swept out. The air suddenly exuded a hot breath. At this time, Hungry Ghost suddenly appeared in front of the ninjutsu, stretched out a hand, and saw the fire dragon getting smaller and smaller, as if there was a suction force absorbing the ninjutsu's chakra. In fact, this is the ability of Hungry Ghost, which can absorb most of the ninjutsu chakra and make it invalid. In the original work, most of Jiraiya's ninjutsu were absorbed by Hungry Ghost. What a weird ability, absorbing chakra. Should I really say it's worthy of the Samsara Eye? After just one fight, Shisui judged the ability of Hungry Ghost. So according to this, the 6 people on the other side have 6 different abilities. Samsara Eye is really strange. Shisui was shocked. Gathering intelligence is a basic quality of a ninja, but it does not rule out that the other party has other special abilities. Shisui once again launched 6 flame attacks, hitting Pain's 6 paths respectively, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan flashed. After a moment, the chakra was absorbed by Hungry Ghost again, and the flames slowly dissipated like rootless duckweed. Shisui frowned, not because he was surprised that his attack was absorbed again, but because the illusion he launched did not work. Immune to illusion. Is my illusion level too low? Without any hesitation, Shisui directly used the Mangekyo Sharingan. He felt a strong pressure from these people. Don't look at the 2 attacks in a short period of time, in fact, they were all in an instant. At this time, the team had just rushed to the side of 6 paths Pain. The animal path quickly summoned a summoning technique, and several summoned beasts were summoned, and their aura was not weaker than that of a Jonin. Looking at the men brought by Shisui, they didn't care at all, as if these were not 20 Jonin, but 20 Genin. And the other few Pains, with their agility, dodged the attacks of these ninjas while turning and moving. The Heavenly Path Pain looked at these scenes coldly, unmoved at all. Shisui had already chopped over with a knife. Tendo Pain slightly turned his body, and the knife chopped down in front of Pain's face, and an arc of white light flashed from the blade. Feel the pain, Shinra Tensai. A strong repulsive force appeared, and Shisui secretly thought that it was not good, and the knife was in front. Boom. Shisui's body fell directly on the ground, causing a large amount of dust. I have experienced too many deaths, and their pain has made me grow up. Ignorant children can only grow up after knowing pain. Pain looked at Shisui, who stood up and said in a flat tone. Shisui frowned when he heard it, but Pain spoke again. I have grown beyond mortals in the pain of infinite existence, and transformed from a mortal into a god. Pain looked high and mighty, which made Shisui frown again. In Naruto's words, this is a disease and must be cured. Shisui opened his mouth slowly and said, what is your purpose? Shisui also practiced martial arts, and his body was much stronger than before. Otherwise, he would probably suffer a lot of damage in front of this Shinra Tensei. In order to bring peace to the world must feel pain. If a big country starts a war at will, then I will let them taste the pain of war. Only when the world feels real pain will they dare not start a war at will. We collect tailed beasts and create weapons that can destroy a country in an instant. Only then will they dare not start a war again. Pursue peace in pain. Only by empathizing can the world be brought to a stable and peaceful state. Pain's voice sounded, and Shisui's scalp numbed instantly, but he strangely felt that he seemed to have some reason. Shisui immediately shook his head and looked at Pain. This was probably another unfortunate person who suffered from the devastation of war. The idea of making the world feel pain will only make the people of the world fall into greater fear. This is not the peace he wants. Making weapons to achieve deterrence will only make people live in fear. You are trapped in the devil. This method can't achieve peace at all. Deterrence will only make people live in fear. Shisui looked at Pain, a little emotional. The man in front of him was a bit like Itachi, and had gone to extremes. Their understanding of peace is too self-centered. Compared with them, he had someone to help him. To achieve peace, only realism. Only true unification, military deterrence can only achieve peace for a period of time, and it will also make people immersed in the fear of threats. And the lives of the people have not changed at all. The absence of war does not mean that peace has been achieved. He has a better pursuit, which is to improve the happiness of the people in the ninja world, so that everyone can enjoy the joy brought by life. This is the real peace. Sir, if you want world peace, then you can join our organization. Our organization has a definite policy leadership. Only we can lead the world to achieve real peace. Shisui said, his tone full of sincerity. Enough. Stop talking. Your so-called justice is not worth mentioning in my eyes. You started a war and attacked the 5 major countries. Is this what you call peace? I only saw blood and pain. If you can join our organization and let the world feel pain, I will let you know what true peace is. Pain said coldly. In his heart, only he is right. Hey. Shisui felt that he was laughed at. Why should I argue with a madman? Neurosis or something, just treat it. In Naruto's words, just beat him up. Without the mind of nonsense, Shisui's whole person was like a sharp blade out of the sheath, and his momentum climbed to the peak. Any blood they shed will eventually turn into a great wall of peace. When the surrounding ninjas looked at Shisui, they all felt a stinging feeling in their eyes. Shisui held the knife horizontally, and his momentum rose rapidly. The whole person turned into dozens of clones, attacking in an interlaced manner, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Chapter 273. Dozens of clones attacked Nagato, making it hard to tell whether they were real or fake. Most people would not dare to let such attacks fall on themselves. Because you don't know which figure is real and which is fake, you must intercept all the attacks, which greatly consumes your energy and spirit. This is why Shisui is difficult to deal with. However, even in the face of such an attack, Nagato was not panicked at all, and Tendo Pain's eyes showed an indifferent look. It was still the same move, gently raised his hand, and uttered a few words, Shinra Tensei. Shisui's body was instantly knocked out, and several shadow clones were destroyed in the middle. Tendo Pain's all-round attack made him almost invulnerable. Shisui was hit by the powerful attack and his blood was surging all over his body, and his body was slightly painful. Such an attack is really difficult to deal with. Shisui gently spit out a mouthful of blood to the side, but his face was not panicked at all, but only solemn. Almost impeccable, all-round defense, can attack or defend. You are very strong, I recognize your strength, but it is a foolish dream to try to fight against God with such strength. Mortals cannot defeat God. Pain's voice came slowly, arrogant, imposing. You are not a god. I am not a god either, and there is no so-called god. Even if there is, it is just an ordinary person with strong strength. Shisui's firm voice sounded, revealing a bit of disdain in his tone. Stupid mortals, you are against the fear of God. Pain's face changed, and he was a little angry in his heart. Tinian of all things. A huge suction came, and Shisui instantly lost control of his body. This is gravity. Shisui was startled and quickly inserted the sword in his hand into the ground, but after a moment, even the soil was sucked out, and Shisui was sucked towards Pain again. In that case, let's see if your turtle shell is as tough as the sword in my hand. With the help of the gravity transmitted by Pain, Shisui poured all his strength into the sword in his hand. There was a faint light flashing on the sword. The sword made by Shisui was made of chakra metal, which was very precious. It can carry Shisui's power. Even the legendary Kusanagi sword is slightly inferior to the craftsmanship of Shisui's sword in quality, because it is fused with a more solid alloy metal. With the development of science, more convenient forging methods and metal craftsmanship came into being. A sharp and resolute meaning enveloped the blade. When it was 5 meters close to Pain, a 1 meter long white light suddenly grew. Pain was startled and hurriedly released Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei, which was originally invisible and colorless, could actually see a white airflow visible to the naked eye. The attacks of the two collided, and Pain's invincible Shinra Tensei did not instantly knock Shisui out, but instead formed a stalemate. At this time, even the remotely controlled Nagato's face changed. This was the first time he saw someone who could resist his Shinra Tensei. This means that God may also fail. I will never allow anyone to hinder my plan. Nagato's face sank, and Pain, who was fighting with Shisui, suddenly increased the output of chakra. Shisui flew out again, and this time, he was more seriously injured than the previous times. Master Shisui. The ninjas in the distance became worried, and the other Pains took advantage of this opportunity to easily repel several ninjas, as if playing a cat and mouse game. No, Master Shisui is no match for the other party. Master Naruto must be notified. Or other masters in the organization. At this time, someone said rationally, and then they separated two people and retreated directly to the back. Pain Six Paths did not care about these people, but slowly looked at the direction of Shisui. They were both one person and not one person at the same time. Under their gaze, all of Shisui's actions were exposed. Shisui slowly stood up. His body was slightly tingling. He looked up at Pain. The opponent only showed Shinra Tensei and Wanxiang Tinian, which made him almost at a loss. He stood up and slowly formed a seal, and suddenly 5 identical figures appeared in front of him. Shisui sent people out one by one, seemingly wanting to test Pain's ability and find flaws. Looking at these rushing figures, although the 5-second interval had passed, Pain did not use Shinra Tensei. After all, he couldn't always use the big move. He dodged easily and took out a black stick from his body. Easy after dodging the attack of Shisui's clone, he directly inserted the black stick into the clone's body, and the clone instantly turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Shisui murmured, "Is the physical skill so exquisite? But it seems that we can attack from the physical skill." Although Pain's physical attack is powerful, in Shisui's eyes, it is not as good as Shaoli, Ziluo and others. Shisui picked up the knife in his hand again, and continued to transform his clone to attack Pain. The huge pressure brought to him by Pain is also prompting Shisui to evolve. The sharp aura on his body became more and more dignified, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a peerless sword. He used the substitute technique and the clone to replace, thereby reducing the damage caused by Shinra Tensei. Shisui's powerful sword attack made Pain dare not touch it easily. The sharp aura made people feel that they would die if they touched it. With the continuous probing attack, Shisui also smiled a little. 5 seconds interval time. Even though he discovered Nagato's weakness, Shisui didn't dare to be careless, because it was not a weakness in the actual sense. However, this discovery made the outcome of the battle confusing. He couldn't withstand too many attacks from Shinra Tensei, and he had to fight quickly. Faintly, Shisui's temperament changed, and the whole person became only able to swing the sword. The surroundings were full of landforms that were completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. It was simply shocking. Suddenly, Shisui's mind seemed to flash with inspiration, and the whole person was stunned for a moment, and the sharp momentum on his body also rose to the peak. I have a sword that can kill gods. Secret One Sword Shira Slash. Shisui's whole body of energy and spirit gathered towards this sword. An illusory figure appeared, holding a huge sword, as if he was going to split the sky and the earth. Pain's face changed instantly. He actually felt the breath of death on it. How could this be possible? A black dot far away from the battlefield changed his expression. It was Black Zetsu who came to check the situation. How could such an attack appear in the hands of an ordinary Uchiha clan member? Black Zetsu murmured. On Pain's side, he was no longer calm. Super Shinra Tensei. On Shisui's side, the blade light suddenly increased to 10 meters, and the illusory figure holding the blade chopped down heavily. The two forces collided with each other, causing a violent explosion, and a rumbling sound appeared. Chapter 274. The collision between the two instantly caused a strong wind, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Several other ninjas under Pain left behind the umbrella and began to walk away. They knew the power of Super Shinra Tensei, or rather, Nagato knew it. Several people were originally controlled by Nagato. At this time, the people under the umbrella also reacted and began to run away from the battle between the two. Even the instant body technique was used, as if they were avoiding the attack of the tailed beast. Even something more terrible than the tailed beast. In fact, the current attacks of the two have surpassed most of the tailed beasts, and are even more terrible than the attacks of the tailed beasts. Shisui's attack has reached the level of Super Shadow, but it is not long-lasting, and it is not really the threshold of entering the Super Shadow level. But once this incident is over, when Shisui absorbs all the gains of this time, then the threshold of Super Shadow will be within Shisui's reach, and Shisui has walked out of his own path. Just like Might Guy and others take the pure physical route, but now they do not completely rely on the power of Sharingan. Most of the time, it was used as an auxiliary. In the years since he lost his Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui has been honing his swordsmanship, and finally embarked on a special path with the help of Naruto. The subtle insight of the Sharingan has allowed Shisui's swordsmanship to improve rapidly. And now, he has finally broken the shackles of bloodline combat power and successfully reached the level of Super Shadow. The sword energy is everywhere, and the smoke is everywhere. Within 10 kilometers, it was instantly shrouded in smoke. And some of the ninjas of the umbrella, the slower ones, died the moment they screamed. Only those with stronger bodies were injured, looking at the scene in front of them with disbelief. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, looking at a few unlucky companions not far away, and secretly made up his mind to be strong in the tempering of the body after returning, otherwise it would be very uncomfortable to die like them with a touch. The survivors all breathed a sigh of relief, and some even sighed with emotion after surviving a catastrophe. Thinking back to the time when they were limited to the level of Chunin due to their talent, they had to choose to find opportunities to become stronger in martial arts. It was also because of this that they broke through to the level of Jonin, and it was also because of martial arts that they saved their lives. But what shocked them was that what caused them to be seriously injured was the aftermath of the fight between the two. The smoke slowly dissipated, and what came into view was a pit with a radius of 10 miles. The pit was covered with knife marks, and the surrounding weeds and trees all disappeared. In the center of the deep pit, a voice rang out, "You have my recognition. But God is God after all. Did I lose?" At this moment, Shisui's body was covered with scars, multiple fractures, and even his internal organs were injured. The heavy injuries and the burst of energy and spirit exhausted him. He looked at Pain's figure, which had become blurred, and finally he fell to the ground. Completely fainted. Pain looked at Shisui's fallen figure and murmured, "I want to put an end to the war in this war-torn world. This is God's mission. How can we quickly stop the war when countries are fighting each other? Just give the forbidden weapons to each country. Those who hold these weapons will definitely use their power." Thousands of people died in an instant. Anyone would feel panic. People, countries, and the whole world will know pain. That kind of fear will produce restraint, and there will be no more wars. It can be said that the world is now growing towards stability and peace. Pain will make the world grow, just like I used to. To make this world grow, think, and move forward, we need the guidance of God. This world is still just a child. To make the world grow, we must let it know what pain is. Just as Nagato was still mumbling, the sound of palms clapping rang out. Papa. You said it very well. But do you really think that things will go as you imagined? People's hearts are complicated. When there are too many deaths, it is just purgatory. The so-called deterrence can play a temporary role. As you said, pain will make them afraid. But this is not real peace, it is just your false peace. If a person is immersed in fear all day long, then it is better to die and end it all. At that time, death is a kind of relief, and living is suffering. That is not peace and justice at all. Naruto's figure appeared in Pain's sight, and he slowly squatted beside Shisui. A green light emerged from his hand. Soon, Shisui's surface injuries were almost healed. The reason why he has not woken up is because of excessive consumption of energy. Naruto quickly disappeared with Shisui's body, and the next second, Naruto's figure appeared again. Oh, then you were peaceful and just. You launched a war against the 5 major countries and killed the royal families of the 5 major countries. Is that justice? Nagato, who was hiding behind, controlled Pain and said, "This is a conversation between two people. I always say that I am just. Because justice is difficult to define, who says killing is not justice?" Naruto said firmly, which made people feel convinced. Then what is the difference between us? Pain's indifferent voice sounded. Naruto's mouth curled up slightly, and he chuckled, "Yes. What is the difference between us? Perhaps, the difference between us is that I stand on the shoulders of the times, and I have a great cultural heritage of 5,000 years in my mind." Of course, Naruto did not say the latter sentence. Naruto has no hostility towards Nagato. On the contrary, Nagato is still a member of the same family for Naruto. You were right. Justice is hard to define. You are much more straightforward than those hypocritical 5 great nations. It is never the 5 great nations that define justice. They are just hypocritical rats who never come to the stage. But it is a pity that even if I am unwilling, you are destined to be taken away by me. You will become a stepping stone for peace. You and I are the same people. I feel pain in you. Pain's words came out slowly, making Naruto laugh. Is he using his mouth to fight me? But the outcome of the mouth fight is ultimately determined by strength. Naruto's aura suddenly became fierce. Pain knew what Naruto meant. Facing an enemy like Naruto, all the 6 paths of Pain gathered around the heavenly path Pain. He had used Super Shinra Tensei before, which had consumed a lot of chakra. During the time of mouth fighting with Naruto, he also recovered a little. The battle between the two broke out. Chapter 275. Nagato looked at Naruto coldly. A golden light shone from Naruto's body, which surprised him a little. Naruto entered the Sage Mode in less than a second, and a transcendent aura appeared. Naruto's Sage Mode was not Jiraiya's half-baked Sage Mode. It was not the Sage Mode of Naruto in the original work. Only Hashirama Senju could match this Sage Mode. Hashirama Senju's huge chakra and natural energy fusion, coupled with wood release, made his strength quite strong. But now Naruto is not inferior to Hashirama Senju at all, but Pain controlled by Nagato did not notice Naruto's current strength, but felt that Naruto's current strength had increased a lot. Is this the legendary Sage Mode? It does look a bit high, but that's all. Pain spoke coldly, but Black Zetsu in the distance widened his eyes and began to panic. Could it be that this Uzumaki kid has already mastered the power of Ashura? It shouldn't be. He could never have thought that Naruto was a man with a cheat. His expression instantly turned cold, and he murmured, "We can't wait any longer, we must revive Uchiha Madara immediately, Mom." "Don't worry, I will revive you." After that, Black Zetsu turned into a black shadow and disappeared. On Naruto's side, Pain started to act first, and countless summoned beasts were summoned, and the appearance of the Samsara Eye appeared in their eyes. The summoning techniques summoned by the Samsara Eye all had the Samsara Eye mark in their eyes. These summoning techniques are all summoned beasts that are hard to see in the ninja world. It is unknown where Nagato got them, or whether they are the abilities of the Samsara Eye itself. Sensing the changes in the surrounding space, Naruto showed a bit of curiosity in his eyes. What surprised him the most was Shirado, whose body has now been completely transformed into a mechanical body. And he can summon a large number of technological creations, even small missiles. The Samsara Eye is really strange. Naruto said to himself. The Samsara Eye came from the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. It was not surprising that there were technological races in the universe. But how could the Samsara Eye produce these technological creations like signing a contract with a summoned beast? There will be plenty of time for research in the future, but now let's deal with the troubles in front of us first. The overwhelming attack came, and the surroundings instantly made a rumbling explosion. The smoke instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. At this time, the outside. The reinforcements of the umbrella have arrived, and when they saw such a shocking scene in front of them, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. The devastation, a deep pit on the ground, and traces of battles everywhere around. What shocked them was that there were several powerful chakra reactions in the smoke. Retreat, evacuate the battlefield. At this time, a voice came, as if from all directions. This is Naruto's voice. It's the voice of leader Naruto. A surprised voice came out, and the leader was Zabuza. He looked solemn and said, "Retreat." "But, Lord Zabuza." At this time, a ninja said, but before he finished, he was interrupted by Zabuza. "Didn't I make it clear enough? This is no longer a battle we can participate in." Hearing what Zabuza said, the ninja looked solemnly and said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Zabuza." Soon, everyone left this place and watched from a distance. In fact, Zabuza was also shocked. If he didn't want to lose face in front of everyone, he would probably have shown a shocked look. But it was precisely because of this that he knew that this was no longer something that could be dealt with by numbers. Even if the power of the army was gathered, the opponent's power was more concentrated, and the army was more suitable for war rather than against a single strong man. It can be faced several times, but it may not be easy to defeat the opponent. In fact, it is true. The Samsara Eye that Nagato possesses is an ability used by a 6 paths level strongman. Even if it is not his own eye, the ability he uses has reached the level of the middle stage of the Super Shadow. When the smoke dissipated, seeing that Naruto did not seem to be injured at all, Pain was also secretly shocked. He knew that such an attack could not directly kill the opponent, but such a casual look made him more solemn. "Is your strength limited to this? Then I will take action," Naruto said slowly, and his momentum became more and more high. Naruto slowly stretched out a hand, and the chakra in his hand quickly gathered. Naruto looked at Pain and uttered a few words, "Senjutsu Rasenshuriken Jutsu." With the blessing of powerful energy, the Rasenshuriken when it appeared, a hurricane blew up. Naruto could control this force and even make it like a Rasengan, but there was no need. He threw the attack directly, and wherever the Rasenshuriken, which emitted a strong light, went, everything was in ruins and no grass grew. Pain's eyes condensed and he roared, "The winner can only be me. Shinra Tensei." A strong repulsive force appeared, and the soil around him was pushed away in an instant, and it was about to hit Naruto's Rasenshuriken. Suddenly, the two collided, and the world seemed to be forbidden. After a moment, a deafening sound was heard. A strong tearing sound rang out. This time, the invincible Shinra Tensei did not directly destroy Naruto's attack as Pain expected. Instead, it was deadlocked, and he even felt that Shinra Tensei would soon be shattered, which was a feeling he had never had before. Bang! Like a broken mirror, the repulsive field formed by Shinra Tensei shattered, and the spiral shuriken attacked Pain again. At this time, Shirado directly blocked in front of Tensho Pain. Energy burst out, and the wind attribute cutting ability instantly burst into countless rays of light, and Shirato's body suddenly fell to the ground like a broken doll. At this time, Jigokudo summoned the gate of Yama and threw Shirato into it. After a moment, a brand new Shirato appeared in front of Naruto again. Interesting. Naruto looked at everything in front of him curiously. The Samsara Eye does have the ability to reverse life and death, so there is no need to worry about the resurrection of his parents in the future. In this world, the boundary between life and death is relatively vague, and the strong control everything. At this time, Pain also took action. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly released the most powerful attack. Chibaku Tensai. A small black ball floated up from Pain's hand, showing a terrifying suction force. Except for Pain and others, everything was sucked into the sky by this powerful suction force. Even Naruto's body was pulled into the sky. The larger the volume, the stronger the gravity. Naruto can still keep his body steady now, and the surrounding trees and soil are constantly being pulled into the sky. This change instantly scared Zabuza and others who were watching. Zabuza made a quick decision and shouted, "Leave here immediately." Chapter 276. The suction force began to gradually expand, and the area of the body began to gradually expand. Naruto condensed a spiral shuriken in his hand again. With a whoosh, the powerful spiral shuriken directly cut off a small half of the Chibaku Tensai, but the Chibaku Tensai continued to expand and grow. It's worthy of being the Chibaku Tensai that can easily control the 9 tails in the original work. Naruto thought to himself, and at the same time imagined how powerful the power was in its heyday. What a pity, if you are a Chibaku Tensai at the level of the 6 paths, I'm afraid even I will be sealed, but yours is a reduced version, a larger toy. Naruto's figure has been sucked into the sky, but there is no trace of fear. Naruto only saw his hand horizontally, and a 40-meter long sword condensed by chakra emerged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Naruto directly inserted the long sword condensed by chakra in his hand into the Chibaku Tensai, just touching the core inside. Crack. A few sounds that no one heard were heard, and the gravity stopped instantly, and the huge spear fell down. An oversized Rasengan appeared and was thrown directly by Naruto at the sphere of Chibaku Tensai. Boom. Chibaku Tensai disintegrated instantly and turned into huge stones that fell down. Naruto burst out countless tiny lightning beams in his hands, directly hitting those huge stones into small stones and falling down. And a deep pit with a radius of dozens of miles has been formed around it. I'm afraid this place will become a fish pond. Naruto shook his head and said, and then looked at Pain, who was already shocked by Naruto. Naruto's figure disappeared again, and when he appeared again, Naruto had come to the side of several peens. His current spatial attainments have been able to get rid of the restrictions of kunai. As long as you sense the nearby space, you can achieve teleportation. Of course, spatial imprint positioning is still required at a long distance. In an instant, the 5 peens around him fell down, and they had lost their breath of life. Only one Tendo Pain was left. Naruto said slowly to Tendo Pain, "We are still brothers after all, senior brother Nagato, wait for me to find you." When Naruto said this, Nagato, who was hiding behind him, instantly contracted his pupils, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face, and then he lost the ability to sense Tendo. Obviously, Tendo had been killed. "Quick, Konan, get out of here!" Nagato shouted immediately. "Nagato, what happened?" Konan asked curiously. They were too far away, and she didn't know the situation on Naruto's side. After a moment of silence, Nagato said, "The 9 Tails Jinchuriki is no longer something I can deal with. He easily defeated Pain's 6 paths. I'm afraid that only the 6 paths sage can deal with his strength if he is alive." Konan was silent and stopped talking, and Nagato was also silent, unwilling to say anything more. After a while, Xiaonan said, "I'll take you away from here." But at this time, a clear voice sounded, "Hello, senior brother Nagato, senior sister Xiaonan. We finally meet." Naruto appeared in front of the two. Nagato was silent for a while. He knew that this should be the magical space ability he saw at the end. Why do you call me senior brother? At this time, Nagato slowly exhaled and asked. He didn't think that the terrifying guy in front of him was trained by Teacher Jiraiya. Of course I am also a disciple of Teacher Jiraiya, but I didn't learn anything from him. Although that guy is a little unreliable, he is still a good person. I agreed to be his disciple for my father's face. Naruto said slowly. Half of the reason why he agreed to Jiraiya was because of Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato was also Jiraiya's disciple at the time, and Jiraiya was also someone Naruto liked more. Nagato did not respond to Naruto's words, but exuded a decadent look. His eyes were blank, and he murmured, I failed, I'm sorry, Yahiko, I'm sorry Konan. No, Nagato, you are not sorry for anyone, it's this world that is wrong. Konan came over, grabbed Nagato's hand and comforted him. He looked at the partner in front of him who was hurt by the war. No matter what path he took, she was willing to accompany him, even if she knew it was a wrong path. A tear flowed from the corner of Nagato's eyes. I failed, Yahiko, and I failed to fulfill your dream after all. It's this world that is wrong. Nagato murmured in pain. Kill us. Nagato was completely shocked by Naruto's strength. Why should I kill you? Naruto looked at the man standing in front of Nagato. Konan said in front of Nagato. At this time, Naruto asked again, what do you think peace is? The two were stunned when they heard Naruto's words. Naruto looked at Nagato who showed a thoughtful look, and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, only the words of the strong can make people think, who would care about the weak? The premise of mouth-to-mouth is that you are not a weak person. As long as there is no more war, the world will usher in peace. After some thought, Nagato said slowly. Do you think so? Well, according to your previous plan, you gave the terrorist weapons to the 5 major countries, so what will happen next? What about peace? Have you thought about what to do? Naruto asked 3 questions directly. But without waiting for the two to answer, Naruto spoke again. I'm afraid you don't know what to do, but have you ever imagined it? What's the difference between your approach and Senju Hashirama's? You also distribute the tailed beasts to everyone. Maybe you should be smarter and give an ultimate fighting force to one force to achieve deterrence. It can be seen that you know a lot about war, but do you know why war breaks out? Because of hatred. Because of desire. Nagato said loudly. You can say that, but your so-called idea of deterring the ninja world is not just more likely to cause hatred to grow. You know that human desires are endless, but you still firmly believe in this path. This is probably your last dawn. Naruto said loudly. Nagato was silent, and Konan was also silent. Naruto's words instantly tore off the last fig leaf in Nagato's heart and put the bloody matter in front of him. Peace is not in the hands of others, but in our own hands. The 5 great powers attacked each other, but I have conquered the 5 great powers now. In the future, there will be no ninja villages, but large cities with rapid development. There will be only one country in the ninja world. At that time, who will attack us? What we do and the blood we shed are meaningful. The truth is always in the hands of a few people. If you want peace, you still need powerful military force. When the vast majority of people support me and when the vast majority of people benefit, the minority will obey the majority. Only one whole will remain, that is us, and the so-called peace will eventually come. Is peace over when it comes? We also need to make people's lives better, formulate new laws, and develop new things. This is what we should do, instead of letting people immerse themselves in pain. That is just a false peace. Naruto's words were like a deafening sound that reached Nagato's ears. I know you may not understand, but we are not necessarily enemies. Our enemy is the masked man, the person behind him. You will see everything I say, and everything I say will come true one by one, but before that, I will seal your abilities. After saying that, Naruto directly sealed Nagato and Konan. With the power of the two, they had no ability to resist at all. Chapter 277. After Naruto sealed the power of the two, he looked up at them. The two did not resist, watching Naruto seal their power. Because with Naruto's power, even if he resisted, it would be useless. That kind of powerful power has already shocked his heart. Nagato clenched his hands and felt the loss of power. He felt a sense of fear inexplicably, feeling that he was no different from ordinary people. This made Nagato, who was used to being high above, a little uncomfortable. He could no longer feel the existence of chakra. Is the sealing technique so exquisite? Nagato murmured. Brother Nagato, why don't you come to my place and take a look? Maybe it's different from what you imagined. Naruto said with a smile. The kindness released by Naruto made the two stunned. It's already like this, then let me see what you said, maybe you really do better than me. Nagato sighed. Naruto's power can achieve deterrence itself. He is also a man of action, and even bolder than himself. The 5 great nations have been destroyed, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that the final target of the umbrella organization must be the remaining 5 hidden villages in the Akatsuki organization, and they will dominate the ninja world with an absolutely domineering attitude. Naruto took the two away from this place, and with a powerful space ninjutsu, he directly sent them to the umbrella base. Wait for me for a minute, I'll be back soon. After Naruto finished speaking, he disappeared. When Naruto appeared again, he had already appeared on the battlefield where they had fought before. Naruto felt the presence of chakra not far away, and it should be the people who came to support the umbrella organization. Soon, Zabuza and others appeared in Naruto's sight. The battle is over, go back. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, several question marks suddenly appeared in the heads of the ninjas who came to support. Is it over? Naruto took a few steps forward and looked at the battlefield caused by the previous battle with Nagato. He quickly made 4 seals and said softly, "Water style, water spring." Suddenly, the huge amount of water directly filled the pit in front of him, and a lake of medium size was formed in an instant. The umbrellas present were stunned. If they were not mistaken, the ninjutsu that Lord Naruto just used was only AC level water style ninjutsu. Moreover, there are 8 seals, right? When did it become 4? Did I learn a fake ninjutsu? When ordinary people use this ninjutsu, they can only create a small pond at most, but the facts are in front of us, and there is indeed a gap between people. Even Zabuza is a little autistic. Isn't Naruto good at earth style and wind style ninjutsu? How can he be so proficient in water style, and on this scale? Even a man who signed a contract with the sea during transmission would find it difficult to use AC level water style ninjutsu like this. However, considering Naruto's record, it is not impossible. This man has the ability to turn decay into magic. Only such a person can lead them to success. What are you looking at? Isn't this a basic operation? You little brats are lazy in training, and now you are like a country boy who has never seen the market. Go back and train twice as much. Zabuza shouted immediately. As a leader, he naturally cannot show his cowardice. I haven't seen the world, have I? Didn't I just come from the countryside? At this time, a ninja in the team whispered that he was sent to the headquarters because of his good talent. Huh. Although the voice was small, Zabuza still heard it, and immediately stared at him with his eyes, scaring him to shiver. Okay, Zabuza, don't embarrass these juniors. I heard that you need 44 seals to cast the water dragon bullet, but I only need 4. At this time, a ninja in his 30s patted Zabuza on the shoulder. He was an elite Jonin level ninja and had a good relationship with Zabuza and others. Ha 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 ha. At this time, a laugh rang out, which made Zabuza's face black. Retreat. After shouting angrily, Zabuza turned around and left. Naruto used Flying Thunder God to return to the Umbrella Organization again. He had previously placed Nagato and the others in his residence, which was not small and could be said to be a large manor. Seeing Naruto return, the two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In this unfamiliar environment, although they felt no danger, the two who had lost their power felt a little uncomfortable. Sister Xiaonan, Brother Changmin, Sister Xiaonan can come and see the situation of our organization with me. As for Brother Changmin, you should take care of your body first. We can give you the best prosthesis. You can enjoy the best medical treatment. Ming the man said slowly that Nagato should not appear in front of everyone now. After all, Nagato now looks like he will die soon. The Uzumaki clan was originally known for its vitality, but now Nagato's hair has lost its luster, and there are some white hairs in his red hair. This is a symbol of serious loss of vitality, and his legs and feet are disabled because of the original battle. The whole person is as thin as a rib. Conan nodded to Nagato, and then Conan followed Naruto out, and before leaving, he changed Conan into a ninja outfit. Although not many people know Conan, the Akatsuki clothes she wears are still very famous. In the current ninja world, Akatsuki wears black-bottomed red cloud clothes, which can be said to be known to everyone. Of course, among the ninja ranks. The two walked out and came to the gathering area, which is the core area of the umbrella, where schools, experimental buildings, etc. are all here. Sister Xiaonan, let me show you the environment of our organization. Naruto said with a smile, and Xiaonan was slightly stunned by his warm smile. The two walked step by step, and there were often people looking at Naruto and talking and whispering something. Naruto was quite helpless. With his current body sensitivity, he naturally heard what they were saying. Hey, look at the girl next to Naruto, so magnificent. You rotten girl, shouldn't we pay attention to when there was such a beautiful girl next to Naruto? This girl is so elegant, could it be that Naruto likes this style? But she seems to be a little older. I heard that Naruto is not a childhood sweetheart with the daughter of the head of the Hyuga family. Shish, Naruto is coming, don't talk about it. Naruto passed by several people. Hello, Naruto. Naruto nodded and said, hello. After that, several girls looked at Naruto's back and showed some admiration and love. Xiaonan looked around with interest, and at the same time, looked at Naruto. Naruto was not cold and harsh to the people in the organization. How could he convince his subordinates? As if he saw through Xiaonan's thoughts, Naruto said slowly, those in high positions do not separate themselves from the public into two groups to gain their respect and obedience. To gain respect, it mainly depends on what you do and how you do it. Naruto's words made Xiaonan a little stunned, as if she did not understand the meaning of Naruto's words. Naruto did not continue to speak, but walked straight forward. Chapter 278. Ino, isn't that Naruto? Why is he walking with a strange woman? Sakura suddenly poked Ino. They are now ninjas in the medical hospital. Although the major families of Konoha returned to Konoha, they still sent several children to the umbrella organization for training, and it is safer here. Ino was stunned when she heard Sakura's words, and turned her head to look. Naruto was wearing a white and gold imperial robe, matched with that dazzling hair, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, which made Ino infatuated for a while. Ino. Sakura looked at her best friend in front of her speechlessly. Their relationship is much better now than in the original book. Ino reacted at this time and said in panic, what's wrong? Sakura. Ino, didn't you see the woman next to Naruto? There is another woman next to him. Does Hinata know? It's such a beautiful woman. Sakura said immediately. Conan's charm is naturally very lethal in front of these slightly immature girls. Especially Xiaonan's cold temperament and the precipitation left by the years, just like a ripe peach. Ino immediately looked at Xiaonan, and that temperament made her stunned for a moment. She looked down at herself again, and her feet were invisible, but compared with others, it seemed that she was still far behind. She couldn't help but pout. She raised her head again and looked in the direction of Naruto and the others, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. In the ninja world, except for the nobles, most ninjas are monogamous. Naruto's figure quickly disappeared in front of the two. This is the school, the cradle of our talent cultivation. Naruto pointed to a tall building gate in front of him and said. Xiaonan looked around, and at a glance, the environment inside was beautiful and the area was wide. Naruto introduced again. Our education here is not a 6-year system like the ninja village, but is divided into elementary school, junior high school, and university. When you get to university, you are basically a reserve warrior. You don't study much in school, but complete corresponding tasks and work, and advocate practice. Naruto told Xiaonan the corresponding simple and clear explanation. Let you see it yourself. Naruto stepped into the campus. Before entering, Naruto cast a simple little illusion for the two of them, because every time he came to school, he would be crazily sought after by students. The feeling he gave these students in school was stronger than that of the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha. Because Naruto's record is much stronger than that of the third generation. In addition, Shisui can shape the image of Naruto in the children's hearts. It's nothing to have this. Naruto's situation is also recorded in the book. He created the Umbrella Organization, grew from a demon fox to a hero, brought happiness to the residents of the ninja world, created the Seven Colors Chamber of Commerce, supported scientific development, reform, overthrew the rule of the aristocracy, abolished slavery, etc. Naruto's achievements are simply too many. This also caused Naruto to be almost deified in the Umbrella Organization. The two came to an open space, but because of the illusion, no one noticed them. At this moment, several people gathered together, looking about 10 years old, and were discussing the practice of ninjutsu and martial arts. Haha, I have learned wind style, wind cutting, fire style, blazing palm, fire style, great fireball technique, isn't it awesome? I want to be a ninja as awesome as Principal Naruto. Takagi, stop dreaming. You want to be a ninja as awesome as Naruto. I'm not trying to discourage you. Your wind and fire dual attribute chakra is pretty good, but it's not good enough for the rocket class. Rocket class Zhangzi, with his extremely swift swordsmanship and unparalleled swordsmanship talent, is no match for the Chunin. Chiba Rin, a bloodline limit ninja, can easily crush the Chunin, but they are not even in the top 10. And a guy named Moriki is so terrifying, his chakra is as high as 50 cards, which is the chakra of the elite Jonin level. There is another person, named Hyuga Hanabi, who is said to be the sister of Hyuga Neji. Although her strength is not the strongest, ranking 15th, no one dares to mess with her, and she is recognized as the big sister. There is also a guy named Yuzuru Hanyu, who is said to be from the Iron Country and has a relationship with the legendary Mifune. Using swordsmanship and martial arts, he can cut out sword energy. Hiss. It's so terrifying. Yuri, how do you know so much information? These friends together started to discuss. The rocket class is said to be very mysterious. If you want to enter the rocket class, you must have a strong talent. The people in it are all future strong men. Everyone in it is no worse than a Chunin. Hehe, who told me that I have a cousin in the rocket class? Ueno Yuri laughed. My cousin is Ueno Muraki, ranked 37th. There are 50 people in the rocket class, and it's not bad to get this ranking. It's known as the Genius Concentration Camp there, and the news I know is all told to me by him. Few people can know the information of the rocket class, and their ranking is not the same as ours. Ueno Yuri said again, and received the envious eyes of his friends again. He actually has a cousin in the rocket class. Naruto and Conan heard their conversation. Conan was a little surprised. These people are only 10 years old. Not to mention the rocket class, just that Ryuki is already worthy of the name of genius. Don't be too surprised. These little guys are collected from all over the ninja world. It's normal for them to have some talent. And they have received the best training since childhood. As long as they have enough points, they can also exchange for ninjutsu and practice. There is no such thing as self-preservation here. And cultivate their team ability since childhood. There are team competitions on campus. You can watch it when you have time. Quote. Unlike the 3-person team in the past, we have 5 people, including output type, defense type, control type, medical type, and command type. 5 people play different roles. Compared with 3 people, 5 people are more perfect and the battle is different. Naruto said slowly. In the following days, Naruto took Xiaonan to visit various places of Umbrella and saw the technological power of airplanes and cannons, and the magic of biological science. There are also civilians under the rule of Umbrella, the development of various manufacturing industries, the rich life of residents, etc., all of which touched Xiaonan. Ordinary people living here are much happier than she has seen anywhere else. Naruto, in the dark world, you are like a ray of hope. What Nagato has been doing may not necessarily be right, but I support him because he is the only light in the world. Now I think you can bring light to us and the world. In the dark world, flowers will only wither. Xiaonan's eyes are clear, and her eyes looking at Naruto are full of sincerity. Thank you for the compliment. This book gives you, and it may inspire you. Naruto handed over a book, which turned out to be the Red Thought Revolution edition. Chapter 279. In a bright room, Nagato was adapting to the latest prosthesis, which made him feel very uneasy. Although Pain 6 Paths allowed him to see many scenes, it was not his own experience. At the same time, because of Hashirama's cells, his vitality was replenished a lot. His originally dull red hair regained a lot of luster at this moment, and even his white hair was much less. Naruto looked at Nagato, who was trying to walk again, smiled, and said, "Brother Nagato, in the current situation, you should use the power of the Samsara Eye less. The use of the Samsara Eye will gradually devour your vitality." "Well, I know." Nagato nodded and said slowly. These days, Naruto has also been brainwashing Nagato. Ahem, he is explaining the truth to Nagato. And he told Nagato the origin of the Samsara Eye. Nagato also believed it. After all, Naruto's statement was reasonable. Who would use his own eyes to devour his own vitality? I originally thought that it was because the legendary sage's eye was not something that mortals could easily use, but from what Naruto said in the past few days, they might have really been plotted against. It seemed that there was a dark hand pushing them forward all along. Hanzo suddenly broke his promise and attacked them. Yahiko's death seemed to be full of conspiracy, just to make him turn evil. Nagato pondered for a moment and said, "Naruto, is the Samsara Eye really not mine, but a plan of Uchiha Madara?" Hearing what Nagato said, Naruto said in a deep voice, "Yes, have you ever seen anyone from the Uzumaki clan with the Samsara Eye?" The Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, then the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and finally the Samsara Eye. This involves the origin of the Senju and Uchiha. The Samsara Eye is the eye of the Six Paths Sage, and the Sharingan is the eye of the Six Paths Sage's descendants. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are the direct descendants of the Six Paths Sage. The Six Paths Sage has 2 children, Indra and Ashura. Ashura inherited the sage's body, and Indra inherited the sage's eyes. Because the Six Paths Sage was not created by reproduction, but by differentiation of the origin, Asura and Indra inherited some of the Six Paths Sage's power. It can be said that the Sharingan is a degenerated Samsara Eye, so Sharingan can evolve into Samsara Eye. When the power of Senju and Uchiha is combined to form the power of all things, Samsara Eye is formed, which is also the origin of your Samsara Eye. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara did not die in the battle with Senju Hashirama, and he also swallowed a piece of Senju Hashirama's meat. After years of precipitation, the 2 forces merged into one, which also allowed Uchiha Madara to open the Samsara Eye. When Uchiha Madara opened the Samsara Eye, he was too old, so in order to plan his resurrection, he chose you, and at the same time, he also chose someone to walk the ninja world on his behalf, and also to supervise you at all times and ensure the correct implementation of his plan. When Naruto said this, Xiaonan said, "That person is the masked man, he is the spokesperson of Uchiha Madara." Yes, that's it. What is Uchiha Madara's purpose? Xiaonan frowned and asked, puzzled. Speaking of which, he is similar to you. He also wants world peace. Uchiha Madara, who came from the Warring States period, knows more about war than you do, so he wants to create a peaceful world. At the same time, he also wants to plan for a more powerful force, the power of the Six Paths Sage. But what he doesn't know is that he was deceived. How ridiculous. Naruto sneered, but Conan and the others didn't pay attention to this. Instead, they were immersed in what Naruto said. There was someone else behind Uchiha Madara. How could such a person be deceived? You should know Zetsu, right? In fact, he is the real person behind the scenes, to be precise, Black Zetsu. Naruto said immediately. What? How is this possible? Zetsu, not Black Zetsu, is actually the real person behind the scenes. Nagato roared immediately, making an unbelievable sound. Conan was much calmer, but he also frowned and said, Black Zetsu's combat ability is not outstanding, even only at the level of ordinary Jonin. That is, his intelligence ability is relatively good. Is he really the one who controls everything behind the scenes? Don't underestimate him. Black Zetsu is the brother of the Six Paths Sage. Naruto said with a smile. This sentence once again shocked the two. The brother of the Six Paths Sage, then doesn't he have lived for thousands of years? There is nothing strange about this, and this has to start from the Six Paths Sage. The origin of human beings is mentioned. The surname of the Six Paths Sage is Otsutsuki, and his name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He also has a brother named Otsutsuki Hamura, and their mother is Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Nagato and Conan looked at each other, and both saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Next, Naruto slowly told the two about the Six Paths Sage and the origin of the Outer Path Demon statue. After saying all this, Nagato fell into silence. So that's it, the Outer Path Demon statue is actually the body of the Ten Tails and the body of the Divine Tree. So, the other party is really using us, and the Masked Man and Uchiha Madara's goal is the Ten Tails. How ridiculous. Nagato sneered, feeling a little sad. His life was actually arranged. The reason I told you all this is that I want to cooperate with you. The people in Akatsuki are all talented people who can be used in the future war. They should be in suitable positions instead of dying in vain later. The ninja world has been targeted for a long time. The threat of war is not the Masked Man and Uchiha Madara and others. At this time, Naruto once again threw out a hot news, which made Nagato and Conan shaken. I know that so much information is not something you can digest in a short time, think about it carefully. After saying that, Naruto walked out of the room, leaving the two of them in silence. Naruto had already briefly explained the origins of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Could the enemy Naruto was talking about be the same alien as Kagaya Otsutsuki? Naruto didn't care about their changes in their minds. The next day, he was checking some affairs when he got a message from Sasuke. Sasuke, are you really ready? Naruto looked at Sasuke and said seriously. Even if Sasuke had the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was still a little worried about Sasuke. After all, Itachi in the original work could be said to be free. Even if Sasuke was much stronger, he might not be able to defeat Itachi. I'm ready. It's time to make a break. Sasuke took a deep breath, and the three Magatama Sharingan had quietly opened at some point. Okay, since you're going, take this. Naruto said without letting anyone refuse. Sasuke looked at Naruto's serious face, and a warm feeling flashed through his heart. He knew that if he didn't accept this Naruto, he wouldn't let him cause trouble for Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 280. Sasuke. At this time, a voice came. Sasuke turned around and saw that it was Shisui and others. Big and small, more than a dozen Uchiha clan members had gathered together. Sasuke, you must give Uchiha Itachi a good beating for us, please. At this time, an Uchiha boy who looked the same age as Sasuke suddenly had red eyes, and tears kept flowing down his cheeks. His family all died on the night of the genocide. Others were almost the same. Uchiha Yu said with a hot temper. Sasuke, Itachi can be said that I watched him grow up. He is an extremely smart child. I am afraid that his strength has reached an unfathomable level. Since he stood on the side of Konoha and abandoned his family, he is not worthy of being a member of the Uchiha family. Although this action may cost you your life, I still say, please. Uchiha Yu and more than a dozen other Uchiha members bowed to Sasuke. You. Sasuke's expression changed, and his face was moved. Although it was the third generation Yuanfei Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo who gave the order, Uchiha Itachi was easily brainwashed and committed the cruel act of slaughtering the family. We must give an explanation to the dead souls of the Uchiha. If Naruto hadn't said that he would leave this opportunity to you, I would have gone to Uchiha Itachi and fought to the death. You said in a deep voice, his tone full of excitement. The three Magatama in his eyes began to change at some point and suddenly turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke was shocked. He didn't expect that Uchiha Yu had also opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's right, Uchiha Yu has successfully opened the Mangekyo Sharingan with the power of Hashirama's cells. The remaining Uchiha clan members have all opened their Sharingans, all of which are three Magatama Sharingans. The oldest people here are already 20 years old, and the youngest are as old as Sasuke. Some people even have girlfriends. After several years, a brand new Uchiha family will reappear in the ninja world. They are all Naruto's most loyal subordinates. Without Naruto, it can be said that the Uchiha clan is likely to be exterminated. After all, it is difficult to revive the Uchiha clan with Sasuke's ability alone. And with more than a dozen of them, in a few decades, the number of people in the clan may exceed 100. Among these people, Shisui sighed secretly. He somewhat understood Itachi's thoughts, but the death of so many people in the family could not be easily forgiven. Since Itachi has gone astray, he should spend the rest of his life atonement for it. As a good friend of his, Itachi did not want Itachi to die at the hands of his brother. He sighed and said, Sasuke, no matter what, if you defeat Uchiha Itachi, then let him atone for the Uchiha. Atonement. The Uchiha clan members present were shocked. One of the young men stood up and obviously found it difficult to accept Shisui's statement. Should we let him go? You know, our family members died at his hands. Qingdao, don't get excited. I know this, but now there are only a dozen people left in our Uchiha clan. How long will it take for us to revitalize the clan? It is better to let him contribute to the revival of Uchiha. As soon as Shisui's words came out, everyone present was stunned. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha clan members. Naruto spit out a mouthful of water, and the tea he just drank was instantly spurted out. Good fellow, I didn't expect that a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes like you, Shisui, would play so wildly. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being brother Shisui. You actually came up with such an idea. That's right. We want Uchiha Itachi to marry dozens of women, and then expand the family. That's right, he comes dozens of times a day, which will definitely expand the family. I can ask Lord Orochimaru for some medicine. In a few decades, our Uchiha family will definitely be prosperous. Several Uchiha boys seem to have discovered a new world, and their eyes lit up instantly. Bah, shameless. The only two Uchiha girls blushed instantly, and even Quan blushed. Tisk tisk, it has to be you. Shisui. You looked at Shisui for a few times and said with a tisk tisk. Shisui was speechless for a while. Although he had this plan to let Itachi marry some civilians, it wouldn't be dozens of them. Can he really bear it? Okay, stop making trouble, this is indeed a good method. Naruto said, interrupting the discussion. According to several people, perhaps within 100 years, Uchiha can achieve revival. Naruto turned his head and looked at Sasuke said, Sasuke, what stage have you mastered Susanoo? Hearing Naruto's question, Sasuke slowly said, I can already open the second stage of Susanoo, and I will probably master the subsequent stages soon. Okay, Sasuke, be careful. If you die, you have to go deep into the Pure Land, and I will also resurrect you. Naruto said seriously. Although Uchiha Itachi let Sasuke win in the original work, this is a real world after all, and no one knows the final outcome, so it is better to be careful. At this time, Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder, and a golden light flashed in his hand. Ahem. Uchiha Itachi coughed violently, covered his mouth lightly with his hand, and a touch of bright red appeared in his palm. I don't have much time. Sasuke, it's time. Itachi looked into the distance. He had looked for Sasuke before, but the protection measures of the umbrella were too good, and he did not see Sasuke, and now it was time to make a break. Mr. Itachi, are you okay? Kisame leaned over and said with concern. I'm fine. Itachi wiped the blood off his hand without leaving a trace, but Kisame, who had a keen sense of smell, had already smelled a hint of blood. But he didn't point it out. He took a deep look at the man in front of him. The man seemed to be shrouded in fog. He couldn't see what kind of person the man in front of him was. Kisame smiled and said, Brother Itachi, can people who kill their companions really not have a good end? Can death really see oneself clearly? This is a question they once talked about. Itachi leaned against the tree. After hearing Kisame's words, he stood up and walked forward. His voice came faintly, when you pick up the butcher knife, you must bear the pain of killing your companions. This will accompany you throughout your life. Until the moment you really die, you will understand what kind of person you are. You are already covered with sins, and only death can free you. Naruto, God Rewards Hard Work, Chapter 281. In the forest under the sunlight, Uchiha Itachi walked aimlessly, and a black head popped out from time to time beside him. It was Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu showed his white teeth, looked at Itachi and said, Mr. Itachi, is it really right for you to take this path? See, he will find me no matter what. Where is he? Itachi spoke slowly, his tone full of calmness. As expected of brothers, Mr. Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke has come to the vicinity of the line cliff at the moment, but the distance is a little wrong. Z slowly spoke, from time to time from one tree to another. Under the sunlight, Black Zetsu was like a fleeting black shadow. It's okay, let's wait for him in front, he will find it. Although Itachi's voice was calm, it was full of convincing power. On Sasuke's side, according to intelligence, he knew that Uchiha Itachi had come out of the Akatsuki organization. He stood on the top of the line cliff, looking into the distance, and a group of birds flew by not far away. Sasuke slowly took out something that looked like a Dragon Ball radar, and slowly pressed a button. A few blue dots appeared on it. What appeared on it was the chakra reaction. He relied on this thing to locate Uchiha Itachi's position. A powerful chakra unit appeared in the northwest direction. Am I off course? Sasuke smiled lightly, jumped off the cliff, and jumped swiftly between the trees. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest, leaving only the cries of a few birds when they were startled. Is it finally here? Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, and the scarlet three Magatama appeared in his eye sockets, looking very cold and calm. At this time, a handsome young man wearing a loose shirt with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on the back walked into Itachi's sight. It was Sasuke. Seeing Itachi here, as if he was waiting for him, he was not surprised. After all, he did not hide his figure along the way. Besides, the intelligence ability of the Akatsuki organization was not bad. Sasuke, my stupid brother, you are finally here. Itachi made a cold voice. Sasuke's calm face finally showed some fluctuations at this time, and he slowly said, stupid. Haha, my stupid brother, you are not qualified to say that others are stupid, because you are stupid yourself. You believe the arrangement of the village, killed your own family, and were brainwashed without knowing it. This is the stupidest thing in itself. As Sasuke slowly spoke, Itachi's face began to change. Do you think your idea is correct? Now you see, the village you wanted to protect has been taken down by us, and Tsunade-sama and others have all sided with us. But you have to remember that the village does not have a grave for Uchiha, because their souls cannot rest in peace. This is all because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and you, who you are loyal to. Listen, Itachi, the souls of Uchiha are constantly wailing, are you worthy of brother Shisui? As Sasuke was sad, Itachi's face gradually became difficult to look at, and a sad look appeared on his face. Brother Shisui. Sorry, Shisui. Itachi murmured. The look he gave Sasuke was full of coldness, but a touch of warmth emerged from the depths of his pupils, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. The tribesmen are just tools for me to measure, you are still so naive, Sasuke. Is your hatred deep enough? Itachi suddenly roared loudly, and with a slight movement of his hand, countless shurikens hit Sasuke in an instant. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Shuriken wrapped in flames hit Sasuke. Lightning flashed in Sasuke's hand, and dozens of lightning instantly intercepted all the attacks. In this world, the law of the jungle is real, and only strength is everything. Itachi looked at Sasuke and said, trying to provoke Sasuke. Ha 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 tilde. Sasuke's crazy laughter sounded, and the hatred that had been suppressed for many years burst out in an instant. Itachi, Itachi, are you still acting? I don't understand why the village is so important in your eyes. Is it not as important as your parents who gave birth to you and raised you? Your resources are all given by your family. Without your family, there would be no village. Do you want me to hate you, pursue power, and finally kill you to restore the glory of Uchiha? It's impossible. How can I revitalize Uchiha with only me left? Your idea is simply rotten. Sasuke laughed crazily, and his words instantly made Itachi's pupils shrink suddenly. You want to preserve the village and prevent it from being harmed by war. Do you think you can do it by killing Uchiha? Since the Uchiha are in turmoil, why not let the Uchiha run away and leave the village, so that the village and the family will not have any problems, and both sides will not be damaged by the outbreak of fighting? I hate it. I hate you, Uchiha Itachi, for being reckless and unwise. I hate you, Uchiha Itachi, for being fooled by the village. I hate everything you arranged for me even more. Why do you think I will follow your arrangements? Answer me, Uchiha Itachi. The emotion of hatred began to fill Sasuke's mind, but Sasuke did not completely lose his mind. Itachi's face finally changed completely. He showed a painful look and said, Sasuke, you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense, Itachi, it's too easy for you to die like this. Do you want to know what brother Shisui has arranged for you? Since you want to restore the glory of Uchiha, then work hard for it. I will break your legs and let you marry dozens of girls to continue the Uchiha bloodline. Itachi was numb when he heard this. Shisui, you stabbed me in the back. You are no longer the pure brother Shisui. You can come up with such a vicious plan. Sasuke approached directly and fired a lightning escape Chidori at Itachi. Suddenly, branches wrapped around Sasuke's waist. Sasuke hurriedly looked down and saw that the trees spread up instantly. Don't be happy too early. At this time, Itachi looked behind him instantly. A ball of lightning escape appeared in Sasuke's hand, and Sasuke, who was tied by the tree before, turned into a dead tree. Oh, really? A kunai and a pair of big hands suddenly appeared on Sasuke's neck, and Itachi turned into a crow and blew away. Sasuke, your illusion is already very good. Itachi spoke slowly and returned to his previous state. As long as he didn't care, it wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Black Zetsu in the outside world looked at the two motionless figures in front of him with a puzzled look. He poked his head out from behind the rock, staring at the two people with his small eyes, and at this time, a white Zetsu suddenly popped up his head. Black Zetsu, do you know what feces smell like? White Zetsu looked at Black Zetsu's dark body and said. Black Zetsu's face was full of black lines, and he uttered a word, get out. Chapter 282. The two's previous attacks were actually carried out in illusions. Just as Black Zetsu was watching them, the two suddenly moved and jumped back at the same time. Is this your strength? Sasuke said slowly, his tone full of disdain. At this moment, Itachi had already been broken by Sasuke's words before, so how could he speak again at this moment? He directly hit Sasuke with a flame. Itachi's seal formation speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, a seal was formed in an instant, turning into a sea of fire and hitting Sasuke. Sasuke directly formed a seal with his left hand, Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. A very normal Earth Escape rose up, blocking the blazing flames, and there were no other fancy operations, such as the Earth Flow Wall carving a dog head. A white light flashed, and the Earth Flow Wall instantly split in two from the middle. Sasuke held the Kusanagi sword and slashed at Itachi. Even though Sasuke did not worship Orochimaru as his master again, in order to enhance Sasuke's strength, Orochimaru still gave the Kusanagi sword and summoning technique to Sasuke. This is also what Naruto likes to see. Sasuke hit Itachi, and at the same time, Sasuke's dozens of lightning needles directly blocked Itachi's activity space. The Kusanagi sword was swung heavily, and it was thought that it would work, but Itachi turned into a crow and dispersed. And Itachi reappeared in an open space, and the three Magatama quickly rotated and turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke secretly said that it was not good, and the surroundings instantly turned into a white expanse, and the sky fire fell from the sky. He hurriedly activated the Sharingan, and the Mangekyo took shape instantly. The picture suddenly shattered like a mirror, and at this moment Itachi's figure had appeared less than 1 meter away from Sasuke. Sasuke pulled back, and blood slowly flowed from his arm, just a little bit. But if he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been injured in the chest, or even the heart. Amaterasu. Itachi said slowly, blood flowed from his eyes, and a black flame appeared out of thin air. Sasuke raised his hand, and a black flame also appeared on his left arm, turning into a shield to block Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. The Amaterasu shield immediately wrapped Itachi's flames, and then slowly disappeared. Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi, very good abilities. Itachi exclaimed. Kagutsuchi can not only control Amaterasu's flames, but also control the same fire escape ninjutsu, which is the ultimate control of flame escape. Itachi looked at Sasuke, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Has he grown to this point? Sasuke's physical skills and illusions, and even combat experience are not bad. With powerful chakra, you will definitely be able to carry forward Uchiha. Sasuke couldn't help but smile. Has he grown to this point? He has truly become one of the strong men in the ninja world. Young Sasuke, since you already know everything, let me put an end to it and let you see the true power of Uchiha. Itachi laughed wildly, seemingly in a state of madness. Tsukuyomi. Enshrouded by illusion, Sasuke immediately entered Itachi's illusion space. Is this Tsukuyomi? As expected, it's a joke for 3 Magatama to defeat Mangekyo. Sasuke snorted coldly, remembering what Naruto had said to him. As he gained a deeper understanding of Mangekyo, he understood more and more what kind of power Mangekyo had. Not to mention the Mangekyo pupil technique, the illusion blessed by Mangekyo alone was not something that 3 Magatama could resist. Sasuke, do you want to know all the truth? Then defeat me, do everything you can to defeat me. Itachi looked at Sasuke, with a crazy look on his face. Itachi used the instant body technique to appear in front of Sasuke, and swung the kunai in his hand quickly, aiming directly at Sasuke's face. At the critical moment, Sasuke grabbed Itachi's wrist. Itachi let go of his hand, the kunai fell, and the other hand caught it and stabbed Sasuke again. But the next moment, Sasuke turned into a puddle of mud. Because of Naruto's influence, Sasuke also learned several Earth Escape life-saving ninjutsu. Although not very proficient, it can save lives at critical moments. Swish. Boom. Itachi kicked out, and Sasuke's figure appeared, and was kicked away, hitting the mountain wall next to him. A groove appeared on the mountain wall, and there were cracks all around. It can be seen how powerful Itachi's kick was. But to Itachi's surprise, Sasuke actually stood up and didn't seem to be seriously injured. It hurts a little, but that's all. Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Compared to the physical fitness in the original book, his physical fitness now is simply terrifyingly strong. The next moment, Sasuke disappeared instantly, and a small hole appeared on the ground where he was standing. At this moment, Sasuke appeared behind Itachi, and the Chidori sharp spear directly pierced Itachi's body, but soon Itachi's body turned into a crow and dissipated. Sasuke through Itachi used the same moves as in the original novel, but when faced with such an attack, he did not perform the same operation as in the original novel, but only used the Great Fireball technique to cover the Fuma Shuriken. Sasuke's steel wire was instantly burned out, and the Fuma Shuriken was still spinning, passing through the flames. Itachi waved his hand lightly, and the Fuma Shuriken was directly knocked out. The next moment, Itachi appeared behind Sasuke in an unreasonable way and hit Sasuke's neck. At this time, Sasuke drew out the Kusanagi sword and waved it at Itachi's arm, but it was useless. He appeared on the side again and knocked Sasuke out directly. Sasuke stood up and slowly said, "This is the Tsukuyomi space. In this space, I can't defeat you anyway." Sasuke soon realized that in this space, he was no match at all. "You are worthy of having a Mangekyo, but so what? You can't break my illusion in a short time." Itachi's voice came from all directions. In the Tsukuyomi space, Itachi is a god. It's funny to fight like the original. If Naruto were here, he would probably sigh that the Pacific War no longer exists. Itachi can fight Sasuke for dozens of rounds in Tsukuyomi, but facing Kakashi, the battle ends in 1 second. You must know that Kakashi's Sharingan is Obito's eye, and his own strength can be regarded as superb. But facing Tsukuyomi, he still fell in 1 second, and in the Tsukuyomi space of the original, it became a fair battle, and in the end, Sasuke broke the Mangekyo. And Itachi is still overdrawing his ability and consuming his own combat power just to help Sasuke, but unfortunately, Sasuke in the original is too bad. Just one Amaterasu makes Sasuke helpless, and Amaterasu extinguishes itself while fighting. You know, Amaterasu will turn everything that can be burned into nutrients. Sasuke is already in trouble before Susanoo comes out, and Itachi is still plotting against Orochimaru. But now, everything is different. Sasuke snorted coldly and said, "I really don't have a good way to break your illusion, but there are still stupid ways." Outside, under the gaze of Black Zetsu, Sasuke's body actually burned with black flames, and then, Sasuke was seen gasping for breath. The black flames slowly disappeared, and the scars left by Amaterasu were on his body. Sasuke directly used Amaterasu on himself and forcibly broke Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Chapter 283. Sasuke was breathing heavily. His body was already in a state of burns. The damage of Amaterasu's flame brought great pressure to Sasuke. There was even a faint smell of meat in the air. If Sasuke's body was not strong, he would probably be burned to death by Amaterasu after breaking Tsukuyomi. This method is only suitable for Sasuke, because only Sasuke has the ability to control Amaterasu. Itachi slowly looked at Sasuke and said, "Can you still defeat me like this?" Itachi looked at the seriously injured Sasuke, and he was already worried about how to let Sasuke defeat him. Black Zetsu, who was not far away, saw it all. While Itachi was thinking, a shocking scene appeared. He saw a touch of blue flames reappear on Sasuke's body. Where the blue flames covered, Sasuke's injuries began to heal at an extremely fast speed. As this, Amaterasu, double form of the one-eye technique. Itachi was secretly shocked, and his face changed. At the same time, he was relieved in his heart, and he didn't even notice it. "Do you think I'm not prepared to use this move?" HMPH. Sasuke snorted coldly, and the lightning in his hand exploded and hit Itachi. The raging lightning instantly covered the space of 20 meters around. Countless lightnings were like pythons, waving their bodies and attacking Itachi. Seeing such a scene, Itachi was also a little surprised. The whole person rolled back, and his hands quickly formed a seal, and only the afterimage could be seen. A simple wind escape breakthrough cut a hole in the raging thunder in front of him, turning into a crow and dispersing. At this time, Itachi's shadow clone appeared behind Sasuke. He had just taken the time to form the seal of the shadow clone. But just when Itachi wanted to attack Sasuke from behind, Sasuke seemed to have a pair of eyes on his back, and the Kusanagi sword immediately stabbed behind him. Bang! With a crisp sound, the shadow clone turned into smoke and dissipated. Sasuke made a seal of the snake, and a raging flame spurted out of his mouth, which hit Itachi's face directly. Seeing the fierce fire escape, Itachi used Amaterasu flame, which immediately suppressed Sasuke's flame, and even burned through Sasuke's flame and was about to burn Sasuke. Sasuke's face showed an angry expression, and he roared, "Uchiha Itachi, are you wantonly showing off your pupil power? Don't underestimate me, show me your true ability." Sasuke knew very well that without the help of Hashirama's cells, Itachi would only lose his sight in the process of constantly using the Mangekyo. Itachi couldn't have been unaware that it was impossible to hurt Sasuke with such a simple method. His current vision was not comparable to the Sasuke in the original book. The angry Sasuke kept firing fire escape ninjutsu at Itachi, and one after another of the great dragon fire jutsu rose from the ground and went straight into the sky. Amaterasu. This was the first time Sasuke started to use Amaterasu against Itachi. Amaterasu's ability was too strong, and he didn't want Itachi to die so easily. Itachi was obviously very familiar with Amaterasu. He burst out a flame and jumped behind him. He easily got rid of Amaterasu's lock. However, Sasuke continued to use Amaterasu to lock Itachi's position. Itachi turned into a series of afterimages and quickly avoided Amaterasu's attack. Feeling the sufficient pupil power in his eyes, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. He was not in danger of blindness, but how many times could Itachi use his Mangekyo? The sky gradually became gray, which was Sasuke's goal. Itachi looked up at the sky and seemed to understand something. Witness my power. This is my self-created S-level lightning release ninjutsu Kirin. Sasuke showed a proud look on his face. Black Zetsu in the distance looked at this scene and murmured, "Even the celestial phenomena are controlled." Thanks to the scientific knowledge that Naruto asked Sasuke to learn, the Kirin move could not be created without profound scientific knowledge. In the original work, Sasuke followed Orochimaru and learned a lot of scientific knowledge from him. After all, Orochimaru is the only scientist in the ninja world. Among the ninjas, Orochimaru is the only one who pursues the power of science. Looking at the ninjutsu that was like a natural disaster, Itachi also showed a meaningful smile. Kirin descended. The smoke was shrouded, and even the terrain had changed greatly. A huge figure was looming in the smoke. Sasuke raised his mouth, and it was true. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a giant formed by chakra stood in the center. The red giant was the supreme secret of the Uchiha family, Susanoo. When the two eye techniques are awakened, the third technique hidden in the Mangekyo will be awakened, Susanoo, which can be called the ninjutsu of God. With the name of God, you can imagine how powerful Susanoo is. In front of Sasuke, Itachi was below Susanoo. Susanoo at this stage, let's call it the second stage of Susanoo, the skeleton directly protected Itachi. Seeing that his ninjutsu did not break the defense, Sasuke sighed secretly. This was an S-level lightning ninjutsu he created himself, without anyone's help, but from the current situation, Kirin's use is still difficult. Although it does not consume much chakra, it requires the use of the environment and the fine control of chakra, and it takes a certain amount of time, and the power of the attack is too dispersed. It is good for clearing soldiers, but it is obviously a bit difficult to use it to decide the outcome with one blow. But Sasuke didn't care. After all, this is not his strongest means. Susanoo. Sasuke chuckled, and Susanoo also appeared behind him, and it was in the same state as Itachi. With Sasuke's foundation, it is not surprising to open this stage of Susanoo. Sasuke, have you grown to this point? Itachi murmured, and suddenly coughed. He raised his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Feeling the pain in his body, Itachi suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Come on, Sasuke, let me see your capacity, let me see how deep your hatred is. Seeing such a crazy Itachi, Sasuke shook his head and said, do you think you can anger me? Hatred can bring strength to the Uchiha clan, but love can also. Losing love and turning into hatred is not the best way. It is only strong for a while, not for a lifetime. Suddenly, Itachi's laughter stopped. He stared at Sasuke blankly, as if he recognized his younger brother for the first time. My belief, how can you know? Sasuke shook his head. Since he learned from Nagato that the Samsara Eye does have the ability to resurrect the dead, Sasuke's thoughts have long changed from the previous revenge. He only wants Uchiha Itachi to atone for his sins, just like Shisui and the people everyone said. If death can eliminate all sins, it will be extremely cruel to those dead Uchiha clan members. He believes that Naruto can create miracles. This is the most important thing. Chapter 284. Sasuke didn't say anything more, and controlled Susanoo to attack Itachi directly. The two giant-like beings collided with each other, making a rumbling sound. The powerful forces collided with each other, stirring up countless dust, and the surrounding trees quickly tilted to the side. The land under the feet of the two people sank directly because they could not withstand the impact of the powerful force. Itachi, let's make a conclusion. Sasuke roared, and Susanoo evolved again, and muscles and flesh began to fill Susanoo. This was the maximum he could achieve. Sasuke's Susanoo quickly suppressed Itachi's Susanoo. Seeing the changes in Sasuke's Susanoo, Itachi's eyes revealed a bit of shock, and his hands couldn't help but clench tightly. Obviously, Sasuke's strength was beyond his expectations. Have you reached this point? Itachi laughed, and a strong fighting spirit emerged from his body. Then, Itachi's Susanoo also changed, and the weakened muscles also began to fill Susanoo. The powerful chakra fluctuations were daunting. The ordinary ninjas would probably go crazy when they saw the duel between the two. Black Zetsu, who was watching the battle from a distance, could not help but sigh slightly. These two people, in terms of talent, seemed to be no less talented than Uchiha Madara. What they lacked was just an opportunity. Indra's bow. Sasuke's Susanoo suddenly appeared with a bow and arrow formed by chalk, and the huge bow and arrow exuded a destructive aura. Swish! 3 arrows were fired at the same time, and Indra's arrow rushed towards Itachi. The powerful force exploded directly on Itachi's Susanoo, and a huge smoke enveloped it. The powerful attack was thunderous. Itachi looked solemnly in the direction of the smoke, without any sign of winning. As expected, the smoke dissipated, and the 8-foot mirror enveloped the figure of Itachi's Susanoo. Under this attack, Itachi seemed to be fine, but blood spurted out of his mouth, and blood slowly seeped out of his eyes. Can you still hold on? Sasuke's eyes changed when he saw Itachi's appearance. You awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan very early. Excessive use of the Mangekyo has overdrawn your body. This is why you are eager to fight me. My eyes have seen through everything. Sasuke said slowly. Although he said so, Sasuke was still glad that Naruto told him not to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan too early. The power of the Mangekyo is too strong. It contains divine power. This power will cause the body to bear great pressure without strong physical support. And now, Sasuke's foundation is really good. His body, chakra, and spirit have been greatly improved. He also got Hashirama's cells, which once again improved his potential. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke's Susanoo awakened to the 3rd stage in a short time. Before coming out, he could only use the 2nd stage of Susanoo, but now he has realized a more advanced form in battle. And there is not too much pressure on the body. Seeing that Itachi has reached the limit, Sasuke slowly said, in this case, let's end everything with one move. Sasuke slowly injected power into Susanoo, and a powerful thunder and lightning appeared. Sasuke actually wanted to use Susanoo to launch the super electromagnetic gun. As power continued to gather, Itachi smiled. He knew that Sasuke had surpassed him, but he still wanted to see what height Sasuke had reached at this last critical moment. In Susanoo's hand, with the 8-foot mirror in one hand and the 10-fist sword in the other, Itachi looked forward with a firm look. "Come on, let me see if your power can bear the glory of Uchiha." Itachi began to stimulate the last vitality and concentrated most of the chakra on Susanoo. On Sasuke's side, a white light flashed by, and thunder raged, like a giant thunder python hitting Itachi. Boom! A huge sound was heard, and a deep gully was instantly created on the ground. Such a huge power directly frightened Black Zetsu in the distance. Looking around, the bright red chakra giant was covered with cracks, and the center of his chest was black and empty. And Uchiha Itachi fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. The fishing net-tight combat suit on his body had been broken, like some rags draped over his body, and the black marks of lightning on his body. Sasuke's attack just now actually pierced Susanoo directly. This was because Sasuke stopped temporarily, otherwise Uchiha Itachi might not even have left his whole body. Sasuke hurriedly jumped to Itachi's side, feeling his weak breath. Sasuke hurriedly covered the blue flame on his body, to prevent him from dying suddenly. Although his injuries were temporarily stabilized, the worst thing about Uchiha Itachi was not his injuries, but the accumulated diseases and hidden injuries. Sasuke hurriedly activated the trump card left by Naruto for him, and space fluctuations appeared. Sasuke and Itachi disappeared directly on the spot, leaving only broken walls and ruins, indicating that a fierce battle had broken out here. Not far away, Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. Uchiha Sasuke actually took Itachi away directly, and used space ninjutsu, which looked a bit like reverse summoning technique. Uchiha Itachi's life and death is unknown. Even if he is dead, it doesn't mean that Uchiha Sasuke is about to get a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of the consequences of the matter, Black Zetsu hurriedly left and wanted to tell Obito about this matter. No one knows better than him how difficult a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is. This is simply another Uchiha Madara in the world. Although this is almost impossible, after all, Uchiha Madara's talent is what Black Zetsu has waited for so long, but it can also greatly enhance the strength of Uzumaki Naruto and others, which Black Zetsu will never allow, which means that the resurrection of the 10 Tails will become more difficult. As for Sasuke, he returned directly to the umbrella base through Naruto's technique. Soon, everyone learned that Sasuke brought Uchiha Itachi back, and the most excited were the remaining Uchiha clansmen. They can be said to have a blood feud with Itachi. Although it was not only Itachi who took action at the beginning, it was almost only Itachi left. Everyone else has been settled. The families of Sarutobi and Danzo are popular in the ninja world today. Many wandering ninjas have set their sights on the collections of Sarutobi and Shimura clans, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, wandering ninjas are a group of insignificant things, and the reason why Naruto did not immediately eradicate these two families is just to cultivate the people of the organization. The younger generation can find trouble with these people, which is considered an experience. Tsunade was actually happy to see this happen. Since they betrayed Konoha, she didn't want the bastards from these two families to live too comfortably. After they were exposed, Tsunade realized how much blood they had sucked from Konoha. Chapter 285. Soon, all of Shisui's capable men came over, but they didn't move for the time being, waiting for Naruto's treatment. Naruto also came over quickly, looking at the appearance of Uchiha Itachi. He must have gone through a wonderful battle. Itachi's injuries had been healed by Sasuke, but his clothes showed the tragic situation of the battle at that time. Sasuke, I was right about you, you really did it. Uchiha Yu patted Sasuke's shoulder happily. Uncle Yu, I did it, but Uchiha Itachi's current condition is very bad. The abuse of Mangekyo, coupled with the disease on his body, I'm afraid there is not much time left. Sasuke said slowly. Yu looked at the unconscious Itachi, thought for a moment and said, it would be too easy for this kid to die like this. We can ask Orochimaru and Tsunade to treat him. At least he will be needed to atone for the revival of Uchiha in the future. Yes, that's right, we can't let him die like this. The remaining Uchiha said indignantly. They knew the end of Uchiha Itachi, and it was not a good feeling, but how many people Uchiha can have in the future depends on Uchiha Itachi. No problem, I will contact Orochimaru now. Naruto snapped his fingers and said immediately. How to deal with Uchiha Itachi is their business, he should just be a spectator. For a person like Uchiha Itachi, Naruto is actually very contradictory. He admires his wisdom and talent, but when he deals with interpersonal relationships and the relationship between the family and the village, he is brainless. He can only sigh that the third generation's rhetoric is really powerful. At the same time, the mental problems caused by the Sharingan cannot be ruled out. Perhaps a topic can be opened on the impact of the Sharingan on the mind. The second generation Hokage must know more about Sharingan. This is a talent in ninjutsu research. When will he be brought here? Naruto thought slowly in his mind, and when he came to his senses, Naruto called Orochimaru. Naruto took out his mobile phone and called Orochimaru. I am Orochimaru, what can I do for you, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru's magnetic voice came. Many Uchiha people don't like Orochimaru. Every time they see Orochimaru, they feel like being stared at by a poisonous snake. But they really admire Orochimaru's level. In the Sky City, Orochimaru is conducting a very interesting research, the development and application of anti-gravity. What? Uchiha Itachi. Okay, I'll be there right away. Orochimaru learned about the situation from the phone and said happily. Although he is no longer interested in Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, who once suffered a big loss at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, obviously still cares about Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru hurriedly passed through the teleportation array set up by the Sky City and teleported directly back to the Umbrella Organization. Orochimaru arrived at the scene soon. When he saw the tattered clothes on Itachi, his pupils shrank. Then he looked at Sasuke. Has Sasuke's strength reached this level? It's understandable. Thinking of Naruto's perversion, Orochimaru immediately calmed down. He has seen more perverted ones. Is he still afraid of a little pervert? Lord Orochimaru, we want you to cure Uchiha Itachi. You said slowly. After hearing this, Orochimaru began to check on Uchiha Itachi's condition. When he finished checking on Uchiha Itachi's condition, Orochimaru's face was already solemn. Uchiha Itachi's condition has exceeded his expectations. Uchiha Itachi's physical condition is now like a mess. Seeing the solemn look on Orochimaru's face, Yu was immediately shocked. He couldn't understand Itachi's condition, but Orochimaru was so solemn that it seemed that there was a lot of trouble. His situation is very troublesome. At least I can't handle it alone. This will greatly take up my research time. Let's find Tsunade. In this regard, no one is more authoritative than Tsunade. When Orochimaru said this, Sasuke and others were obviously relieved. From what Orochimaru said, it's not that he can't be treated, but he thinks it takes up time. They all know Orochimaru. Orochimaru can be said to be a scientific madman. Orochimaru, I think you can study it. After all, aren't you interested in why the Mangekyo can cause blindness? And there is also a power that is almost divine like Susanoo. Aren't you interested in the power contained in it? Naruto said with a smile. In fact, Naruto is also very interested. The Sharingan is related to spirit, mind, and even emotions. Naruto is also very curious about this. Maybe it can add some experience to his practice of Yin-Dan. If you say what the ultimate of Yin-Dan is, then Naruto will definitely say it is fate. Yes, it is fate. Yin-Dan can achieve the transformation from virtual to real. How exactly is this done? Naruto has not figured it out yet. Even the extreme can reverse life and death, which is what Naruto is more curious about. If Naruto can analyze all these problems, then Naruto will be the human form of the Samsara Eye. The boundary between life and death is no longer a problem for Naruto. Naruto's words instantly attracted the interest of Orochimaru. It must be said that Naruto easily controlled Orochimaru. Soon, Naruto invited Tsunade again, but Tsunade is still in Konoha, and it takes half a day to rush over. This is still because of the air. Naruto did not set up a teleportation array in Konoha. Tsunade is obviously a little interested, because Naruto once said that Senju and Uchiha have the same roots. It was discovered before that Senju and Uchiha have the same genes, and Itachi is obviously a good material. After a long time, Naruto moved Itachi to another room, and now there are fewer people here. Only Naruto, Shisui, Yu, Orochimaru and Sasuke are here. Izumi and Zabuza and others went to deal with some affairs. I heard that there are a lot of things recently. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Itachi lying on the operating table and couldn't help but frown secretly. Uchiha Itachi's body was seriously deficient, his vitality was overdrawn, and there were many hidden injuries in his body. Moreover, because of the Mangekyo, it seemed to have caused a blood disease. In the ninja world, once it comes to blood diseases, they are very difficult to deal with, but fortunately, they have experience in treating Kimimaro before, and Itachi's condition is not as bad as Itachi Kimimaro. However, there is no way to save Itachi's vitality. After all, Tsunade can't sacrifice herself to replenish Uchiha Itachi's vitality. After simple treatment, Tsunade's medical technology has also been strengthened, and her medical skills have become more and more sophisticated. She quickly stabilized Uchiha Itachi's condition. The Mangekyo Sharingan brought him great pressure, and his weak body could not bear the power in it. Tsunade said softly. Itachi opened his eyes very early, and he can be said to be the earliest person to open his eyes in the history of Uchiha. Of course, it refers to the Mangekyo. At that time, Itachi began to bear the power of the Mangekyo, which formed a great pressure. This is also the reason why Itachi's body has become like this now. Plus the constant fighting. This led to this situation. Tsunade hadn't considered another situation, which was mental illness. Sometimes, mental illness can also cause physical harm. Chapter 286. Naruto, how are you going to deal with Itachi? In the office, Shisui looked at Naruto sitting on the office chair and asked carefully. Looking at the cautious Shisui, Naruto smiled, put down the documents in his hand, and said, "Aren't we going to do it as you suggested before?" Shisui smiled awkwardly and said, "I know you must know my purpose." Naruto shook his head and said, "I know you want to save him, but isn't this too cruel for the rest of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke, your brother, is not anxious, so why are you anxious?" Naruto slowly picked up the teacup on the table, drank a sip of tea happily, and spoke again. "I know you used to have a deep friendship with Itachi, but there are no rules without rules. If you do something wrong, if you want to be beaten, you have to pay a price. But don't worry, I won't do anything to him. After all, it's already been agreed. But his eyes will be left to Sasuke. You also know how important the eternal Mangekyo is to Sasuke. With Hashirama's cells, it is not impossible to open the Samsara Eye in the future." Although Naruto said this, he also knew that it was impossible to open the Samsara Eye with just Hashirama's cells. Although Uchiha Madara opened the Samsara Eye through Hashirama's cells, the most important thing was the chakra of Indra and Ashura in their bodies. This was the most critical issue in opening the Samsara Eye. And Naruto and Sasuke also have the chakra of Ashura and Indra in their bodies. The chakras of these two people are constantly reincarnated. There is no real reincarnation in the ninja world. Obviously, their reincarnation is due to the contribution of the Six Paths Sage. It may not be impossible to revive in the future, and Naruto can now sense the chakra of Ashura in his body. He quietly hid in Naruto's body. It can be said that because of him, Naruto's young attribute chakra is extremely rich. This is not only due to the vortex constitution and the nine-tail, but also the credit of Ashura's chakra. Naruto also discovered it not long ago. Naruto's mental power or soul has been strengthened again, which can discover Ashura's chakra. If Naruto wants, he can even expel Ashura's chakra directly, but this is not good for Naruto. This will undoubtedly offend the Six Paths Sage. The Six Paths Sage has been planning for so many years in the Pure Land. Naruto doesn't know, but it should be good for the ninja world, and it may also be for the outer Otsutsuki clan. After Naruto's discovery, Ashura's chakra will affect the soul of the main body, but this influence can be ignored for Naruto, who has traveled through time, and Sasuke is different. However, because of him, Sasuke has changed a lot, so the influence of Indra can also be regarded as negligible. Yes, there are, such as pretentiousness and arrogance, but they are all minor problems, and a beating will solve them. Shisui looked at Naruto and sighed. I want to ask, how will you deal with him in the future, so that he won't just be the successor of the Uchiha family? Shisui's face was full of helplessness. Naruto couldn't deny it, spread his hands and said, since he made the decision, he should have considered the consequences of today. Konoha was undoubtedly a behemoth at that time. If Konoha was damaged, countless people would be homeless. Although his sacrifice of small love for great love is a bit twisted, his awareness is also terrifying. Or it's hard to understand. For this, I can only say that we should vigorously strengthening basic education is also the same for geniuses. If their thoughts are distorted, it is really difficult to save them. I will give him a new pair of eyes and seal his strength. As for whether he will have the opportunity to contribute to our big ship in the future, it depends on his future performance. Shisui also showed a bit of heartache on his face. I didn't notice Itachi's psychological problems at the beginning, alas. If I had discovered it earlier, maybe the result would not be like this. As soon as Shisui finished speaking, he immediately received Naruto's strange eyes, which seemed to say that you were not a fool at the beginning. This look made Shisui feel numb all over. Shisui smiled awkwardly and then said, a lot. Let's leave it at that for now. There are still some things I need to report to you next. As our strength grows, residents from several surrounding countries have begun to move into our territory and are determined to join us. In addition, many people are pretending to be residents under our rule. There are too many people and it is difficult to distinguish them. Naruto smiled and said, isn't this a good thing? This shows that more and more people agree with us. Naruto's words made Shisui smile bitterly and said, it's a good thing, but it also reflects a lot of problems. It's difficult for us to distinguish the identities of many people, and at the same time, some people don't know what benefits they have. I thought, but as soon as you issued a call, they changed their mind again. We don't have so many people to manage now. The more grassroots, the more difficult it is to manage. I feel that we are becoming more and more like a country. Ha ha ha, Shisui, we still need to strengthen the popularization of education. The more knowledgeable people there are, the more talents there are. I know the trouble of managing a place, and now it is still the people of various countries, but in this situation, you also know that we are now reviving everything. Let the people below work hard for a while. Implement it, try to conduct a census, and at the same time modernize and technologically develop the areas we rule. Didn't you say that many people are difficult to manage? Is it difficult to identify their identities? Then we will give them identities. We can specially create something that can identify identities. I call this thing an identity card. With an ID card, it is very convenient to know where they come from and when they were born. People with identity cards are naturally our people. At the same time, make anti-counterfeiting marks, enter everyone's information into the system, and record their chakra fluctuations. Everyone in the ninja world has chakra in their bodies, but civilians cannot make it stronger. After Naruto finished speaking, Shisui clapped his hands, showing an excited look on his face, and said loudly, why didn't I think of it? This is really a great idea. There are so many of us, but we haven't thought about it as thoroughly as you have. We have discussed it many times before, but there is no definite solution. The ID card represents a person's identity. It will be much easier for us to check a person when the time comes. If there is no ID card, the identity is likely to be problematic, and entering the person's information into the system will save a lot of trouble for management, and it will also facilitate our verification. In fact, registration information is very common in the ninja world. In the ninja village, many people will have a file, but ordinary people are not so particular. This is undoubtedly a huge move. Chapter 287. With Shisui's current vision, how could he not see the meaning behind it? The issuance of identity cards will definitely unite the scattered people's hearts and make a key contribution to the future transformation of Umbrella. Now many people regard Umbrella as a multinational organization. They are people of their own country and also members of the organization. Joining an organization, but belonging to a country, this is not a conflict, just like you join a company, but you can't say you are separated from the country. The emergence of identity cards can subtly make those people return to their hearts, and people with identity cards will think from the bottom of their hearts that they belong to a group. This can lay the foundation for future transformation, because Naruto said a long time ago that if you want to completely end the war and achieve long-term peace, the ninja world must be unified. Very good, since you have figured it out, then go and implement it. I may have to retreat during this period. Naruto said to Shisui, his face full of calmness. Retreat? What are you doing? Are you going to enter that level? Shisui asked in horror, and his body couldn't help but stand up. Almost. I feel so. We don't have much time left. At most 1 or 2 months. I feel that the real war will break out. Naruto said calmly, but Shisui couldn't calm down. Some people can't just sit back and watch us get stronger. Get ready, Shisui. After Naruto finished speaking, he immediately made a gesture to see him off. Shisui slowly walked out of Naruto's room, his face full of contemplation, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he walked away with a high spirit. Rising sun, in the conference room. Shisui opened the meeting about Naruto's words and tried to implement the matter. ID card. That's a good idea. Zabuza's eyes lit up and he said with surprise. To be honest, he was also very troubled by the previous problems. He was good at killing people, but it was difficult for him to manage. Before, he was managing ninjas and just copied the village model, but now he began to contact the people and the people's livelihood. There are also various chores. One person does several jobs. It's not as leisurely as Naruto, who only needs to take charge of the overall situation. Moreover, the Nara clan sent by Konoha is not enough. The ability of the Nara clan is needless to say. They are good at management, but they are quite rare when they are scattered throughout the ninja world. The talents cultivated are still growing, and most of them are talents in combat, followed by talents in science. Although many ordinary people have been promoted in management, it is still too few to find a few who meet their ideas. In Naruto's opinion, the original superiors in the ninja world are still in the feudal era in terms of management, mixed with many aristocratic ideas, and are completely unsuitable for today's umbrella. There are some who are dedicated to the people, but they are rare. Don't we have small bases in various parts of the ninja world? It's just right to use these small bases, and the first batch of people will start from us. Shisui said slowly, and then took out a stack of cards from the drawer under the table, and handed it to the assistant behind him, asking him to distribute it. Everyone got their identity cards, and they were a little curious and looked at them one after another. Zabuza looked at the card with his portrait printed on it, which read: Name, Zabuza. Identity, Combat Squad Leader, multiple positions. Honor, 21 S-class characters. Battles. Hometown, Water City, Mist Hidden Village, currently Snow City. Strength level, 7 stars. Points, 36,520,000. And, the ID cards of several people are made of gold. Everyone who saw it was amazed. The Water Country is no longer called the Water Country, but the name has been changed to Water City. This ID card is very important. It is a symbol of your identity. You can use the ID card to check your information, like this. Shisui inserted his ID card into a small machine, and Shisui's information immediately appeared on the screen. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Identity, Prime Minister of the Umbrella Organization. Honors. Following the leader to create the umbrella organization, creating a school, performing 42 S-level tasks, A-level tasks, contributions. Strength level, 10 stars. Points, 123,500,000. Shisui revealed a lot of data, which was so luxurious that it was jaw-dropping. Zabuza took a deep breath and said, hiss. Shisui, you have actually performed so many S-level tasks, and when did you do so many things? Everyone saw Shisui's data display, which was incredibly luxurious. Shisui, you have actually done so many things. Tsunade was obviously a little shocked, and Orochimaru also showed a look of surprise. Orochimaru and Tsunade have been protecting the umbrella organization recently, and they are considered high-ranking members of the organization. Jiraiya, who is also one of the 3 ninjas, went to get materials somewhere, and he went there by plane. Shisui smiled, looking a little proud, and said, the organization was established by Naruto and at that time, the organization was penniless. That period was the most difficult time for me. Because Naruto was still in Konoha, Shisui's workload was indeed unimaginable during that period, and it was also extremely dangerous. Shisui can be regarded as a pioneer. Now his prestige in Umbrella is also very high, second only to Naruto. Shisui, you actually have so many points. Transfer some to me. The mall has recently launched a new sea, land and air tank. I'm always envious. You said to you quietly, but everyone present was a master, and they all listened carefully. Orochimaru also inserted his ID card into the machine. Name, Orochimaru. Identity, Senior Researcher. Honors, Experimental Project. Breakthrough, Experimental Project. Breakthrough. Strength level, 8 stars. Points, 35 million. Orochimaru's data seemed much simpler. Most of Orochimaru's honors were obtained through experiments, which was normal after all. Orochimaru joined later. However, what shocked everyone was the difference in strength rating between Orochimaru and Shisui and Orochimaru's points. Points are very precious in Umbrella, and their senior management also has their own internal mall system. It is obviously unimaginable that Orochimaru has so many points in such a short time. Everyone was also curious about their own data and checked it out. Oh my god, why am I so low? Yu was a little tearful. He was considered an old member of the organization, but why did he have so many fewer points than Orochimaru? His points were only about 10 million, Zabuza 20 million, and Tsunade 25 million. Orochimaru was also a little surprised. It can only be said that Naruto is really good to scientific researchers. As for Tsunade, she still had Konoha's affairs to deal with. After all, Konoha has not really been integrated into the umbrella, and the relationship between the two parties is a bit like cooperation. Orochimaru is different. For the sake of truth, he almost completely immersed himself in the laboratory and made more contributions. Chapter 288. Although Yu has been in the organization for a longer time, he stayed at the base more and trained talents. At the same time, he also spent a lot of points. Otherwise, he would not be inferior to Orochimaru. He spent a lot of points on ninjutsu. It was very difficult for him to improve his strength before, so ninjutsu became a means for him to enhance his strength. Now, he is fascinated by the latest technological creations. Combat power is secondary, the key is handsomeness. And now, because of Hashirama's cells, he has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength has surpassed Zabuza again. He is very proud. I won't talk about other things, but why is your strength level 10 stars, Shisui? Orochimaru's is only 8 stars. Yu said carelessly, and others were also curious about how this strength level was calculated. Hearing Yu's question, everyone looked at Shisui curiously. Shisui smiled and explained, the strength level is just calculated by us based on your strength. It can only be used as a reference, because I don't know what cards you have in your hands, but it can be used as a reference and a proof of strength. Oh, I understand, it means that your strength has been certified. That should be the meaning. You said with sudden enlightenment. Although it was not very accurate, Shisui nodded, and then continued, that's probably what it means. I also know my strength. Your strength is calculated by me based on the information. Shisui-kun, I am very curious, how is this star strength calculated? Orochimaru was also very curious. After all, in the information, Shisui was 2 levels higher than him. To be honest, the gap was a bit big. This is what I confirmed after discussing with Naruto. Before 5 stars, the strength is below the level of Kage, while 6 stars are in the category of Kage, equivalent to the initial level of Kage, and 7 stars are relatively good in the Kage level. Most Kage are in the late stage of Kage, almost at the level of 8 stars, and 9 stars are at the top level of Kage. Reikage and Tsuchikage are almost at this level, but the main reason why Tsuchikage can reach this level is because of his bloodline elimination. However, due to his personal ability, Onoki's lethality fluctuates, and even becomes stronger, but the overall strength is almost at this state. But don't underestimate others, because you never know what cards he has hidden, and it is possible to defeat the strong with the weak. Shisui said slowly, this is also because all kinds of strange ninjutsu lead to uncertainty in combat power, so only the overall strength level is calculated. I understand, it is a very obvious division, but there are too many uncertain factors, but it is very valuable for reference. But what I am most curious about is why your strength is 10 stars, Shisui-kun. Orochimaru continued to ask. This is also the question that others want to ask. Ha ha ha, actually this is Naruto's judgment. I learned a power called intention from Naruto. This is a spiritual existence, a magical ability between illusion and reality. I learned the sword intention. After I lost the Mangekyo Sharingan, I have been honing my sword skills. Finally, with the help of Naruto, I successfully broke the shackles of strength. Orochimaru clapped his hands and said, is that so? The spiritual realm is indeed mysterious and has infinite power, but it seems difficult. Well, it is a mysterious ability that requires the perception of the sword's breath. Shisui explained, without any intention of concealing it. When everyone heard it, they immediately knew that this could not be learned. I seem to have heard of this profound concept in the Iron Country, but it seems that no one has ever done it. I heard that the warriors of the Iron Country will also practice sword zen. Is it to perceive the sword intention? Tsunade also interrupted at this time. I don't know much about this. The swordsmanship of the Iron Country is indeed superb. Lord Sakuma once studied swordsmanship in the Iron Country. Orochimaru shook his head. After hearing that it was so difficult, everyone was no longer interested in this aspect. If they couldn't learn it, this path might only be suitable for Shisui. Okay, let's not talk nonsense on this topic. Next, we will do a good job of the census. The workload is estimated to be a bit heavy. Let's mobilize all the forces below. Dismiss. Everyone walked out of the meeting room. Orochimaru hurried back to his laboratory. His experiment had reached a critical moment, and Itachi's task was handed over to Tsunade. Although the mystery of the Mangekyo was intoxicating, a pair of Mangekyos was no longer Orochimaru's goal. Soon, the grand census of the ninja world began. The organizations under the umbrella took action one after another. Hello, fellow, we are doing a census. In order to distinguish your identity and for the stability of society, we need to register your information. Privacy. No, we just register basic information and issue you an ID. After that, you can enjoy the friendly treatment of the umbrella. The work of each family began to progress, and these strange behaviors also made the residents of the ninja world feel unprecedented novelty. Then, one ID card after another was delivered to them. Hee, this ID card looks really exquisite, and it looks like a real thing. With the issuance of ID cards, some people inexplicably have a sense of belonging. Old Dontu, look at what this is. This is my ID card. See, it has my information on it. What is this? What? The ID issued by the umbrella, why don't I have it? No, I have to get one too. The old man's show-off behavior caused dissatisfaction with another old man. Ha ha ha, old man, this hasn't even reached your village yet. We need to go door to door. I guess we'll reach your village tomorrow. By the way, what about the red ideology? We'll be glorious subjects of the umbrella in the future. Such things happened quickly in all parts of the ninja world. Moreover, people with identity cards can enjoy a 10% discount in stores that sell umbrella, which makes some small countries eager to join the umbrella organization. Some people even secretly brought their families and joined the umbrella organization. This action soon attracted the attention of the Akatsuki organization and the Reikage Onoki and others. But they were helpless and could only watch other people's work go on. They were just ordinary people. Although their attention was attracted for a while, it was more important to solve the troubles of the umbrella at the moment. At this time, Obito was inexplicably uneasy. In the darkness, Obito's voice slowly came out. Uzumaki Zetsu. Notify Black Zetsu to bring Uchiha Madara's body here. Notify Nagato. Unite with Reikage and Tsuchikage, and start a war. The Moon Eye plan must be accelerated. It's time for a decisive battle. Chapter 289. Snow City, the inner streets of the Umbrella Station, have undergone tremendous changes. Half of the country's territory has changed from being covered with snow to being sunny, with sunshine, trees, and lush grass. The inner streets are full of vendors, and the pedestrians on the streets look greasy and energetic. From time to time, you can see cars passing by. Technology is constantly changing this country. On the street, in a barbecue restaurant, laughter came out. Naruto, time flies. I didn't expect that you have become a master who rules half of the ninja world now. Inuzuka Kiba said with emotion, and next to him were Ino Shikamaru and others. The original Konoha 12 strongmen reunited. Several people gathered around a grill. The fragrant barbecue looked appetizing, and Choji was eating madly. He didn't care about the conversations of the crowd, and only had barbecue in his eyes. Naruto also looked at the scene in front of him with emotion. Shikamaru and others looked different from before, including Inuzuka Kiba. Their strength had also improved a lot because of Naruto. Most of them were heirs of the family, and their strength was firmly at the elite level. Even Tenten began to develop in the mechanical field, and no one knew what she was hiding. Sakura and Ino worshipped Tsunade as their master, and their strength was incomparable. Hinata sat next to Naruto, looking at Naruto shyly. Tenten sat next to Neji. It was said that Neji and Tenten were very close recently, and Yakumo Lee and others were also here. Naruto, haven't Sasuke and the others come yet? At this time, Ino suddenly asked. Well, Sakura is performing surgery on Sasuke. Sakura said that the surgery is over, and it is estimated that they will arrive soon. Naruto put down his fork and said uncertainly. Uchiha Itachi's condition has improved, but it is difficult to get results from the research on his body. Orochimaru continues to return to the Sky Castle and continue to do research. It is said that it is a deep research on gravity. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were transplanted to Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't stand the gap with Naruto, so he couldn't wait to transplant Itachi's glasses, and Itachi was transplanted with a pair of ordinary 2 Magatama Sharingan. 3 Magatama are more precious, and Naruto's stock from Danzo is running out. Therefore, when facing Uchiha Itachi, the sinner, there is no need to transplant 2 good eyes, as long as the body is fine. The reason for transplanting 2 Magatama is to see if Uchiha Itachi can evolve the Sharingan again. Sakura, I heard that she has been working hard recently, but it's a pity that Tsunade's things are not suitable for me. Ino said faintly. Although she and Sakura worshipped Tsunade together, she only learned Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, and Tsunade's strange power is only suitable for Sakura. Ino, as long as you master your family secrets, you can try to develop them. Naruto said slowly. Ino's heart trembled slightly. Looking at Naruto's handsome face, her eyes dimmed. I'll give it a try. Don't refuse if you need my help. Ino smiled sweetly, and there was nothing wrong with her. No one present noticed anything wrong with Ino. Only Shikamaru, who was sitting opposite Ino, had a gleam in his eyes. Naruto is right. We can't rest on our laurels. I also have ideas about family ninjutsu, and I'm already thinking about it. Inuzuka Kiba laughed and looked extremely confident. Everyone smiled at each other. Under the pressure of the current ninja world, their strengths can be said to have improved in different ways. Everyone, I want to announce something here. At this time, Neji left his seat, walked up to the high platform in the center, and said loudly. Naruto booked the entire barbecue restaurant for this gathering. The owner wanted to do it for free, but Naruto insisted on paying for a day. Everyone looked at Ninki on the stage curiously, and then looked at Tiantian who was being pulled by Ninki, and suddenly understood something. Ninki was no longer the bird trapped in the cage. Now he is wanton and arrogant, full of confidence, full of youthful vigor, and the patriarch of the Umbrella Hyuga clan. I plan to propose to Tiantian in half a year, please be a witness. As soon as Ninki said this, Tiantian blushed immediately, her face full of shyness. Naruto and others are already 16 years old. In the ninja world, 16 years old is already an adult who can stand on their own, so getting married is naturally not a problem. There are even earlier ones. And Ninki and Tiantian are 17 years old, so there is no problem. Oh, such a happy event won't wait for me. At this time, a voice appeared, and everyone looked towards the door, only to see Sasuke and Sakura suddenly appear at the door, and Sasuke's eyes looked more vivid, and Sakura's face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, sit down, Sasuke, how are you? Naruto stood up happily and placed Sasuke next to him, and on the other side was Hinata. Let me say one thing. It is not easy for us to get to this point now, and it is even more so for Neji. Since Neji and Tenten have this idea, let us bless them. Naruto stood up and said. Hinata blushed and secretly looked at Naruto, wondering what our wedding would be like. Hinata's heart was full of expectations. Ninki smiled at Naruto's words. It was Naruto who gave him hope and the opportunity to break free from the caged bird, and changed his fate. He was sincerely grateful to Naruto. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh as he watched this scene. He had avenged his great vengeance. He knew what Naruto's first words meant, and he secretly gave Naruto a thumbs up. Naruto also understood, which meant that Sasuke had successfully awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But it was not appropriate to talk about other things at a party. How can we not have some wine on this festive day? Xiaoli said loudly, and then he found a box of wine from somewhere. He opened a bottle and poured it into his mouth. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned at this time, and then they showed a look of surprise on their faces. When was the last time Xiaoli drank? It seemed to be the last time he destroyed a training ground. Just when Sasuke and Naruto wanted to stop Xiaoli from drinking, it was too late. Xiaoli had already started to stagger. Xiaoli's alcohol tolerance is not good, so soon. Inuzuka Kiba laughed and put his hand directly on Xiaoli's shoulder. Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but smile strangely, and Naruto couldn't help but pat his forehead. Konoha whirlwind. Boom. Kiba Inuzuka was kicked out by Lee, and the tableware in the store was in a mess. Hey, Ninki, how can there be two of you? Lee staggered, and Kai's figure appeared in his eyes. Teacher Kai, let's have a youth contest. Konoha whirlwind. Boom. Choji got angry instantly because his barbecue was kicked out by Lee. Kiba Inuzuka and Choji immediately began to besiege Lee. Teacher Kakashi, do you also want to have a youth contest? Lee staggered, took another sip of wine, and started to play drunken boxing. Ha ha ha. This party ended with everyone's laughter. However, afterwards, Naruto compensated the boss for his losses at 10 times the price, which made the boss very happy. Chapter 290. Black Zetsu, have you done what I told you to do? A voice came from a dark space. Under the dim light of the darkness, Obito's figure appeared. At this time, Obito changed into a white Magatama mask that was exactly the same as in the original work. This was a special mask that was difficult to break. No problem. Black Zetsu showed half of his body, and the other half was still in the wall. After a while, there were only a few clicks, and the spacious underground cave was filled with wooden coffins. Bang bang bang. A few sounds appeared, and the coffin board fell, and dozens of corpses were placed in front of it. If these strong men in front of them were seen by others, it would probably cause an uproar. Because everyone present was once a famous ninja in the ninja world. In the front coffin, a handsome figure appeared, who looked extraordinary, but what shocked people was his eyes. It was actually a white eye. If Hyuga Hiyashi was here, he might find that the appearance of the young man in front of him is exactly the same as the picture of Hyuga ancestor Hyuga Tenin placed in the family ancestral hall. According to legend, Hyuga Tenin has the strength of no less than Madara Pillar. Not only that, there are many strong men of the Uchiha family around him, including the famous Warring States strongman, Uchiha Tajima. If Uchiha Madara saw this scene, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would come back from the Pure Land and give Obito a few big slaps. And the father of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, who have the same name, is also on the list. The shadows of various villages, even the third generation of Hokage, are on the list, and judging from his position, his strength is not even in the top 10. These are Obito's confidence. Of course, he can't do without the help of Black Zetsu. There are not so many strong people in the original work. That's because that was only the impure world reincarnation used by Kabuto Yakushi, and now it is Obito who uses the impure world reincarnation. Maybe Obito had such an idea when he got the impure world reincarnation technique from Danzo. He also improved the impure world reincarnation technique, which is no different from the impure world reincarnation in the original work. So many strong people appearing in the ninja world is absolutely shocking. Ha ha ha, with so many strong people, what can Uzumaki Naruto use to resist? The Moon Eye plan must not fail. Thanks to you this time, Black Zetsu. Obito's voice came from under the mask. The bodies of Uchiha Tajima and others and Hyuga Tenin and others were all provided by Black Zetsu. This is what I should do. Black Zetsu smiled slowly, and there was a sneer in his eyes that no one saw. Everything you do is making wedding clothes for me. Obito turned around and looked behind him, looking at the only unopened coffin. Suddenly, the coffin lid fell off, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Obito. It was Uchiha Madara. Obito couldn't help but touch his heart. Madara, watch, I will create a better world than yours. It is my Moon Eye plan, not your Moon Eye plan. Obito laughed wildly in his heart. Lin, wait for me, it's almost there. At this time, the land of rain. Nagato and Konan also received orders from Obito. They have returned from the land of snow. After all, Nagato is still needed to persuade people from the organization to rebel. After all, the leader has surrendered. How far will the members be? And they can also obtain information for Naruto. What they said to Obito was that he escaped from the umbrella using the reverse summoning technique of the animal path of the reincarnation eye. Although this statement has loopholes, Obito and Black Zetsu are just using Nagato. As long as the reincarnation eye is not lost, it will be fine. When the plan succeeds, Nagato's mission will be completed. At that time, no matter what tricks he has, Obito will not leave him alone. Nagato, the masked man is here to give orders. Konan said slowly. Masked man. Oh, Uchiha Obito. Poor guy. Nagato was disdainful and snorted coldly, full of contempt. He didn't have a single good impression of this guy who killed his master. But what he didn't know was that he also took this path in the original book. But because of Naruto, everything is different. Convey the message to Naruto. Since Uchiha Obito dared to launch an all-round war, the means he prepared must not only be for us. Tell Naruto to be more careful. Nagato said slowly, his face full of solemnity. He thought of the members of the organization. Deidara pursued the art of explosion. Although it was stupid, there should be no problem in the strategy from this aspect. As for the others, Hiruhu joined after being defeated, and he was also an ambitious person. Just threaten him directly, and leave it to Naruto to deal with it later. As for Scorpion, it was Xiaonan who found the one who came as a talent. I heard that he was researching mechanized puppets before. Naruto should like him very much. Let's not talk about other people for now. As for Kisame, it was the masked man, brought by Uchiha Obito. There is no doubt that he is Uchiha Obito's man. After thinking for a while, Nagato felt that he could start the strategy based on the characteristics of each person. If it doesn't work, beat him up. If it doesn't work, beat him up twice. In addition to Nagato, Obito also asked Black Zetsu to send the plan to attack Umbrella to Reikage, Tsuchikage and others. Reikage looked at the letter in front of him with a serious face. Now he has completely calmed down after several beatings. Eight-Tails is still in the Umbrella organization. The last disastrous defeat is still vivid in his mind. Now he has become cautious and started to think about problems with his brain. The letter says that we should form an alliance with Onoki and Akatsuki to jointly attack the Umbrella organization. What do you think, Ma Bui? Reikage handed the letter to Ma Bui and said slowly. Ma Bui was not surprised by the recent performance of the Reikage. Perhaps it would not be a bad thing for him to suffer a little setback. The Reikage might be able to surpass the previous Reikages. Ma Bui slowly read the letter and then said, the letter said that the Akatsuki organization will provide 100,000 troops and a large number of high-level combat forces. I don't know if it is true. This is also what the Reikage is more suspicious of. The Akatsuki organization was just a mercenary organization before. Even if there are many S-level rebel ninjas, where did they get 100,000 combat forces, and almost all of them are Chunin strength. The most important thing is a large number of high-level combat forces. Only elite Jonin-level ninjas can be called high-level combat forces. And ordinary Jonin cannot be called high-level combat forces, they can only be called the backbone of the middle beam. They even have a lot of cage-level strongmen. With such power, I am afraid that there will be no problem in destroying the 5 major countries. Then what should we do about this matter? The Reikage said immediately. I think cooperating with the mysterious masked man is undoubtedly courting disaster. They are even more dangerous than the Umbrella organization. No one knows what they are going to do. You know, they were capturing tailed beasts before, and now more than half of the tailed beasts are in the hands of the Akatsuki organization. And the purpose of the Umbrella organization is very clear. They just want to unify the ninja world and eliminate all resistance. They are far less harmful than those people. So I suggest waiting and watching. Ma Bui said rationally. Bang! Reikage slapped the table, propped himself up and said, no, this is an opportunity for us to defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Let Umbrella develop for a while. When they have digested the territory, all the subjects of the Land of Thunder will feel that they are under the rule of Umbrella. At that time, it will be too late. I can't let the Hidden Cloud Village die in my hands. Alas! Ma Bui sighed in his heart. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto had become a demon in the heart of the Reikage. Even if he died, the Reikage did not want to die in the warm water boiling frog of the Umbrella organization. From what she knew, Umbrella treated civilians very well. They were right, but they were in different camps. Let's just leave it to fate and do our best. Ma Bui said nothing more and started to carry out the Reikage's orders. Chapter 291. In the invisible place, undercurrents are actually surging, and at this moment, Orochimaru is in a wonderful mood in the Umbrella organization. In the Sky City, people coming and going are all in white coats, and there are also many ninjas and warriors protecting them. Orochimaru likes the atmosphere here very much, and this is simply a holy place for pursuing truth. At this moment, his experiment has reached a critical moment, and his experiment has finally broken through the bottleneck, so Orochimaru found Old Doyle. Old Doyle, let me use the Baichuan leaf. Orochimaru said politely. Although the old man in front of him has no chakra, he is the one who has promoted the technological progress of the ninja world. He has many disciples, and the people here respect him very much. Even Orochimaru is not surprised. In terms of mechanical technology, Old Doyle's talent is much higher than his. What? What did you say? Old Doyle's eyes suddenly turned unfriendly, and he said coldly, "You don't want Xiaoyi to accompany you to do some biological experiments, do you?" Old Doyle looked at Orochimaru coldly. If Orochimaru dared to say yes, he would immediately blast Orochimaru out. Orochimaru smiled awkwardly and said, "Of course not. I am more interested in gravity recently, and I have studied it in depth. Now I need Baichuan-yi to help me do some small tests." Hearing Orochimaru say this, Old Doyle calmed down. He had heard of Orochimaru and knew some of Orochimaru's previous styles. If he didn't do any strange experiments, it would be fine. His talent is rare in the ninja world, but it's a pity that his way is a bit wild. It's good to be down to earth now. Although he knows that Orochimaru is unwilling to be lonely and pursues immortality, this is something that no one can avoid, even him. He is just older and has seen things more openly. He had closed the mountain at first, but was persuaded by Naruto. The undercurrents in the ninja world and even the outsiders shocked him. It can be said that Naruto used the righteousness to persuade him. At the same time, because of him, all his disciples were abducted here, except for some people with poor skills and those who were not invited. Naruto also treated these scientists very well. In this world where ninjas are respected, such a life is unimaginable for them. So they work here with peace of mind. The people here may seem inconspicuous, but there are actually many great people, such as the technology great who discovered electricity, the descendants of the founder of biological science, and mechanical experts. It is precisely because technology is not prominent now and not many people pay attention to the power of technology, so these people are easily recruited by Naruto. If it is not until 10 or 20 years later, technology will be taken seriously by people, and the technological process of the entire ninja world will directly achieve a leap, then it will be difficult to recruit them. I have already researched the application of repulsion and attraction. This time, I need the ability of the leaf to help verify it. Orochimaru said slowly. This surprised Old Doyle. He didn't expect Orochimaru to do this. Your talent is really unparalleled. Old Doyle said with a little emotion, and then Old Doyle said, "Why don't you be my disciple? I will teach you everything I know." You are joking, Old Doyle. Your path is not suitable for me. Orochimaru smiled and just looked at Old Doyle with a smile. Seeing this, Old Doyle didn't say anything. In fact, as long as Naruto was there, Orochimaru didn't dare to do anything too much. Moreover, Naruto was a real genius and the most favored person by God that Old Doyle had ever seen, because Naruto's learning speed was just like a god. At the beginning, Naruto used it for a period of time, and Naruto's attainments in mechanics reached Old Doyle's level. Old Doyle once eagerly hoped that Naruto could inherit his mantle. Old Doyle hoped that Naruto could specialize in one field, but Naruto refused. In Naruto's words, "The world needs me." Recalling everything that happened in the past, Old Doyle seemed a little silent. Naruto was the kind of person who was born with leadership qualities. The changes he brought to the world were all seen by Old Doyle, and he also knew what ninja meant. In this world, only the strong have the right to speak after all. Naruto wants to change the world. This is the reason why Naruto persuaded him at the beginning. Technology is all over the world, and people's lives are no longer just about food and clothing. Everyone has books to read, everyone is wise. Naruto wants to create a world where everyone is like a dragon. This shocked Old Doyle at the time, and he was completely resigned. He was willing to drag his old body to train talents for Naruto. Coming back to his senses, Old Doyle agreed to Orochimaru and turned away. There were related experiments waiting for him. Orochimaru happily found Baichuan-yi. "Uncle Orochimaru, what do you need me to do?" Baichuan-yi said curiously. In fact, Baichuan-yi was a little scared of Orochimaru, but after getting along with him for a long time, Baichuanyi found that Orochimaru was no different from those scientific researchers. Some of them might be obsessed with scientific research. Although Baichuanyi learned a lot of knowledge, he actually wanted to be a warrior, but Naruto said that he was not strong enough and would not let him go to the ninja world. "Little Yi, I need you to help me do an experiment." A fiery light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "This is a great experiment." Orochimaru smiled. "Aren't you very interested in the ninja world? I'll take you to see it." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said that his experiment could not be carried out in the Sky City and had to go to the ninja world. "Really, Uncle Orochimaru?" Baichuanyi seemed a little excited. He hadn't been to the ninja world for a long time and heard that it had changed a lot. "Of course it's true, I've already told Old Doyle." While Orochimaru was talking, he had already brought the things he needed to prepare. "Let's go." Orochimaru brought Baichuanyi to the teleportation array and teleported directly to the umbrella base. The people here didn't mind seeing Orochimaru, and those guarding around the teleportation array were all people who knew some secrets. People from the Sky City also came out from time to time, and they all knew. Soon, Shisui knew the news of Orochimaru's arrival. When he saw Baichuanyi, his face changed slightly and said, "Orochimaru, why did you bring Xiaoyi down? He is our baby." "Don't worry, Shisui-kun, nothing will happen, I only need 3 days." Orochimaru explained what he needed to do. Shisui also calmed down and became interested in Orochimaru's experiment. Seeing Shisui's look, Orochimaru guessed what Shisui was thinking and immediately said, "Shisui-kun, are you interested in witnessing it? Then let's take a look. I'm also curious about Lord Orochimaru's masterpiece." Shisui smiled. According to Orochimaru, this experiment was inspired by Nagato. He also wanted to see what the experiment that Orochimaru also highly praised looked like. Chapter 292. The news that Orochimaru was going to conduct a mysterious experiment soon spread among their circle, and even Tsunade came. Naruto built a teleportation array in Konoha. Tsunade threw all the work to Shikaku during this period. She was very free and easy. She would start a project from time to time, and go to the casino to gamble when she was bored. She called it looking for inspiration. I don't know if she learned it from Jiraiya. Tsunade also stopped the research on Uchiha Itachi. The secret of the Mangekyo was not so easy to study, so she had taught Itachi to the Uchiha clan members a long time ago. Itachi's chakra was sealed, and his physical illness was almost cured by Tsunade, so they started the plan to revive Uchiha. Directly drug Uchiha Itachi and find a few women. Those women were all civilians in the ninja world. They were all volunteers. As long as they were pregnant with Uchiha Itachi's children, their families could live well. They could be said to have married into a wealthy family. Naturally, they were willing, and Uchiha Itachi was also very handsome, so they didn't lose anything. They were even very happy. This made Itachi miserable. He often wanted to commit suicide, but Sasuke calmed him down with one word. As long as he dared to commit suicide, Sasuke would go down to accompany him. Although he knew that this might be just Sasuke scaring him, he had a brother control heart and he didn't dare to gamble. I heard that she was pregnant with her 3rd child recently. Many Uchiha guys were very happy and even found an old Chinese doctor to pack a few packets of medicine. In the name of revitalizing the Uchiha clan, this enthusiastic performance made Shisui's mouth twitch. With that enthusiastic performance, whose child is this? This made Shisui avoid Itachi even more. Itachi couldn't see Shisui even if he wanted to. Sasuke was also a little happy, thinking about what the Uchiha would look like in 20 years. Soon, several people from the top rushed over to watch Orochimaru's experiment. "Orochimaru, what exactly did you research?" Tsunade asked curiously. "You'll know when you see it next." Orochimaru made a riddle. Soon, Orochimaru brought out his device, which was very small. He put it on his body and connected it to his hands, as if he could launch something from his hands. Orochimaru said to Baichuanyi, Little Yi, when you attack me, you must attack with all your strength, okay? Ah. Lord Orochimaru, will it hurt you? Baichuanye was stunned and said. Tsunade chuckled and said, Orochimaru, you seem to be underestimated. Orochimaru smiled, which made Baichuanye's heart skip a beat. No way, Uncle Orochimaru is not angry. Little Yi, come on, you won't hurt me. Orochimaru said, squinting his eyes, embarrassing me, you will be in trouble later. Orochimaru thought, but Baichuanye couldn't help but shudder. Are you ready? Ready. Very good. The two walked to an open space, and Orochimaru explained everything that needed to be explained. The purpose of this trip was to test the device developed by Orochimaru. Baichuanye looked at Orochimaru and couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Orochimaru's look and knew that Orochimaru must be dissatisfied with what he just said and wanted to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. But Uncle Orochimaru, I won't play by the rules. Baichuanye stared at the device on Orochimaru's body, looking at the thing emitting metallic luster, and couldn't help but smile. You know, I am very familiar with metal. Orochimaru saw the smirk on Baichuanye's mouth, and the two of them smiled at each other like big and small foxes. Steel release, steel control. Uncle Orochimaru, you know that steel is controlled by me. Baichuanye said loudly, and the people around him understood it instantly, especially the few people who knew Baichuanye's ability. Shirakawa Yi is the owner of Gundam Kekkei Genkei, and has the ability to control steel and can also make steel. This is one of the reasons why Shirakawa Yi is called a treasure by Shisui. Shirakawa Yi's ability is the same as Luasha's, which can produce abundant resources, but Luasha needs to pan for gold by himself, while Shirakawa Yi can produce steel by himself. Steel is widely used in the ninja world and is also the most common and important resource. Shirakawa Yi looked at Orochimaru who was still unmoved, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Then he heard Orochimaru say, Little Yi, do you think I will make this common sense mistake? I have loaded a special magnetic field on this set of equipment to isolate your control over steel. In other words, you can only use the steel you make or other steel, but not my equipment. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Baichuanye felt that his ability seemed to be really ineffective. This is good, Baichuanye is ready to cooperate with Orochimaru to see what Orochimaru is going to do. He is also a little curious. In an instant, he used his ability to create dozens of metal spears and pointed them at Orochimaru. At the same time, he condensed a steel armor to protect himself, which made everyone amazed. He is worthy of being the owner of the steel release bloodline limit. Such an ability, when it grows up, it will probably be a headache. Looking at the spear stabbing at him, Orochimaru stretched out his palm to the front. Everyone only felt a gust of wind, and then Baichuanye's metal spear flew out instantly, and was inserted crookedly not far away. Everyone was a little surprised, only Shisui showed a glimmer, as if he understood something. Baichuanye was a little surprised. Orochimaru seemed to have done nothing, just raised his hand, and his attack was knocked away. For a moment, he couldn't help but become curious. But the movement of his hands did not stop, and his training was not just that. Countless tiny things instantly hit Orochimaru, just like countless shurikens. Orochimaru stretched out his hand again, but this time he was not knocked away, but followed the direction of Orochimaru's gestures, and the attack instantly gathered into a ball and scattered to one side. What kind of ability is this? Everyone was a little surprised. It seems that there is no chakra fluctuation. Although Baichuanye was surprised, he was not idle. Two huge iron fists gathered and formed, and directly hit Orochimaru from both sides. If such an attack hit, Orochimaru might be smashed into a meat pie in an instant. Orochimaru opened his hand again, and he stood there without moving at all. Facing the attack, he just opened his hand gently. Tsunade was a little surprised. Orochimaru would not use his hands to resist, right? Soon, an amazing scene appeared. The two huge fists suddenly stopped in the air, as if something intercepted them. Then, Orochimaru exerted force, and a huge metal fist shot out to both sides in an instant. Shisui immediately understood that this was definitely that power. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, Shisui was full of admiration for a moment. Seeing Shisui's excitement, everyone looked at Shisui and asked what method Orochimaru used. Although Orochimaru told everyone to conduct an experiment, he didn't know as many details as Shisui. As someone who had fought with Nagato, Shisui deeply understood that kind of power. Lord Orochimaru seemed to have reproduced that kind of power. Chapter 293. Shisui seemed a little excited. It was definitely that kind of power. Looking at Lord Orochimaru's appearance, that kind of power seemed to be mass-produced. This was what Shisui was most excited about. At this time, Baichuanyi's attack began again. The sky was full of small flying knives surrounding Orochimaru, as if to pierce Orochimaru from all directions. He himself had an extra sword in his hand, and one hand was covered with a huge metal armor. The sword was several meters long and huge, just like the Akamichi family performed a partial multiplication technique, which made people smack their lips. Is this the power of the Steel Release bloodline? It's simply a war machine. Countless attacks hit Orochimaru. Orochimaru waved his hands, and countless attacks were all bounced off, and there was no chakra fluctuation. Baichuanyi seemed to have expected this scene a long time ago. He followed closely and slashed at Orochimaru with a knife. The scene was extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that most people would not dare to face the huge blade. Orochimaru stretched out his hand to Shirakawa Yi again. His resistance was only one action, that is, stretching out his hand, and there was no chakra fluctuation, which made everyone curious. And Shisui had a look of understanding. The two of them were instantly deadlocked together. At this time, everyone was not stupid. Orochimaru launched an invisible attack, but after holding on for a while, Orochimaru seemed to increase the force, and Shirakawa Yi was directly knocked out. At this moment, everyone gathered around. Shirakawa Yi was fine. He patted his butt and stood up. Except for the pain from the fall just now, nothing happened. Uncle Orochimaru, how did you do it? I didn't even notice your chakra fluctuation just now. Shirakawa Yi's question was also what Tsunade and others were curious about. At this time, Shisui came forward and said, Lord Orochimaru, you are using gravity to simulate the Shinra Tensei of Tendo Pain, right? I'm afraid there are still some abilities that have not been used. When Shisui said this, everyone was stunned and looked at Orochimaru, wanting to hear his explanation. Except for Shisui, everyone present didn't quite understand it, because Shisui had known a little bit. Orochimaru smiled, this is science. I'm afraid you don't understand. However, he explained it again, but he used scientific terms. Although Tsunade understood a little, she was still confused, not to mention the others. Tsunade immediately said, Orochimaru, speak human language. Okay, I'll say it again. Orochimaru spread his hands, looking a little proud, which made Tsunade want to beat him up. This device is a deep application of gravity. Based on the gravity formula, I developed the application of attraction and repulsion, and then developed this device, and it can be used to simulate Shinra Tensei and Wanxiang Tianyan. Moreover, it has a magnetic field, and I can even use it to create a gravity field. It's a pity that Xiaoyi's strength is a bit weak, otherwise, I can see its other abilities. After Orochimaru's simple explanation, everyone seemed to understand a little bit. Shisui has learned a little bit by analogy over the years. But in the middle part, he was like everyone else, as if he was listening to the will of heaven, but he also knew that Orochimaru made something very awesome. Lord Orochimaru, if I'm not mistaken, you should have simulated Nagato's ability to make this device. It's incredible, but I'm curious to what extent he can achieve. Shisui said slowly. He was considered to be more knowledgeable among the people present. Baichuanyi also understood a little at this time, but the theory was really a little profound. He knew that Orochimaru used gravity technology, but he couldn't figure out how to do it. At this time, Orochimaru also came back from the surprise and said, "Indeed, but it also has a magnetic device, which is to prevent encountering people like Xiaoyi. At the same time, he is also the nemesis of metal. As long as the power does not exceed its upper limit, any metal attack will hardly work. It can use gravity and repulsion to achieve the attack effect of Nagato, but the ultimate is a weakened version. It can only reach the level of Cage, but this is already an incredible thing. In addition, the energy consumption of this device is not low. I borrowed the chakra in the chakra reactor as energy. If we use electricity, our technology cannot reach this level." Orochimaru's voice was slightly excited. "How much does such a set of equipment cost?" Shisui ignored Orochimaru's excitement and asked the question that concerned him most. If this set of equipment could be mass-produced, his side's combat power would probably increase by a lot less. At this time, Orochimaru suddenly shook his head and said, "Although it only takes a few million taels to make this set of equipment, energy is the most critical issue. The chakra energy I use has surpassed the scope of the general Cage level and is not suitable for large-scale assembly." Orochimaru said slowly, "Although the cost is very high, it is a huge breakthrough in Orochimaru's view. The ability of the Samsara Eye has been successfully simulated using the power of science. This is the most important thing. Although it only simulates part of the ability of the Samsara Eye, it is still a huge progress. Recent technology has slowly slowed down from the Big Bang stage. Cars, airplanes, ships, and even gravity chambers are the result of the technological explosion in recent years, which is also due to Naruto's ideas. The technology of the ninja world can completely make the things Naruto said. Although the technology of the ninja world has gone astray, the industrial level can completely make these things. If the level of technology is to be divided into levels, Naruto has explained before that the civilization level is divided into agricultural civilization, which is still in a relatively backward period, and the state of the feudal class. After that, there was industrial civilization, productivity began to rise sharply, and mechanized production began to dominate. Then came information civilization, when computers came onto the stage of history and computing power was greatly improved. Due to geographical reasons, some ninjas were in agricultural civilization, with relatively backward productivity, and some people even asked ninjas to help with crop planting and harvesting. In some places, industrialization had already begun, and televisions and pagers were not uncommon, and some places even had simple computers. It can be said that the ninja world spanned these three stages. After information civilization, there was planetary civilization, which could perfectly utilize the resources of the planet, and productivity reached an incredible level. At this time, energy weapons were no longer legendary. After that, there was even stellar civilization, but Naruto did not tell Orochimaru and others about the subsequent stages. After all, he was not very clear. These were all Naruto's knowledge from his previous life, and it was still some of his extremely superficial understanding. This was a superficial insight that Naruto had come up with based on the classification of civilization levels in his previous life, but it benefited Orochimaru and the others a lot. To this, Naruto just smiled, because their vision limited Orochimaru and the others. Chapter 294. Because of the theories brought by Naruto, the technology of the ninja world began to be complete. In this world, no one has studied how to fly into the sky, so there are no airplanes and other things, but there are also people with wonderful ideas such as Air Ninja. Technology has slowly penetrated into the life of the ninja world, but because of the ninja, it seems not conspicuous. In fact, it has been subtly changing people's lifestyles, and the umbrella is to make full use of technology and let people pay attention to it. The daimyo of many countries, like the feudal monarchs, believe that the enlightenment of the people will affect their rule, but there are also some enlightened monarchs in the ninja world, such as Fenghua Xiaoshui's father, Fenghua Zhaoyuki. This is a person who advocates that technology brings happiness to the people. Unfortunately, his younger brother is ambitious. He wants to use technology to change the lives of the people of the snow country, while Fenghua Nudao only wants to use technology to become a ninja world. The combination of technology and chakra shows that the level of technology in the snow country is not bad. But chakra has to be said to be the mainstream of the ninja world and the easiest way for people to gain power. At the same time, it is also because of the influence of the Six Paths Sage Ninja sect, and how long has technology been in this land. In general, Orochimaru's experiment this time is still very eye-catching, allowing Zabuza and others to see the power of technology. If the previous technology made him see the convenience, then this time it made him see the height of technology. Technology is also a way to become stronger. But many people present still believe that chakra is the foundation, because even Orochimaru's device borrows the power of chakra. If it was Orochimaru in the past, he might think so, but when Orochimaru entered this field, he realized that chakra is not the only energy source, but they can't achieve it. At present, chakra is still the most important and most convenient energy source, and the most cost-effective energy source. And Baichuanyi also got his wish to stay in the umbrella for 3 days, and then took Baichuanyi back to the Sky City. After all, Baichuanyi also has a task to regularly replenish the steel needed for the experiment. And Orochimaru continued his own research. The entire umbrella is slowly changing, making efforts for the upcoming war, and the umbrella fighters have been updated for several generations, and now they can fully realize vertical takeoff and landing technology. At this time, Naruto also announced a message to everyone that he was going to retreat. He felt that barrier. But this takes time without distraction. He called all the high-level executives of Umbrella to where he lived. Naruto slowly scanned the surroundings, looking at the people sitting there, and couldn't help but smile with relief. These people are all his team. The power he has become a behemoth that is much stronger than Konoha in the past. After glancing at everyone's faces, Naruto slowly said, "Shisui, I have already felt that realm. Although my strength is already very strong, I can feel that the future war is very terrifying. With my current strength, I am likely to fail." Before Naruto finished speaking, everyone felt their hearts condensed instantly. How could this be possible? In everyone's mind, Naruto's strength has long been unfathomable. Even if the god of ninja is alive, he may not be able to defeat Naruto. Even Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye, was defeated by Naruto. What other enemies can make Naruto feel this way? Naruto knows what will appear in the future, a six-path level strongman. Although he already knows it, as a strong man, he has a sudden uneasiness, which indicates that he should break through as soon as possible. Indeed, if he is not at the six-path level, he will not be able to affect the direction of the war. The original is the original, and it cannot represent the present. Without the help of the Six Paths Sage, they will surely lose. But if he can break through to the realm of the Six Paths, then even if the Six Paths Sage does not take action, he can remain invincible. Don't be unbelievable, there are always higher mountains. During my retreat, Shisui hopes you will not be careless. Naruto looked around. Then he spoke again. You too, don't slack off during this period, the enemy will probably make a move soon. As Naruto spoke, everyone also felt a depressing atmosphere. Tsunade and others frowned, as if the other party had not made any moves for several months. Next, after Naruto explained some things, he announced that he would start retreat. They also knew that Naruto was probably going to enter another level that they could not understand. Even Tsunade was a little melancholy. He has seen a large part of Naruto's growth. Maybe Naruto can reach a height that his great-grandfather has not reached. On the other side, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, and at this time a voice came. "Sasuke, where are you going?" Sasuke turned his head and saw Shaoli, Neji and Kurama Yakumo looking at him with a smile. "I'm going to practice." He said very little, but showed Sasuke's determination. Although he awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he was still far behind Naruto. Ha ha ha, youth cannot be slack, let's set sail together. It was rare that several people did not laugh at Shaoli, but they felt that what Shaoli said seemed to be right. Several people smiled at each other, as if they had returned to the scene of practicing in Konoha. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the shadows of several people were stretched very long. As Naruto's meeting ended, everyone felt a sense of pressure. Might Guy and others also got the news. Kakashi. Have you really decided? Yes, Akashi, I have decided to carry forward the Hitaki swordsmanship. My father must be very pleased. Kakashi said lightly. His strength has fallen into a bottleneck. Compared with Sasuke, lightning release is more suitable for Sasuke. After he regained the Hitaki swordsmanship, he felt more and more that the Hitaki swordsmanship was profound. Perhaps his Hitaki swordsmanship could surpass his father. After learning about the higher realm of swordsmanship from Shisui, he also wanted to try to see how far the Hitaki swordsmanship could reach, so he chose to go to the Iron Country to study swordsmanship and learn the complete swordsmanship concept. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, how about we have another duel after you come back? Might Guy stretched out his fist, and Kakashi also collided his fist with Akashi. Kakashi smiled. As a close friend of Might Guy, I am afraid that he is the only one who knows how far Might Guy has reached except Shaoli. Without anyone knowing, Might Guy has practiced martial arts to the point of generating supernatural powers. He is the third person after Naruto and Tsunade. Lee has not yet reached the point of generating supernatural powers due to insufficient accumulation. And Might Guy's martial arts supernatural power is called Steel Bones. Very suitable for a Kai. Can easily withstand the 7th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu and greatly reduce the side effects of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Chapter 295. Who? Under the setting sun, the whole place was dyed red. On a training ground, a man was constantly practicing swordsmanship, with beads of sweat running down his cheeks. Shisui put away his sword, took out a handkerchief from his space ring, and wiped it casually. Since Naruto began to retreat, Shisui began such training, and continued to train until the sun was about to set. At night, he dealt with affairs. At this time, a young man came up and handed over something that looked like a memorial. I won't read it today. Come with me, Aoki. Shisui said slowly, with a pair of bright eyes on his tired face emitting the light of wisdom. An invisible majesty emanated from Shisui. The man in front of Shisui was named Sagawa Aoki. Because of his delicate personality and good talent, he was chosen by Shisui as a secretary. He was similar to Chojuro, and his talent was even more outstanding. Aoki was selected by the umbrella and stood out from the crowd. His personality and ability are beyond doubt. Okay, Master Shisui. Aoki said respectfully. Although Aoki, dressed in a green shirt, looked immature, he was very handsome and talented. Now he is only 15 years old and is already a senior ninja. His natural leadership skills made Shisui admire him. The most important thing is that Aoki has a clean background and rose from humble beginnings. He can best understand what the umbrella has brought to the ninja world. Aoki, I've said it before, don't be so serious. If you can call me Brother Shisui. Shisui was a little helpless, but he was very satisfied with the boy in front of him. Master Shisui, you said that a leader should not show his emotions, and should have his own majesty in front of his subordinates, so that people can be convinced. Aoki said respectfully. His face did not change at all, but his eyes still revealed a trace of excitement and joy. He was very happy to be recognized by Shisui. After all, he was a boy. Shisui saw the joy in the boy's eyes, smiled, said nothing more, and continued to move forward. Aoki stopped talking and followed Shisui closely, with a look of admiration in his eyes. I will definitely become a great man like Master Shisui, and carry forward the red thought. Become a helper for Master Naruto. In the umbrella, everyone wants to be a person like Shisui, but Naruto has been a myth. No one thinks that they can reach Naruto's height. Now Naruto has become a pillar and a belief. As time passed, Shisui has walked a long way, walked out of the core area of the Snow City, and came to the countryside. In the afterglow of the setting sun, you can still see sparse crowds of people cultivating the fields. The roar of the machine sounded. Now farmers no longer use livestock to cultivate as before, nor do they hire ninjas to cultivate, but use machinery. In the past, not everyone could afford to hire ninjas. Only those landlords with large tracts of land had this ability, or they were wealthy families with a rich life. And those farmers with only a few fields, in addition to ensuring their own needs, also need to pay taxes. But now it is different. As Naruto conquered the 5 major countries, the first thing he cleared was the nobles, and then the fields were distributed to civilians. With the emergence of high-yield grains, taxes are much lower than before. The ninja world is undergoing earth-shaking changes every day. Schools have been built and roads have become well-maintained. In the past, ninjas relied on tasks to make a living, but now ninjas can earn a lot of money by building roads and infrastructure. Because a ninja can often repair a road for dozens of meters with one ninjutsu, which is extremely terrifying in Naruto's previous life. A ninja can even repair several kilometers of road in a day. It is precisely because of their abilities that they are not short of money. But Naruto has set some ninjutsu to be exchanged for money. In addition to precious ninjutsu that require points, many ordinary ninjutsu are basically open to the ninjas below. Although ninjas make money quickly, they spend money even faster. Buying a house requires money, and buying a car requires money. Buying weapons requires money, and do you want to live in a reinforced concrete house? Then make money quickly. The low houses in the past were built into high-rise buildings by Naruto. Not only did he save land, but he also earned a lot of money. Naruto is the largest real estate developer in the ninja world. However, due to the particularity of the ninja world, houses have corresponding barriers to prevent being disturbed. Of course, such houses are more expensive. In Naruto's view, only the circulation of money can promote economic prosperity. It can be said that the current ninjas have become much stronger, and because of this, the research on ninjutsu has become more prosperous. Some people even specialize in new ninjutsu and combined ninjutsu to exchange for points and money. Shisui slowly looked at the scene around him and couldn't help but smile happily. In the past, most people engaged in agriculture in the ninja world were pale and thin, but now they are shiny and their spirits are different. This makes Shisui very satisfied. I used to think that peace is peace without war, but in many invisible corners, there are still many unfortunate things happening. This is the real peace. Shisui said with emotion. Yes, Lord Shisui, I used to think that as long as I could have a full stomach, it would be a very happy thing, but after joining the organization, I know what happiness looks like. It is you and Lord Naruto who brought hope and salvation to this world. Aoki also said with emotion. He knew better than Shisui what the world was like before. He was just a commoner, worrying about having enough to eat, and his parents were most afraid of wars between ninjas. He didn't understand it when he was a child, but when he was 8 or 9 years old, he could already see the cruelty of the ninja world. Ordinary people are the saddest, and Umbrella changed all that. Lord Naruto brought new ideas and new technologies, allowing him to join the school and stand out from it. He also protected the common people under his command from robbers and wandering ninjas. Even if I risk my life, I will protect all this. Shisui looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers and said calmly, but his determination was unquestionable. Lord Shisui, I will also protect all this, betting my glory and my life. In places farther away from Shisui, changes are happening every moment, high-rise buildings are being built, and flat roads are appearing. And the smiles of the people in the ninja world are increasing. Chapter 296. Many small countries have already begun to surrender to the Umbrella in the territory ruled by the Umbrella, and even the national capital has been changed into the capital. Some kings have even started to give up and become rich, because it is tiring to govern the country and manage the civilians, and they have to kowtow to a ninja. I have had enough of such days. After giving up the country, I have lived a life that I never dared to imagine before. And some kings who were reluctant to give up their former life of drunkenness and dreams were liquidated and publicly sentenced according to the degree of evil. In the ninja world, the daimyo of small countries do not have much status, especially those countries without ninja villages. At this moment, the umbrella station. Shisui finished his daily training, but got good news at this time. Looking at the smiling man in front of him, Shisui took a sip of water and said with a smile, "What's the good news? Is your wife giving birth?" "Go to hell, you are so disrespectful. How long have I been together with Ayako?" Uchiha Yu rolled his eyes at Shisui. His original wife also died on the night of the extermination. He had no idea of looking for a woman before, but a woman changed him, that is, Ayako. The appearance of Ayako made you think about marrying again. Ayako's original name was Eri Ayako. You met her in the hospital. After a period of getting along, the two developed feelings. After marrying him, she changed her name to Uchiha Ayako. This is the tradition of Uchiha. After marrying into the Uchiha family, women will change their names to the man's surname. Or most families are like this, which is not surprising in the ninja world. Okay, stop laughing. I'm here to tell you a good thing this time. Yu waved his hand and said slowly, with a bit of joy on his face. You and the other guys have successfully awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan. As Yu spoke, Shisui's face also showed a look of joy. Oh, how many people have awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan? Shisui asked with shining eyes. Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Misari, and Uchiha Ken. Only 3 people. Shisui was a little disappointed. After all, the Uchiha now is different from the Uchiha in the past. They must have all been injected with Hashirama's cells. There are only 3 people among more than a dozen genius boys. Shisui is still quite disappointed. What's that expression on your face? Although they have some talent, they are not perverts like you and Itachi. Now there are 3 of them, which is already very remarkable. But what should be said is that Senju and Uchiha may really have the same ancestor. After they injected Hashirama's cells, the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan were reduced a lot. In Orochimaru's words, it means that part of the genes have been completed. I don't understand this, but 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. This is all the glory of Uchiha. There weren't so many Mangekyos when Uchiha was at its most prosperous. You looked very happy. Yes, in Shisui's opinion, they enjoyed so many resources, and the difficulty of opening the eyes was greatly reduced. There shouldn't be only so few people, but those Uchiha are indeed not genius monsters like Shisui and Itachi. They may be called geniuses, but geniuses are also divided into different levels. With 3 more pairs of Mangekyo, our strength has increased. Although Shisui was a little disappointed, he was still relieved. Uchiha was no longer the Uchiha in Konoha. Tsunade and Orochimaru were reminiscing in a tavern. They chatted for a long time. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, who was wearing casual clothes, with emotion. Orochimaru, I can hardly imagine that there is still a day when we can sit together and drink so peacefully. Just shook the bottle, it was empty again. Waiter, give me 2 more bottles of wine. No, just a box. Tsunade's voice echoed in the tavern. There were few people here, because it was very expensive. It was specially used to entertain some special talents and those who were not short of money. Besides Orochimaru, there was only 1 table of people here. They looked at Tsunade calmly, but they also knew the identities of Tsunade and the others. It was not surprising. Tsunade had been here many times. After a look, he continued to drink. I never thought that this day would come. Maybe the times have changed. Orochimaru said calmly, just drinking quietly and watching the people coming and going in Kawagai. He, Orochimaru, will live in the sunshine one day. By the way, where is that idiot Jiraiya? Orochimaru seemed to remember something, put down the wine glass, and asked slowly. Tsunade seemed to be a little drunk, and said with a ruddy face, I heard that idiot Jiraiya wrote a book recently, saying that go to the ninja world to find inspiration. That book seems to be called Child of Destiny. Tsunade filled the wine that the waiter had just brought, and drank it all in one gulp. Her face looked even more rosy, and her delicate face was a little flushed. That idiot is so free. Ha! Orochimaru smiled, and it seemed that I had changed too, I don't know when. Tisk, let's not talk about that guy would write some crappy books. Drink. Just now, he slapped the table and said, as if he was already drunk. You really care about that idiot? Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said slowly. Tisk, how is it possible that I would care about that guy? Tsunade was still drinking. After an unknown amount of time, Tsunade staggered out of the tavern, holding a pot of wine in her hand, and said goodbye to Orochimaru. When she returned to her room in Umbrella, Shizune came up to her in a hurry and said worriedly, Tsunade-sama, why are you so drunk? Quote. Shizune frowned. Tsunade hadn't drunk like this for a long time. Shizune, I'm happy. It seems like I've returned to that time. Shizune looked at Tsunade lying on the table with a helpless look on her face. She carried Tsunade to the bed, helped Tsunade change her clothes, and then closed the door and left the room. Shizune looked at Tsunade a little helplessly, as if she was looking at a grown-up girl. She knew that Tsunade was happy, not getting drunk like before. Jiraiya didn't know that Tsunade and Orochimaru were talking about him yet. He was still walking in the ninja world, and Jiraiya's book, Child of Destiny, was sold out in the ninja world. He wrote the scenes he saw into the book, which resonated with people, especially the protagonist template was still Naruto. This is simply another Naruto-sama. Thank you Naruto-sama for everything you have done for us. Quote. This book is so well written. It turns out that Naruto-sama was also a slacker when he was young. It turns out that Naruto-sama is what he is today because he took Jiraiya-sama as his teacher. Jiraiya-sama is really amazing. He actually taught such a great person like Naruto-sama. I want to buy a copy for my son. I believe that as long as he works hard, he will always succeed. Whether I can live in a villa in the future depends on that kid. This book of Jiraiya is no less than the Intimate Paradise series. It is even more famous than the Intimate Paradise because of its wider readership, and it has even inspired many people. Jiraiya has officially become a great writer in the ninja world because of this book. Chapter 297. The sky of the Rain Country is filled with sorrow and grief. Nagato looked at the continuous drizzle outside the window, and the atmosphere of dusk enveloped the entire Rain Country and the entire hidden Rain Village. However, in Nagato's perception, he could also see the residents' praise for Pain and the angel Conan. The Rain Country has been closed for a long time, and because of Nagato's ninjutsu, Umbrella rarely involves here. This also led to the lack of knowledge of the outside world among the villagers of the hidden Rain Village. The industry of the Rain Country is actually not bad. Compared with the constant wars in the past, such a life is already good. Nagato may have felt that without war, such a life might be good. But when the Umbrella team was there, Nagato felt that the dusk was filling the entire Rain Country and the drizzle was shrouded. This was because Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom technique could monitor the entire hidden Rain Village. However, it can be sunny from time to time, and it is not shrouded in rain all day long. If there was no Naruto, such a life might still be possible. Now, Nagato's mind has changed dramatically. The life of the Umbrella residents is a truly happy and peaceful life. Children go to school, so they don't have to worry about the enemy because they have powerful warriors. They don't have to worry too much about life. As long as they have money, food and clothes will not be too bad. As long as they work hard, the residents of the Umbrella Station are more than 10 times happier than the civilians in the ninja world. Is this the real peace? Nagato murmured, and his hands quietly formed seals. The rain slowly faded away, and the sun covered the land again. In Nagato's observation, most of the residents of the Rain Country smiled. After all, no one likes to live in the rain every day. What's going on? Why did Lord Pain suddenly withdraw his ninjutsu? Isn't it time for the sun to clear up yet? Maybe it's the welfare given to us by Lord Pain and Lord Angel. Ha ha ha, the sun is still comfortable. It feels so good. The sparse voice came into Nagato's ears, and Nagato's stiff face also showed a smile. Conan, Conan. Nagato suddenly called out twice. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the sound of paper fluttering appeared. Nagato turned his head and saw that pieces of paper entered Nagato's house through the window and turned into a human figure. With fair skin, youthful beauty, and the appearance of a ripe peach, the graceful Conan appeared in front of Nagato. Even a black dress with red clouds could not cover Conan's beautiful body. What's the matter, Nagato? Conan spoke slowly, with a cold tone, showing the image of a cold queen to the fullest. Conan, from now on, the Yuhu freedom technique will no longer be used in the village. It may be good to put it outside the village. Nagato walked to the window, and the sun shone on Nagato's body, which made Nagato, who had lived in the shade for a long time, feel warm in his heart. In the world of ninjas, windows are dangerous because you don't know when you will be assassinated. Windows are often a favorite place for assassins. Ninjas are used to darkness and keep company with darkness. Blood and life are the music that accompanies ninjas. The ninja era, maybe it should end. Conan also heard Nagato's whispers, and couldn't help but sigh that the former partners had really changed, just like a little more sunshine in the darkness. If you are outside the village, I'm afraid it will increase your burden. Conan spoke slowly. Performing the Rain Tiger Free technique outside the village will not only increase the chakra of the ninjutsu, but also weaken Nagato's control over the ninjutsu. It's okay, just send a pain outside the village. But, one less pain. Conan said a little worriedly, with hesitation on his face. No one can defeat me in the hidden rain village. If there is, then come and try. Nagato's pair of reincarnation eyes also revealed an unparalleled momentum. Even though he has changed, his mentality over the years is not so easy to change. Okay, then I will announce it. Just as Conan was about to leave, she was stopped by Nagato, who slowly said, "Who do you think is more suitable in the organization?" Conan slowly stopped, and a pair of beautiful feet slowly stood up. The long robe of the Akatsuki organization did not cover Conan's beautiful feet, and the pink nail polish could be vaguely seen. Conan knew what Nagato was talking about, and immediately said, Deidara is easier to start with. Obiru is a scientific research madman similar to Orochimaru, with a complicated mind. I don't know what Scorpion is doing, and he is mysterious. Not to mention the others, Deidara is relatively simple, and it should be no big problem to start with his preferences. Nagato nodded. What Conan said was similar to what he knew. Then let's talk to Deidara in a few days. The reason why I want to talk to him in a few days is that Nagato wants to find a reason to convince Deidara. A few days passed quickly, and Nagato also got something that could convince Deidara. Chief, what do you want to talk to me about? Deidara looked at the Tendo Pain sitting in front of him. The corpse created by Tendo Pain was Yahiko's corpse. He looked very handsome, but very cold and oppressive. Deidara, what do you think real art is? Pain said calmly, and it seemed to be a very ordinary question. Art. Art is of course explosion. The brilliance and beauty of the moment are an extremely beautiful art. Brother Scorpion also said that eternity is art. How can the art of puppet dolls compare to my art? Speaking of the field he is good at, Deidara seemed to have opened a box of chatterboxes and kept talking. Oh, really? I also think explosion is art. Pain said slowly. Deidara immediately became excited and said excitedly, Chief, do you also think that explosion is art? Deidara clenched his fists tightly as if he had been recognized. Pain did not wait for Deidara to continue to be happy, and continued in a slightly majestic voice. But, I think your explosion art does not seem to be the real explosion art. There are many arts stronger than yours. This sentence directly made Deidara anxious, and he hurriedly said, Chief, even if you are powerful, you can't insult my art. How can there be anyone in this ninja world who is more powerful than my explosion art? Deidara's eyes turned red instantly. It was hard to imagine that just one sentence made Deidara become like this. Then Didera, do you know what mushroom eggs are? Payne's voice came slowly. Didera was stunned. Mushroom eggs. What is that? Eggs that look like mushrooms. Mushroom eggs. Are they delicious? Didera couldn't help asking, and Payne was embarrassed and a little speechless. The scene was a little silent for a while. Chapter 298. The scene froze for a moment. Payne looked at Didera. After a moment, Payne took something out of his body. Didera couldn't help but stretch his head to look, and saw a square iron-like object in Payne's hand. After a while, the strange iron block lit up, which scared Didera. How could this thing glow? Just when Didera was curious, Payne spoke up and said, "Since you think no one can surpass your art, then I will let you see it today." After that, he waved his hand and asked Didera to come over. Didera came forward curiously. He really wanted to see who could surpass his art. If someone could surpass his art, he would have no problem eating the moon. Payne operated the mobile phone unfamiliarly. Yes, this thing was what he got from the umbrella. This is the magic weapon that makes Didera return to his heart. Soon, under the operation of Payne, a scene that shocked Didera appeared. A picture appeared on the strange iron box. On the vast land, it looked similar to the environment of the Wind Country. I saw a strange thing launched out, and in his puzzled eyes, a terrifying scene appeared. Boom! I saw the desert rumbled instantly, thunder and fire flashed, and huge smoke and dust rushed into the sky. The land of dozens of miles around instantly burst into huge smoke and dust, and the fire and dust that rushed into the sky looked like a huge mushroom. Didera opened his mouth in an instant, his expression became frozen, and his body trembled slightly. What he had just thought in his mind had long been thrown behind his mind. Payne looked at Didera's appearance and couldn't help but feel proud. You know, when he saw this scene just now, he was also shocked. This power of destroying the world, even his super god Ra Tensai couldn't do it. First. Leader. Didera said with trembling teeth, in disbelief, and pointed at the small box of iron that looked strange to him and said, "Is this the mushroom bomb you mentioned?" While speaking, his eyes became dazzling, and he knelt down in front of Payne with a sliding step, holding Payne tightly. "Leader, this is simply an incomparable art. The shining fire is so beautiful. Whose masterpiece is this? Is this the mushroom bomb you mentioned, leader?" At this time, Didera understood that when this thing exploded, it was like a mushroom. No wonder it was called a mushroom bomb. Didera's heart was still trembling, but he was also very excited. Payne couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He knew that the so-called art of explosion was more important than life in Didera's heart, and the matter was half successful. "Didera, are you convinced now?" Payne pretended to be calm, but he was actually a little bit upset, even though it was the second time he saw this thing. What he didn't know was that the video in front of him was made, not real. In the current ninja world, Naruto didn't plan to make it now. If it was stolen by someone by accident, it would be like shooting himself in the foot. Mushroom bombs can only deal with super shadow level strongmen at most, and even Orochimaru, who has a strong ability to save his life, may not be able to kill him, but this thing is simply a magical weapon for ordinary ninjas. If this kind of thing breaks out in the ninja world, it will be too destructive to people and the environment. In Naruto's view, the ninja world is already his base camp. To resist foreign aggression, he must first stabilize the internal affairs, not to mention that the enemy he is worried about has not appeared yet. "Chief, I hope to learn how to make mushroom bombs from this senior. I am willing to do anything you ask me to do." In Didera's view, if he can learn this art, he will be satisfied even if he dies. Art is a mushroom bomb. "Didera, are you sure you've made up your mind? Are you willing to do anything I ask you to do?" Payne said in a low voice, and the tone made Didera startled, and his heart skipped a beat. He saw the leader's fiery eyes. Could it be that the leader was gay? Now Didera hesitated. Was it for art, or to preserve himself? Soon, Didera made a decision. the body is just a shell, only art is everything. Looking at Deidara's thinking, Pain also knew that Deidara was making a decision, but he never thought what Deidara was thinking, otherwise he might directly give Deidara a Shinra Tensei. Leader, will this be unfair to the White Tiger? Deidara glanced at Conan with a little look, and the meaning couldn't be more obvious. This made Pain, who was controlled by Nagato, a little confused, just even Conan was stunned. What does this have to do with her? The two were not stupid people. They soon understood something from Deidara's meaningful eyes. Paper floated out of Conan's body, and Nagato's eyes gradually became sharper. Shinra Tensei. Shiki paper dance. Ah! Soon, a series of screams rang out, and a moment later, a bruised Deidara appeared in front of the two. Deidara realized that the leader did not mean that, but he was also glad that his innocence would be preserved. After a while, Deidara knew what Pain said to him. What? Deidara became incredible in an instant. We are ready to fight to the death, why did the leader surrender? This thing was actually developed by the Umbrella Organization, and the leader turned to the Umbrella Organization without knowing when. Just what you think, why did you join the organization? Is it really for peace? Or for art? I have found peace. Since my goal has been achieved, what about your art? After a paragraph of Pain's words, Deidara became silent. It seems that there is nothing wrong. The organization is still the same organization, but the boss has changed. It's no big deal. He even saw unparalleled art. After some self-hypnosis, Deidara successfully convinced himself and chose to follow his heart. After all, the leader said such a big thing. If he didn't agree, would he still be able to see the sun tomorrow? Of course, the video that Pain took out accounted for a large part of the reason. Leader, I choose to join. Very good. Pain smiled with satisfaction. It was not difficult to take down Deidara. But through this incident, Nagato also knew how powerful the power of the umbrella was. Even if the 10 Tails was really created, could it withstand the mushroom bomb? In the end, Nagato didn't know. But he knew very well that the dawn of peace was beckoning him, and Naruto had also told him that his former partner, Yahiko, might be able to be resurrected in the future and successfully witness the arrival of peace. Chapter 299. The environment of the ninja world is calm and peaceful. To ordinary people, it is peaceful now, but to those who are interested, it is undercurrent. The Wind Country Umbrella Base. Today, a talkative young man was welcomed. Xiao Di, why are you so talkative? We agreed to watch and learn more. A middle-aged man who looks about 40 years old said, wearing a gray work suit with a lot of dust on his body and a yellow plastic hat on his head. He was scolding the young man in front of him. He was not a ninja, but the second in command of the entire base. Yesterday, the organization sent a message saying that a talented young man came from the headquarters, and it was the young man in front of him who was curious about everything. The young man in front of him who was curious about everything was Deidara. He was persuaded by Nagato before, and soon he couldn't help wanting to learn mushroom bombs. Now he took off the Akatsuki robe and even changed his hairstyle. There are many ninjas in this base, but basically no one knows Deidara. Even if they know Deidara, they can't connect with the current Deidara. Uncle Harada, when can I learn mushroom bombs? Deidara asked eagerly, his face full of enthusiasm. Uncle Harada looked at the man in front of him who was younger than his son, and said slowly, Xiao Di. People of your age don't want to become ninjas or warriors. Isn't it good to be in the headquarters? Why do you have to suffer in this place where there is no shit? Uncle Harada said earnestly. He knew that Deidara was a ninja and very powerful, but he couldn't understand why such a powerful person like Deidara didn't shine in other places and came here. This is just the blasting department. Usually, they study blasting, which is very boring. Few young people are willing to stay. As for the mushroom bomb that Deidara mentioned, Harada also knew it. In the next few years, they will study that, and it is still in theory. But what Deidara said next surprised Harada. Uncle Harada, how can studying art be boring? Deidara said enthusiastically. He liked this place very much. There were many people studying art here. With so many like-minded people, he thought it was a holy place for art. Although it was only one day, he also learned something that could enhance his ability. But what he wanted to learn most was mushroom bombs. He asked many people, but no one told him. As a last resort, he had to find the person in charge here, Uncle Harada. The top leader here was responsible for the administrative affairs of the base, and Harada was in charge of the technical aspects. Oh, do you think this is an art? Uncle Harada was a little surprised. Even he didn't have this awareness. He could see that the young man in front of him liked this industry from the bottom of his heart. Or simply liked explosions. For a moment, he seemed to understand why the organization put this young man here. He was indeed a talented young man. But the ideological aspect still needs to be strengthened. Xiaodi, the road is one step at a time. It is impossible to learn to make mushroom bombs immediately. You should learn from me in the future. Harada also looked at Deidara with satisfaction. He thought Deidara could inherit his mantle. Their department is no worse than mechanical manufacturing. Maybe he can introduce Xiaodi to old friends next time. When was the last time you drank? Soon, Deidara's painful and happy life began soon. Everything here made him feel novel and painful. He seemed to have returned to the time when he had just learned explosive ninjutsu. Xiaodi, you need to start from the basics, so you can go further. Harada was teaching Deidara the basics of explosives, but Deidara had already learned these, and relying on chakra, Deidara could even make stronger bombs. But at this time, he was scolded and taught by Harada. Xiaodi, I can see that you like this industry very much, and you have also learned a lot about this aspect. I have to say that ninjas are indeed a group of people that cannot be ignored, and chakra is indeed a kind of energy that can turn decay into magic. But here, you can't rely on chakra. I don't understand chakra, but I also know that there is a mutual restraint relationship between chakras. This knowledge is profound and extensive. You need to lay a good foundation to go further, understand? Harada looked at Deidara patiently. The young man in front of him was very talented, but he was influenced too much by ninjas. If he could finally integrate his knowledge into chakra, he might be able to achieve what he couldn't achieve. To the extent of. It is possible that he can even open up a school, but before reaching a certain height, over-reliance on chakra is not good. Deidara nodded, not quite understanding. Very good, Xiaodi, next I will show you the project we jointly developed with another department, the West Wind Express project. Let you see, without chakra, we can achieve the level. Harada said confidently. Deidara listened to Harada's words, and it was another strange name like the mushroom bomb, West Wind Express. Who cares, let's go and see it. After a few days of teaching, he found many shortcomings, and at the same time he knew that the mushroom bomb was not something he could get in touch with in a short time, but other knowledge had already made him interested, and he regained the feeling of studying and practicing hard. His clay bomb would be ineffective because of the thunder escape, and the things made here, the thunder escape would only make the art more powerful. Although he has not seen any stronger means than him yet, these new knowledge have enabled him to draw inferences from one instance to another, and now, there is a project that sounds very huge in front of him. It is obviously not easy to make Uncle Harada care so much. Here he found that the more strange the name, the more difficult it may be. I still have to thank the leader. Without the leader, he would not be here today. Deidara followed Harada out of the building. The environment here is relatively harsh, but there was a period of time when they could go to the oasis for vacation, and the expenses were reimbursed by the organization. After walking through the long streets, Harada gathered some people and finally stopped on a helipad. Soon he arrived and boarded the plane out of curiosity. He often went to the sky, but this was the first time he took a plane. It was so stable and comfortable. On the plane, looking out the window, the desert gradually decreased. From time to time, a touch of green could be seen on the ground in the high sky. That was the oasis. Not long after, They arrived at a small town with few people, but a lot of defense. In Deidara's perception, there were quite a few senior ninjas. It seems that this place is not simple, and Deidara is more looking forward to the next trip. This is a small town built on the mountain, not like the residence of ordinary residents. At a glance, you can see many people wearing white and gray clothes. Xiaodi, let's go, I'll take you to see an old friend. Harada seemed a little excited, pulled Deidara, and walked towards a building in the envious eyes of his colleagues. When he walked into the building, Deidara was stunned. Why did that figure look familiar? It seemed to be Brother Scorpion. Chapter 300. As several people walked in, several eyes looked here with sharp eyes. A middle-aged man who looked a little dignified looked over immediately. When he saw that it was Harada, he showed a look of surprise. After putting down the drawings in his hand, he walked straight to Harada. The two hugged each other tightly. It seemed that they had a close relationship. They laughed. The middle-aged man who looked a little dignified was wearing gray-blue clothes. His hair was sparse, and there were some white hairs in the black, but his eyes looked particularly bright. Deidara's eyes were not on him, but stared at Scorpion, as if asking why you were here. You know, this is a confidential project. He knows that he is already a member of the organization here. Is Brother Scorpion also a member of the organization here? No, Brother Scorpion's image is different from usual. If it is not a familiar person, he will definitely think it is another person. Is Brother Scorpion an undercover? Deidara frowned secretly. I was thinking in my heart, I am already a member of the organization, so should I report it? Good man, if Scorpion knew, he would cry to death. In fact, not only Deidara was surprised, but even Scorpion was extremely surprised. He got in here by accident. If he hadn't thought of passing information to the organization, he would have concentrated on studying mechanical technology. He was appreciated by the boss and accepted as a disciple. He might not have been exposed to these things. How did Deidara get in? Deidara thought for a moment and decided to wait and see. What if Brother Scorpion was also persuaded by the leader? Just when he wanted to go up and say hello to Scorpion, he was suddenly stopped by Scorpion's eyes. At this time, Deidara realized that yes, Scorpion got in and his identity could not be exposed. But why did Scorpion participate in this project? Did Scorpion also think that my art is very good and decided to change his career? Soon, the two middle-aged men finished their greetings and began to get familiar with each other. This majestic middle-aged man is called Sawai. The two are from the same school, and their teacher is Old Doyle. Harada is an expert in blasting, while Sawai is a master in mechanics. Therefore, the two had the opportunity to cooperate and jointly study the West Wind Express project. The strike capability of the West Wind Express is comparable to that of the top strongmen. Although it is not as good as people like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, it is simply devastating to other people in the ninja world. And its most important ability is not the attack power, but the distance. That's right, it is the distance. Its strike range can directly cause the enemy to suffer a major blow before they even leave the house. For example, if Konoha learned that the Hidden Cloud Village wanted to attack itself, at this time, a West Wind Express would be launched directly, and the Hidden Cloud Village would suffer heavy losses. This is also why the Umbrella Organization wants to study the West Wind Express. Harada, come and have a look. I found a good seedling. Come, let me introduce you to him. This is Fei Luhu, my favorite disciple. Harada's face fell. Wow, I was wondering why he was so enthusiastic all of a sudden. I thought we hadn't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect him to be waiting for me here. But this time, old friend, you are going to miscalculate. Harada looked in the direction that Zay pointed, and saw a person wrapped in a black robe. He couldn't see what was inside. Harada frowned at this look. Seeing his friend's look, Zay looked at Scorpion, then at Harada, and explained, Harada, you don't know, my disciple is good in everything, but a little cautious. Yes, that's right, a little cautious. He made an armor by himself to protect his safety. He used to say it was a puppet. After my teaching, he finally changed his mind. Puppet or something, that's the term for ninjas, I don't like that. Zawai looked a little excited, and Harada finally understood. Sawai waved to Scorpion and said, Hiryuko, don't stay in your armor all day. People will think you're a ghost. This is my old friend, Harada. Deidara looked at Scorpion. It turned out that Scorpion's alias was Hiryuko. But isn't Hiryuko Scorpion's puppet? The armor they were talking about was Scorpion's Hiryuko. Deidara felt that he had figured it out, and couldn't help but feel proud of himself, but the next scene made him a little stunned. Scorpion took off his black robe, and a handsome young man walked out of the puppet. With red hair and that immature look, he was definitely a little boy. Puff. Cough cough. Deidara clenched his fist with one hand and pretended to cough. At this time, Sawai shifted his attention away from Harada and focused on Deidara. On the top, he asked hesitantly, this is... He looked at Harada, obviously asking Harada to introduce it. Those who can enter here are all good in skills, but Deidara looks too young. At this time, Harada started to show off and said in a serious manner, oh, this is also my new disciple. His level is not very good, only 30% of my level. Sawai immediately looked at Deidara with surprise. If ordinary people might think that Harada is exaggerating himself, in fact, only Sawai knows how high Harada's level is. Deidara's combat power may be higher than Harada, but Harada's most powerful is the knowledge in his mind. With 30% of Harada's level, among many researchers, he can already lead a small department. At the same time, this means that Deidara is likely to surpass Harada in the future. Sawai looked at Deidara with a little heat, but he didn't feel sorry. After all, he also found a good disciple. If it weren't for this disciple, Sawai might have opened his Sharingan out of envy. Deidara, come and meet your uncle. He is a master in mechanics and once led the construction of the second-generation fighter. Harada said slowly, the first-generation fighter was presided over by their teacher, Old Doyle. Old Doyle is still the general manager of the Sky City. These days, Deidara also learned how powerful Umbrella is. Putting aside the strength of the ninja, just the full warehouse of ammunition and the mechanical bird that can fly in the sky, which they call an airplane, can easily capture a country. His clay bird also needs chakra. If the chakra is exhausted, he can't fly. His ninjutsu is only suitable for medium and long distance combat, while Umbrella can fight at super long distances. The strength is beyond imagination. The more you contact, the more you know why the leader surrendered. On the surface, Naruto's strength is needless to say. There are many other cage-level strongmen, there are so many weapons, and when he came into contact with explosives made without chakra, Deidara didn't expect that it could be done to this extent without chakra. In Deidara's view, it is only a matter of time before Umbrella rules the world. But this is none of his business, he just wants to study his art. This place is simply a holy place, making him feel the long-lost happiness.